Yeah.
Wouldn't the violent toppling of the Syrian government directly benefit ISIS?
The toppling of the Assad government benefit ISIS?
That would be directly to the benefit of ISIS.
Look, I'm not going to speculate about what would or what wouldn't benefit Daesh. I mean, to some degree, and the secretary's talked about this, there's a symbiosis between the Assad regime and Daesh, and he said that many, many times. It is through Assad's brutality that Daesh has been able to fester and grow into ungoverned spaces. And one of the things that we've talked about routinely, although we haven't said it, we haven't talked about it recently, is that we understand that while the future of Syria cannot include Bashar al-Assad, as we work through this political process to a transitional governing body, we recognize that some institutions of government, for instance, the security forces, in some form or fashion, has got to stay intact, so that there isn't a complete collapse of an appropriate governing infrastructure inside the country as we work through this very difficult transitional process.
If the Syrian government were to just immediately fall, what would happen to Syrian Christians? What would happen to Syrian Alawites?
Look, I'm not going to engage in hypotheticals about a situation that we're actually obviously trying to avoid. It isn't about the fall of the regime. We are trying to get to a transitional process of governance that preserves even some of the existing infrastructure going forward, but that at the end of that process gets us to a government that is put in place by the Syrian people with their voices being heard, and it doesn't include Bashar al-Assad.
To impress upon him that when he talks about white supremacy, the majority of people in America who are poor are white. And if you're going to try to lecture coal miners about white supremacy, it's going to fall flat. And if he's out there being a black activist, he could talk about white supremacy. But if you're trying to run for president and actually oppose the establishment, the last thing you should do is try to lead with trans issues or LGBTQ or because you know what? If you get a living wage for everybody, that helps everybody, especially trans and LGBTQ, black and white. If you get health care for everybody, that helps everybody, meaning black and white. So if you start to, what the establishment wants people like Cornel West to do is to keep talking about white supremacy, to keep talking about trans issues, to keep talking about LGBTQ as if they're an oppressed minority like they were in the 90s when I started comedy. Back then, they couldn't get married. They could get fired from their job. They couldn't get housing. That's all over. They have and so to keep pretending like we're living 30 years ago is exactly what the establishment wants to do. And by the way, all this talk about trans issues and talk about white, this doesn't come from the grassroots up. This comes directly from BlackRock and Larry Fink. This comes from Vanguard. This is so the most murderous companies who are raping the planet can shroud themselves in an air of virtue. And how do they do it? They do it by trans issues and LGBTQ and white supremacy and inclusion and equity and all that stuff. And that's there to keep us divided, because the only thing that scares the establishment is when people from the left and the right realize they have more in common that divides us, and they have shared enemy, and that shared enemy is the oligarchy. That's the only thing that scares them. And so if they can keep us talking about race, and if they can keep us talking about gender and ethnicity, that's a gift to them, because it keeps everybody divided. Would you?
Other species, beavers, they've been making their beaver dams the same way for thousands and thousands of years, and and bees have been making their beehives the same way for thousands and thousands of years. But in just 5,000 to 8,000 years, we've gone from hunter-gatherer civilization to space travel, iPhones, 3D printers, and what we're doing now. No other species has the ability to not only make the environment serve us, but reinvent the way we use our environment in that way. And that's particularly unique to humanity. And I want to contrast this definition of humanity, of taking the world around you and improving it and fixing it. I want to contrast that with a term that we've been using in CPI a lot. I guess I shouldn't say a term or a phrase. It's two words. We talk about living biologically. And this is a phrase we've been using a lot because, if you look at, the weeds in your garden, they're alive. They're not dead. And if you look at rats, rats that are running around, they're alive, they're not dead. But they're not alive in the human sense. they're seeking pleasure, they're avoiding pain, and they're going through the world, but kind of like what you said, they're not reflecting. They just kind of are going through the motions. They are alive, but they're only living biologically. They're not alive in the sense that human beings are truly alive. And that many people in our world today, I would argue, are living in the same way. They're just kind of going through the motions. They're going one way, they're going another way. The system nudges them, or social media or whatever nudges them to go one way, and they go there, or they get nudged to go another way. And they're never stopping, and they're never reflecting. And I would argue that the powers that be, the people that have the power, we're talking about Wall Street in London, the ultra-rich monopolies, that they would like to reduce us all to living biologically. They see us as rats. They see us as weeds. They see us as something that they can just craft. And they're very afraid of innovation. And they're very afraid of human beings continuing to advance because it means they'll no longer be at the top of the hill. And they're quite afraid of human progress. And because they see it as like a game of King of the Mountain. And they're at the top, and then they declare game over. They're at the top forever. And I would argue that that's just not the nature of humanity. We are an innovative species. We want more than we already have. We want to grow and expand. And so they're desperately trying to reduce us to a biological existence. And that's when you talk about you'll own nothing and be happy about it. You'll live in a pod and you'll eat bugs. That's what's going on, is they're trying to strip us of the innovationism, the spark of creativity that defines what it means to be human. They're trying to reduce us to an animalistic existence. And so what we're trying to do with CPI, I mean, we're obviously trying to do a lot of things, but if you think big picture, what we're trying to do is we're trying to awaken people from living biologically, and we're trying to help people discover their true humanity, their creative ability. That is what we're trying to do with the Center for Political Innovation. We're trying to rescue people from living biologically and awaken them to be innovationists. And I think that's a noble mission.
Who are the richest people in the world? Often this question will be answered. They'll give us names like Bill Gates, Carlos Slim, Warren Buffett, some Arab sultan or prince. Forbes magazine publishes a list of the 100 richest people in the world. This is all utter nonsense. The richest people in the world, they can really be described with two words: oil bankers. These oil and banking dynasties sit at the center of a small network of deeply entrenched and powerful influence, dominating the economies of the United States, Western Europe, and most of the planet. Today, the wealth and influence of two of the most important oil banking cliques is combined. The House of Rockefeller holds control over the largest super major oil company. ExxonMobil is their personal property. There is no key aspect of the global economy that the oil bankers haven't put their stamp on and tried very hard to influence. There is no key aspect of the global economy that the oil bankers haven't put their stamp on and tried very hard to influence. We're here in downtown Chicago at a No War Against Iran rally. Should be interesting. We're going to talk to people, see how it goes.
I'm here to stop a war with Iran, to stop World War III. We thought we dodged that bullet last year when Biden was trying to get us into World War III with Russia and Ukraine. Now it looks like Trump is doing the same thing in the Middle East, and it's just as dangerous.
I'm actually Iranian American, and the situation is escalating. I mean, Israel, of course, engaged in an unprovoked attack on Iran, completely unprovoked. They have attacked 5 countries in the region: Palestine, Syria, Yemen, Lebanon, and now Iran. So it's actually really ironic because a U.S. diplomat at the UN Security Council said that, she wanted to say that it's Iran that's spreading chaos and instability and violence in the region, but she said Israel.
Israel's government has also spread chaos, terror, and suffering throughout the region. Iran's government.
So that was a Freudian slip that I think said a lot about in the unconscious of even these U.S. officials. And they know the reality. The reality is that Israel has engaged in an unprovoked war.
Now, China and Russia have both said that they are considering getting involved if the USA intervenes. And Trump's director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, has said that Iran does not have a nuclear weapon and that they are not a threat.
The IC continues to assess that Iran is not building a nuclear weapon, and Supreme Leader Khamenei has not authorized the nuclear weapons program.
Stand for justice against genocide of the Israelis. That's the main cause, and to stop the war in Iran right now.
We need to keep our funds here at home, money for America, not for these endless wars.
The last thing we need right now is another war, especially one in the Middle East. That's the last thing the American people want.
We need to keep our money here. We don't need to pay for medical care for them when we have none. I mean, it's not even, it wouldn't even be personal. If it was just about the money, like obviously people should have their money spent on their own citizens. And as far as their atrocities they're committing, I mean, that's ridiculous.
There is one country in the Middle East that has nuclear weapons. It is not Iran, it is Israel.
Israel has nuclear weapons. Everybody knows it, but our government pretends that they don't. And so this could definitely lead to a nuclear war, nuclear Armageddon, because once the nukes start flying, you know, the U.S. gets involved, Russia, China, it's crazy. We're back to where we were last fall, worrying about a nuclear war.
Going with the books. Going pretty good, man. Yeah, we've been getting them out to almost everybody. People seem really supportive, you know?
We don't want to get involved in this situation where there is no point of return. You know, everybody in the Middle East is going to be affected by the war. If the United States intervene in the war alongside Israel, I think a lot of factors going to be, you know, like happening and stuff.
Poll after poll after poll shows that the American people do not want a war, especially with Iran.
You know, I heard some Dave Smith, the comedian, I think is that his name. He said he said no matter who we vote for, we always end up with John McCain. I thought that was really clever.
The nuclear issue is a distraction, and what they want to do is they want to bring regime change to Iran. They want to topple the government, and it's very dangerous. And I think there is actually a substantial American base right now, even the MAGA conservatives who oppose war with Iran. We saw Tucker Carlson do that interview, and he clowned and destroyed Ted Cruz. He's very pro-war. He doesn't even know the population of Iran.
How many people live in Iran, by the way?
I don't know the population.
At all?
No, I don't know the population.
You don't know the population of the country you seek to topple?
How many people live in Iran?
92 million.
Okay.
Approximately 70,000 tons of bombs on this 365 kilometer of land known as the Gaza Strip. That is the equivalent of multiple nuclear bombs. Yet the world is silent on that entity. The conversation is centered around, well, what should we do with what Iran possesses in terms of enriched uranium? What should we do about the Palestinians that don't care about so-called Israeli security? We're having the wrong discussion. The discussion should be, what should we do about the countries that currently possess nuclear weapons? There is a country in the Middle East that vehemently opposes an imposed nuclear weapons free zone in the Middle East. It is not Iran, it is Israel. And the United States. We should not ever, as Americans, tolerate that.
The entire world is looking on in horror as Israel bombs and commits a genocide against the Palestinian people. And the only people who have really done anything material about it, although other countries say nice things, is Iran. Iran is behind the Hezbollah and the resistance in Lebanon. Iran is helping out with the Houthis. And although American media likes to pretend that they're solely responsible for Hamas, that's not entirely true. But Iran does lend its support materially in a way that no other country does.
And so I think the MAGA conservatives, the left, the liberals, everyone should get together and oppose this war. And we know at the end of the day it's the oligarchs that make the decisions.
Free From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free.
The Palestinian people are to be free, then Iran needs to be strong. And a lot of people don't seem to understand that.
But even the oligarchs, I think if there is enough public pressure, they might back down. So if there's no direct U.S. involvement, I think there's a chance that it de-escalates and Israel backs off. And this would actually be great deterrence for Iran too, if Israel backs off. And this is what I'm hoping. And so please mobilize against this unnecessary war that U.S. and Israel are launching against Iran.
Palestine will live forever. From the river to the sea.
Yeah, I mean, there are just so many people here in support of the Iranian people and who support the Houthis. And I guess, you know, we just ran out of books. We didn't have enough. We brought 400 to 500 and we're all out.
No justice, no what? No justice, no peace. No justice, no what? No justice, no peace. Free, free Palestine.
Before you all leave, make sure you get a bag, one of the white bags on the table, because in that bag you'll find a couple free books as well as a nice T-shirt with this image on it. Brought to you by my wife. She felt So, George Washington, first president of the United States. When I was in school, what they taught us about George Washington was that he had wooden teeth. He had wooden teeth. He was the guy with wooden teeth. And then I had a 6th grade teacher, and she said, well, actually, he didn't have wooden teeth. His teeth were made out of ivory. And so then I remember when I was in high school, I was on a church mission trip to Eagle Butte Native American Reservation in North Dakota. And I spent 2 weeks out in Eagle Butte, and we ran like a daycare in the neighborhood, and we also cleaned up some of their graveyards. And then the final night of the mission trip, we actually went to Mount Rushmore. And so they were all gathered in front of Mount Rushmore, and they turned the lights on, and they had the presents up there. And the park ranger said, "Is there anyone here who knows any interesting facts about any of the presidents?" And there was dead silence. I thought, no one here knows any facts. I raised my hand. They called on me. He said, what do you know? And I said, well, George Washington, they said his teeth were made out of wood, but they were actually made out of ivory. And so I won a prize. They gave me like a coffee mug or something like that. I felt, wow, okay, I'm the only one who remembered that. And from what I understand, that's contested. Now there's even other stories about where his teeth may have come from and such. So it's kind of stupid, and that kind of shows you how American education really kind of obscures things. I mean, you think the founder of the country, that's what we remember about him, is whether his teeth were made of wood or ivory or, that's the important thing. But, when he was leaving office, George Washington actually gave a farewell address that was a bit more poetic and important and deep than what we just heard from Joe Biden when he was leaving office. And there was a line in that speech. He said, "It is our true policy to steer clear of permanent alliance with any portion of the foreign world." That's what he said. And many people reference George Washington's farewell address when he's speaking about how we should avoid foreign entanglements and we should not have any permanent alliance. And that's interesting because NATO has certainly been a permanent alliance. U.S. support for Israel has certainly been a permanent alliance. Certainly flies in the face of U.S. policy. But it actually points to something a lot deeper, because the real question in the American Revolution was an economic question. We have a right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, we're told. What is the pursuit of happiness? It's the right to expand your economic condition, to get a better life, to have your children have a higher living standard than you have, to have economic opportunity. Pursuit of happiness meant economic growth and economic empowerment. And what's interesting is at the same time that we had our revolution in the United States, there was another country in our hemisphere that had a revolution, and that was Haiti. The Haitian slaves who were colonized by the French broke their chains, And some of the founding fathers were slaveholders, and they did not like the Haitian Revolution. But some of them did. And Alexander Hamilton was very outspoken in his support of the Haitian slave revolution. And he wanted the United States to diplomatically recognize the revolutionary slave government of Haiti, Alexander Hamilton. And Alexander Hamilton, he gave birth to an economic school of thought that was continued by one of the top advisors to Abraham Lincoln, Henry Charles Carey, which, according to some sources, is the originator of that plan to build a bridge over the Bering Sea. And Henry Charles Carey, he wrote a very, very important pamphlet opposing slavery and opposing the economics of slavery and explaining what he believed was the basis of slavery and a slave system in the United States. And that pamphlet was read by Karl Marx, and he actually recommended it. He said that Henry Charles Carey was the only American economist of any worth, of any importance. And that pamphlet, the end of it says this: two systems are before the world. One looks to exporting men to occupy desert tracts, the sovereignty of which is obtained by aid of diplomacy or war. The other to increasing the value of an immense extent of vacant land by importing men by millions for their occupation. One looks to the concentration of wealth and power in a great commercial city, which shall rival the great cities of modern times and which has been supported by aid and contributions of exhausted every nation subjected to them. The other to concentration by aid of which a market shall be made upon the land for the products of the land, and the farmer and the planter to be enriched. One looks to increasing the necessity for commerce, the other for increasing the power to maintain it. One looks to underworking the Hindu and sinking the rest of the world to his level, the other to raising the standard of man throughout the world to our level. One looks to pauperism, ignorance, depopulation, and barbarism. The other to increasing wealth, comfort, intelligence, combination of action and civilizations. One looks toward universal war, the other toward universal peace. One is the English system, and the other we may be proud to call the American system, for it is the only system ever devised, the tendency of which was that of elevating while equalizing the condition of man throughout the world.
Hey friends, how you doing today? I'm letting you know, the Center for Political Innovation, we are about to do, on July 12th, the biggest event that we have ever done. It will be our national gathering in Chicago on July 12th. And it's going to be really, really special. We are talking with a number of important anti-imperialist voices, a lot of different communities. There's going to be musical performances, dance performances, there's going to be great speeches, and it's going to be a whole day gathering dedicated to anti-imperialism. I am committed, and CPI has always been committed to building an in real life network of people. And we carry out real operations. We were at the inauguration of Trump with our Trump and Kim banner saying only peace can make America great again. We were on the streets of Chicago at the Democratic National Convention with a book exposing what Kamala Harris and who she really is and what she's really about, and it was really, really important. We have 1,000 copies of our book about the Houthis that are being distributed with the poster of the convention on the back to people who would never go looking for this. We are putting door hanger flyers on doors of people, again, that would never go looking for this. We're not performing and trying to make ourselves feel good. We're actually trying to build a network of people that can be anti-imperialists in America. And it's not easy to do. It's very difficult in these times to build a real in-life organization. People have their issues. We live in a very strange time, but we have to do it. And we are committed to continuing this project. This video is basically me telling you we need your support. In order to pull off our convention that includes our 7-day program for our members around the country to come to Chicago, includes our huge convention on July 12th, where we're gonna fill up the Midwest Convention Center, in order to have an effective national planning meeting and gathering in Chicago the day after on July 13th. In order to do what we need to do, we need to fill up that auditorium and we need money. And there's really no way around that. We need you to donate to the Center for Political Innovation. We have set up a GoFundMe, and a lot of people have already contributed. We already raised a couple $1,000 bucks, but it's not enough. In order to really pull off our July activities and really have a win for anti-imperialism, we need your support. We need you to go to the GoFundMe right now and donate $5 or $20. We need you to go to the donate button on the CPI website and send us $100 or $50, whatever you can do. If we're gonna do what we need to do in July and build the organization and have the mega anti-imperialist rally that needs to happen on July 12th and solidify the network that we're building to continue to carry out the great operations that we do, we need you to help us out. Every cent that we raise goes into building this group. I'm lucky I have a paycheck with everything that's going on. I'm surviving, and I have consistently put a huge amount of the money that I have, my own resources, my own funds, into CPI because I believe in it, because it needs to happen, because this organization is necessary. I'm looking at what I've got and my own resources and my own bills and all of that, and I'm looking at what's already been paid for, and it's not enough. I mean, it's just not enough. I can't just pay for everything myself. We have membership dues and other things, but we need a special gift. We need a special gift to make July happen. We need you to give us a special contribution so that we can make sure the July events go smoothly, that the housing for the people coming in out of town is covered, that the speakers that are being flown in, their airfare is properly covered. We need you to make a special one-time gift to make this July gathering, this anti-imperialist summit that we are organizing. We need you to help us make it happen and help us make it a success. Small gift, big gift, whatever you can do. We need you to help us with it. But you know what? I'll just say this. If it's a matter of send us a gift or come, we'd rather you come. We'd rather you be there. It's much more important that you be there on July 12th. If you can't afford to give us a gift, but you can afford to come to town, if there's one event that you come to this year, make it July 12th. CPI, Center for Political Innovation, we're doing something that nobody else is doing, and we're doing it right. We're not doing it in a way that we're trying to win the internet. We're not doing it in a way that we're trying to make ourselves feel special or act like we're cool. We're building what needs to be built. We are building the real connections. And if you can understand why what we're doing is so important, if you can understand why anti-imperialism is the future, but we have to break out of the narrow niche circles and internet culture and get to the masses of people with real outreach. If you can understand that, please give us a gift. We're trying to build an actual movement to win new people to anti-imperialism and continue to carry out operations to change the conversation in America so that we have a country where there's a mass movement demanding justice for working families and an end to these wars, that we're saying no to World War III, we're saying no to the emerging low-wage police state. That's what we urgently need. So if you can help us in any way, send us a gift. If you can be there on July 12th, be there. This is the biggest endeavor CPI has ever done, and it's going to lead to even bigger things. We don't back down. We don't go away. If we were going to back down, we would have done it a long time ago. And if we were one of their plants or one of these fake anti-imperialists, they would be making it a lot easier for us. We have been facing a lot of challenges, but we continue to achieve great victories. So we need your support. Please send us a contribution. Please be there on July 12th at the Midwest Convention Center in the Chicago area. It's right near the O'Hare Airport. It's going to be awesome. We need you there. Thank you. crowd of people. Huge crowd of people here to support Donald Trump, pouring in to watch the inauguration ceremony in the Capital One Arena. Yeah, set up here and over there. How you feeling? How you feeling?
I'm good. I'm good. It was fun to pass out pamphlets at the hotel there. Everybody was asking for more.
Great. Excellent.
We need to heal America as well. We need to pray for America. We need to make our country great again. We need to take over. The people need to take over to make our country better again. And I hope Trump can help us with that.
Donald Trump for one of the greatest moments of his first presidency, when he went to a country that America has technically been at war with since the 1950s and gave peace a chance. We want to make peace around the world.
So you're with Russia, Iran, Brazil instead of EU, traditional American allies.
Yeah, rather than the bankers in London or in Wall Street who are trying to plunge us into poverty, who are trying to hold on to their system rather than trying to build up our economy and economies around the world, making people poorer, degrowing society. We want to stand with the countries of the world that want to build economies.
We need a government of action to fight for working families.
If he could come and set a peace treaty with Israel and Gaza, they can stop massacring and genociding the Palestinian people, I will call him the greatest president in history.
I think that Donald Trump is the man to bridge the gap between China and North Korea and Russia and the U.S.
I hope he is. I mean, when he was in office the first time, he did an amazing thing by visiting North Korea. That was awesome. However, I really didn't like what he did when he murdered Qasem Soleimani, the Iranian leader. I thought that was a huge blunder. It almost brought us to the brink of World War III. And so I'm concerned. I hear a lot of good things coming out of Donald Trump right now. And the fact that the TikTok founder is at the inauguration right now, the fact that he brought peace. Biden was always saying he wanted a ceasefire, but he wasn't able to make it happen. Biden was weak, but Trump was able to force Netanyahu to accept a ceasefire deal.
But I'd love to see, production happen in America again. I'd love to see, solid jobs, right, that aren't these sort of like financial information things, but it's really a stable, solid thing.
We want to hire the China Railroad Company to build high-speed rail across America. We want to work with Russia. We want to build railroads from Alaska across the Bering Sea, etc. Because there's nothing for us to gain in trying to prevent these countries from joining with the world economy.
And I think it should be a partnership. We should hire American workers. We should hire American companies, and it should be a joint operation. For example, nuclear power. I'm a big fan of nuclear power, right? If we're going to get off in fossil fuels, we're not going to get off it with windmills and solar panels. We need to go to something higher, and China is leading the world in fusion energy research right now. That's why China just got helium-3 from the moon, is because they want to do fusion energy research.
It would be good for Americans to be able to trade with them. And if we want the situation in those countries to get better, we should want to trade with them, because there's nothing for us to influence them by trying to beat them down and tell them that they're doing things wrong. We've seen that doesn't work.
Kamala wasn't a good choice, you know what I'm saying? And then they play the identity politics too much. That's really getting played out in 2025. Identity politics, trying to play the white and black game, divide and conquer. We live in the internet state. That's played out. That's very played out.
We need a more stable economy and society that's good for families, right? That's good for business, and not one that is just totally chaotic.
Maybe joining the BRICS economy, not trying to keep them in poverty. Keeping them in poverty keeps Americans in poverty. We need to be building the economy of the world.
This idea that smaller is better, and that it's better if we have less, and we just got to go back to nature and all that. That's pessimistic, horrific Malthusian thinking. Growth is the answer. Human beings are always inventing and reinventing our way we've interacted with our environment. Ants have been making their ant farms the same way for thousands of years. Beavers have been making their beaver dams the same way. But just 5,000-6,000 years, human beings have gone from hunter-gatherers in the woods to space travel and iPhones. Human beings are amazing. We have creative power that is amazing. And now is not the time to be pessimistic. We need to believe in growth.
So you're not concerned about climate change or anything like that?
I think climate change is certainly a concern, but the answer is to go higher, right? If fossil fuels aren't working out, we need to get something better than fossil fuels. The answer is not to go backward. Human beings never go backward.
Should we let Iran get the nuke?
Iran has said several times that they do not want nuclear bombs. Do I think that they should be allowed to have peaceful nuclear energy? Absolutely, and they've been completely compliant with nuclear non-proliferation treaty. Unlike some of our allies like Israel.
They're trying to arrest Donald Trump, all the fake charges, indictments on him, the attempt assassination. I think all that plays with the common people. The common people ain't stupid. And then, we love the term fake news. I never heard a president describe the news like that.
The overwhelming majority of the American people do not want a new war. Yet the criminals like Biden and the neocons, etc., have been trying to push for wars around the world to hold on to their dying system. Only peace will make America great again.
People are not fooled. They got fooled with Obama. Most of my people say, oh, you fooled me with Obama. You won't fool me again.
It's like when they interview Kamala and she goes, what are you going to do different from Biden? And she says, nothing. Like a total softball. It's like, oh yeah, no, I'm not going to change anything. So people are like, yeah, no.
Who will help to dismantle the deep state that is oppressing not only Americans, but the people of the world. We need to be developing our economy, not tearing it down with degrowth and destruction. Only peace will make America great again.
If we were still burning wood to heat our homes, we would have deforested the planet many, many times over. But we don't. Now we started burning coal, now we burn fossil fuels. We're reinventing our relationship with nature. That's the nature of humanity.
The neocons who are in opposition to Trump, the John Boltons, etc., they have said that, if Trump comes into office, that'll be the end of NATO. Well, I think that would be a great thing. What do we have to gain by arming countries in Europe, continuing to fund their militaries so that they can have free healthcare and our citizens can go and die on the steps of a hospital? It's completely unfair and stupid.
Donald Trump, he can't be president again because there's only 2 terms allowed in the Constitution. However, he wants to be remembered as a great leader. That's what Donald Trump wants to be remembered as. So to be a great leader, he needs to stand up to Wall Street, he needs to stand up to the war makers, he needs to fight for working families here in America.
What would you say to the people who call Trump a fascist, say that we're in danger of losing our democracy?
I think they just don't have any historical perspective to know what they're saying. I mean, that's just factually untrue.
Do you think Donald Trump can bring peace to Korea? Can he bring peace to Korea? Do you support the banner? You like it?
Hope that President Trump can contribute to denuclearize North Korea and talk to Kim Jong-un and have some the conversation and then bring the peace on the Korean Peninsula.
Yeah, you're happy to see this?
Yeah.
The masses of the people in their millions are the makers of history, not the elites on Wall Street, not the Bidens of the world, the neocons who want to keep you poor so that they can stay rich. Only peace will make America great again.
Welcome back. The dark side of the moon is getting brighter today as China landed a spacecraft on what is known as the far side of the moon. What does it mean and how is the business of space taking off? Here to discuss is RT correspondent Caleb Maupin and Alex Mihailovich. Welcome, guys. Happy New Year to both of you. Caleb, first of all, tell us about the effort by the Chinese government. What did they do and why did they do it?
Well, it's the Chang'e 4. It's actually named after the goddess of the moon in Chinese mythology. And it has carried out a soft landing on the far side of the moon, the first in history. And at this point, it's got penetrating radars and spectrometers. They've actually got a sealed biosphere with silkworm eggs and seeds. They're going to be doing all kinds of research about the geological composition. This is very, very exciting. And, you know, Bart, the media is constantly trying to tell us that China's not capable of making their own scientific breakthroughs, that all of their technological achievements were somehow stolen from the West. Well, I would look at what they just pulled off, and I would beg to differ. And let me add that, you know, in 1969, when Neil Armstrong landed on the moon, that was a big deal. But at that point, the United States had already been a fully industrialized country for over 100 years. But just a few decades ago, China was dirt poor, and today they're winning the space race, they're alleviating poverty. This has got to be a glowing moment of pride for the Communist Party.
You know, I'm curious, Caleb, you know, why we didn't hear about this before, because it is significant. I agree with you 100%, but is it that maybe they were afraid that it might, you know, fail and they didn't want to publicize it? What do you think?
Well, the launch was public back on December 7th, but the media didn't really say much about it. And now the U.S. media is kind of surprised that this has happened. But you know what's on my mind, Bart? The phrase that's on my mind is helium-3. That's a rare isotope that is on the moon, and that could be a huge game changer when it comes to fusion energy, right? I mean, this could potentially change everything. And what I don't understand is the pessimism. If you turn on American television, a lot of the commentary we're hearing, you would almost think that somehow this is a bad thing. This is a great moment for all humanity. This is like being there when Michelangelo painted the Sistine Chapel or the ancient Egyptians started laying the stones for the pyramids. This is a big moment for all of the human race, and I wish we could all just be on the same team.
Well, I'm glad that we're making these discoveries. And Alex, we have covered Elon Musk's company, SpaceX, on the show many times, but which are the biggest business players in the space, as it were, today, and how are they doing?
Well, look, private companies are looking at this, and they're definitely looking at this, what had happened with China. We know China and India are big game players now when it comes to the new space race. That's what people are calling this, a space renaissance or a new space race, actually seeing countries get more and more behind pushing this technology forward. And as I mentioned, private companies are doing it as well. So you look at something like SpaceX and Elon Musk, well, you know what? They came in out of nowhere, and they pushed some new guys out into the game, as well as pushed the old guys into game changing. So if you look at some of the companies that are there at the top, you got companies like Boeing, of course. Boeing, along with their with Lockheed Martin, they have something called the United Launch Alliance. They've been in this game combined for about 100 years. If you put the two companies, that's a lot of thought, a lot of knowledge to go behind there. So they have to really up the game now when you have a company like SpaceX coming there. So you also have Sierra Nevada Corporation. They have a vehicle, if you remember, space planes. That was something that was being talked about before. Well, it's being talked about again. This company's building these things and imagining a future where they're going to be moving basically people as well as cargo from place to place. NASA has actually bought in when it comes to this company. They've chosen their multi-mission space utility vehicle as a cargo delivery system. So that's a big step forward for this company. Also, Airbus in Europe. You know, Airbus has been around in the game for a long time, building all kinds of technologies that help the aerospace industry. And now this year, the big news from them was something called the Gaia telescope. Get this, billion pixel camera is what this telescope's all about, and it's been used for 3D mapping of the Milky Way. So this is a huge step forward. So look at it. All these people are playing this game. And of course, let's loop back to SpaceX. When you think about Elon Musk, well, I usually think about Jeff Bezos in the same breath. Amazon's man, Blue Origin, that's a company that he started up. Blue Origin, basically playing the same game as SpaceX. This is all about having vehicles to basically developing large reusable launch vehicles. That's what I wanted to say. There's so many words when you're talking about space here. And they're all pushing, again, 1,000 other companies. We're looking at thousands of companies popping up around the world. In the United States alone, startups are emerging in every corner. This is a boom. 2018 was a massive year for that, and it's probably just going to grow as the future progresses.
Very interesting about how many there are. I'm learning stuff from both of you guys. Hey, Caleb, how does the Chinese space effort compare, for example, to other nations, the U.S., Russia, others that we know about?
Well, I know there's talk of expanding it even beyond this, and that the Chang'e actually started out as a backup in case their previous mission had failed, and now here it is succeeding after the previous one had succeeded. But I think it's important to remember this. This isn't just about exploration, okay? The moon has got uranium, it's got titanium, it's got rare earth elements, and there's potential here for the global economy. And basically, you know, when you listen to Chinese leaders talk, specifically the president, you know, when you hear them talk, they acknowledge that we've got big problems here on planet Earth, right? We've got global warming, climate change, we've got the danger of new war. But the way the Chinese government sees it, the answer is not to look backward and not to halt scientific progress and not to just try to freeze. The answer is to move forward. The answer is human progress and growth and expansion. And that we human beings, with our creativity and our ability to think scientifically and rationally, have the ability to overcome difficulties by looking into the future. There's so much pessimism in the Western world right now. There's this call to, you know, just retreat from the world and kind of hide and put up barriers and walls. China is seeing things in a much more long-term way and looking about how we as human beings, all of us from all over the planet, can come together and overcome all these difficulties and really advance as a species.
That is so much great information, and I don't mean to make light of it, but but silkworm eggs, helium-3, and billion-pixel cameras are things we're going to be looking at in the future. Thank you so much. Alex Mihailovich, Caleb Malpin. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Palestine. We're here to say that this country could have a whole great future beyond imperialism. Beyond the rule of the big corporations and banks and monopolies, we could rebuild this country and make it into something beautiful. The global imperialist system is oppressing people across the planet, and it's also oppressing people right here. We are against the imperialist system. We are for a new America where working families have what they need and growth and innovation is promoted beyond the rule of profiteers. We are opposed to the system that spreads war and spreads destruction across the planet to enrich a small group of billionaire monopolies. And that includes backing up Israel and its crimes against the Palestinian people. We are for a whole new society, a new America, where the working class controls the means of production, the banks, factories, and industries. A new America where human needs come first, not the profits of a wealthy few. A new America where innovation and scientific advances are being carried out and promoted. That's what we're for. A whole new America under the rule of working people. That's what we're out here to promote today.
Decolonizing the Starbucks here.
Oh, this is the Starbucks. Decolonize Starbucks, eh? We're having our national convention this weekend in Oregon City. Some great speakers are going to be there, and we are here to stand up. We believe we could have a new America beyond the rule of billionaires and bankers, beyond the rule of monopoly corporations.
Sorry.
A setup for political innovation, jobs and schools for America, not weapons for Israel. Free Palestine, solidarity with the people of the world and their struggle against imperialism. That's what we're out here to say. Join us. It's going to be a great event in Oregon City this weekend. Dare to struggle, dare to win. A world beyond imperialism. Money for jobs and schools in America, not for Israeli crimes against the Palestinian people. Join us. Center for Political
I must say I'm happy when I look out in this crowd. I'm happy when I look out in this audience because I see people that are confident, people that are full of energy, people that want to go out and change the world, make the world a better place than it was when they came into it. And that inspires me because I know what kind of society we are living in at this time, right? We're in a world full of so much injustice, so much hardship. There are probably people watching this video right now, you can be sure, who are having trouble paying their bills and are worried about how they're going to make the rent, get by, get food in a low-wage economy. There are probably people watching this presentation tonight who are students, and they're worried about the new semester that just started, and they're concerned student debt that they're running up in this economy, right? There are probably people watching tonight who had issues with addiction, or perhaps they've had a relative who had struggled with addiction. There are probably people here tonight, people watching tonight, who maybe they have a relative who's in jail or in prison, in the prison industrial complex. There are probably people watching tonight
who perhaps their family is not supportive of them and doesn't support the choices and the decisions that they've made in their life, right? But yet, with this evil, unjust society all around us, I look out in this audience here and I see people full of confidence, people full of courage, people full of strength, people excited about trying to change the world and make the world a better place. And that is what community does, right? That's the strength of community and comradeship, the ability to be part of something bigger than yourself, to give yourself to something higher, to a cause, to be part of a community struggling for justice in the world. And it's funny, often, when someone commits like a petty crime, like vandalism or jumping a turnstile, what is the sentence that you'll get? Community service. Community service. Isn't that interesting? Why is community service, to serve one's community, considered to be a degrading thing, right? Considered to be something that is worthy of someone who's a lawbreaker or a criminal, right? I would say that one of the best things that a person can do is to go out and serve their community. What is more honorable than going out and trying to make a better life for the people in your neighborhood, the people in your city, people in your country, the people in the world, right? I'd say that engaging in community service is one of the most honorable things that one can do. So why is it that that's been considered to be a degrading or shameful thing? That shows that this society is very much molded in the image of the billionaires and bankers that rule it. But I'm very happy that there are people serving their community, right? The organization that put on this event tonight, Students and Youth for a New America, there are people involved with it in Washington State who are involved with a food service program, providing food to low-income people. And there are people involved with Students and Youth for a New America up in Boston who are involved in providing free laundry days and doing clothing drives, also giving aid to people, right? And that's what's needed more than anything right now. We need a mobilization, a movement of young people going out and serving their community and doing what is best and taking care of those who've been left behind by this system, but at the same time pointing toward the way out of all this madness, the way out of capitalism, right? I would say we absolutely need young people to do what Students and Youth for a New America has done and go out and serve the community, engage in community service while pointing toward the way out, because there is no other way. It's funny because, we put out this palm card to promote the event, and, we put, is America the New Rome, will it fall, and an evening of socialist education. And I think the reason we put, this bottom part, an evening of socialist education, is because there's a lot of stupidity out there when it comes to the fall of Rome. Whenever you hear somebody talking about the fall of the Roman Empire, a political leader, a commentator, you almost want to cringe, right? There's a recording of Richard Nixon, for example, when he was in the White House. And he was really upset, and the show All in the Family had just come out, and there'd been an episode that featured a gay couple. He was just furious about it. And he's sitting there, and there's an audio recording of Nixon in the White House, and he's sitting there and says, oh my God, what is this? This is the fall of a civilization. Oh my God, don't you know the last 5 Roman emperors were a bunch of fags? This is awful. He's sitting there. Well, I'm not here tonight to tell you that the Roman Empire fell because of homosexuality. You were hoping to hear that, you came to the wrong event. I found a lot of videos of guys in their Make America Great Again hats, and they're like, you know why the Roman Empire fell? It's because a bunch of immigrants came in there and took all the jobs. They didn't put up a wall. No, the Roman Empire did not fall. It did not fall because of immigration. So if you're looking for someone to tell you that, you came to the wrong meeting. But why talk about Rome, right? It's thousands of years ago. But the thing is, if you can understand the fall of the Roman Empire, if you can understand historical events and develop a scientific and dialectical understanding of history and apply that analysis and those methods to understanding historical events, if you can do that, you can understand what's happening in the world today, and you can understand how we might move toward a better future. Now, before we get to exactly why the Roman Empire fell, I think we need to throw out a question. Was the fall of Rome a good thing? Was the fall of Rome a good thing? Right? Now, your gut instinct, you want to say yes, right? Because the Roman Empire was associated with so many evil things: slavery, plunder, occupation of peoples. It's perfectly correct to admire Spartacus
and the heroic slave revolt that took place in the 1st century BC in the Italian peninsula, where slaves broke their chains and rose up and killed their masters and fought for freedom. It's absolutely correct to admire the Scottish warriors who fought for the liberation of their people in Britain from the Romans, or the zealots of ancient Palestine who fought for the liberation of their people. It's absolutely correct. But that doesn't answer the question. Was the fall of the Roman Empire actually a good thing? And most historians, most classicists will tell you, no, it was not, right? Clifford Ando, probably the most well-respected classicist, in a lecture he gave to the Oriental Institute, he's from the University of Chicago, he talks about how archaeologists have dug up the bones of people, right? And they've shown that after the fall of the Roman Empire, in the aftermath of the fall of the Roman Empire, the human life expectancy went down significantly, right? After the fall of the Roman Empire, calorie intake and nutrition that people had significantly went down. After the fall of the Roman Empire, things across Europe got more and more unstable. And it actually took Europe 1,100 years to get back to the population level it had had at the height of the Roman Empire in the first 2 centuries AD, right? It took 1,100 years for Europe to return to that population level. So by any objective measure, the fall of the Roman Empire was quite a bad thing. It made people's lives significantly worse. And it's interesting that at the time the United States was being created as a country, one of the most popular books in the English language was Edward Gibbon's book, The Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, which was being published in volumes. I believe 8 different volumes of the book were published. And if you read the writings of, George Washington, the letters of Thomas Jefferson and others, they were reading this, and they were obsessed with this. And the reason that a lot of cities in upstate New York have names similar to, Roman names or Roman figures is because of that. The reason that in Washington, D.C., a lot of the way the roads are laid out, and a lot of the architecture. Because starting in 1949, the CIA launched a program called the Congress for Cultural Freedom and started funneling money to anti-communist leftists. Generally, the people that made up the Congress for Cultural Freedom were followers of the Trotskyite Max Shachtman. And Shachtman, after World War II, his followers, one of them being Irving Kristol, who is the father of neoconservatism, started working for the CIA. And Irving Kristol was actually the director of the CIA's Congress for Cultural Freedom program, where they started covertly giving money to leftists in order to put out an anti-Soviet message. The magazine Partisan Review, which was purported to be a communist socialist magazine, and it was all over the college campuses. Every campus you went to, you could find Partisan Review, and it was this subversive communist magazine, except it like every issue was devoted to exposing the Stalinists. And a lot of what was done in Partisan Review magazine was equating the Soviets with the Nazis, right? And saying that it's basically the same system. And direct CIA payments to pay for their operations were supplemented by the Ford Foundation and the Rockefeller think tanks and other things. And various left-wing academics were getting subsidized by getting paid lots of money to have their articles appear in this magazine that was everywhere. And this was the conscious manipulation. And you talk about the Frankfurt School and the rise of this new, and it's weird because on the right they have this whole thing about cultural Marxism. Right? Well, what they're missing is that a lot of these cultural critics that really emphasized Gramsci really downplayed the idea of class struggle. Emphasized. You had Herbert Marcuse, who said that the working class was not revolutionary; it would be the intellectuals who were the revolutionaries. All of this was being covertly supported as a way to kind of direct intellectuals and leftists away from Marxism. And in the process, they changed really the nature of what leftism was. The anti-populism came out. Susan Sontag is a really important voice from this milieu. And so Hannah Arendt also comes out of this. And anti-populism, the idea that average people are the enemy, that average people are dangerous, and if they ever get together and start fighting for their rights, that's basically the same as Nazi Germany. That became a big theme in what it meant to be a leftist, this kind of intellectual nonconformity. Architecture is modeled on Rome is because of that there was wide-ranging discussion at the time of the Renaissance and later the Enlightenment throughout Europe, asking what went wrong with the Roman Empire. Why did the Roman Empire fall? What was going on? So, why did the Roman Empire fall? Now, there are all kinds of different answers that people like to give. People talk about lead in pipes. People talk about, different theories and different influences and changes. But every answer you get pretty much revolves around one concept, and that's the decline of the slave economy.
The Roman Empire was based on slavery, human beings owning other human beings. And not only is slavery a barbaric and horrendous practice, it's also highly inefficient. So think about it. What motivation does a slave have to work? Their only motivation to work is basically they're being told that if they don't work, they'll be punished. Their master says, work harder or I will beat you. Work harder or I will deprive you of food. So at the end of the day, the slave really doesn't have much motivation to go out and work. Now, if a master has 10 slaves, he can stay on top of them all the time and say, you keep working, or I'll punish you. But say that a master has 100 slaves, right? It's going to be pretty hard for him to stay on top of, all these different slaves. Say that a master has 1,000 slaves or 10,000 slaves. Pretty soon, the master is going to have a slave whose job it is to tell the other slaves what to do. And he's going to be Mr. Popular, right? And then you're probably going to have to get to the point where you have a slave whose job it is to tell the slave, whose job it is to tell the slave, you can see how the bigger slavery gets. The more slavery expands, the less and less efficient slavery becomes. It's a highly, highly inefficient system. And throughout Rome's history, the Roman Empire basically depended on, the growing of crops from huge plantations and the extraction of minerals from the earth. And their ability to grow crops continued to decrease throughout their entire existence. And their ability to extract minerals so that they could turn it into metal and produce tools and weapons, that continued to decrease throughout the existence of the Roman Empire. Their productive capacity, their industrial output was constantly declining. So, what did the Romans do? Well, they went around the world plundering and stealing what they weren't producing for themselves. They became a military society. And in fact, Karl Kautsky, who is the most well-respected academic of German social democracy, he wrote, quote, "The slave economy did not denote a technical advance, but a step backward. Not only did it make the masters impotent and incapable of working and increase the number of unproductive workers in society, but it also cut down on the productive workers and checked the progress of technology, with the possible exception of some luxury trades. Like every mode of production that is founded on contradictions, the ancient slave economy dug its own grave. In the form it finally took in the Roman world, it was based on war. It was only the continual victorious wars, continual subjugation of new nations, continual extension of the territory of the empire that could supply the masses of cheap slave labor material that it required." And this even gets even more ironic, because, as I mentioned, slavery is a highly inefficient system. It's a highly inefficient way of running an empire, producing things. But there were a number of the societies that Rome was going around and beating down militarily and forcing to pay tribute and taxes and taking their people as slaves. A lot of the societies they were attacking actually had a higher mode of production called feudalism. The only motivation that a slave has to work is they're being told, work harder or I will beat you, right? There's really no motivation there. But a peasant or a serf is different than a slave, right? So a peasant works on land that is owned by a landowner or a noble. The people living on his land, they have to pay tribute, they have to pay taxes. But after the peasant or the serf produces enough crops and pays their tribute, their obligation to the noble, at that point, what's left over they get to keep. So they have far more motivation to work, right? A peasant wants to fulfill their obligation to the noble, but then what's left over they get to keep for themselves. So it's a much more efficient system of producing agriculture and producing crops. Rome never adopted a feudal economy. They maintained a slave economy, but they went around often to societies that were more efficient and had a higher mode of production, had a more efficient system than they did, beating them down, stealing their crops, forcing them to pay tribute. So the Roman Empire existed in contradiction to historical progress, right? History was moving forward, and the Roman Empire was doing its best to hold history back, to stop the progress of history. And that flowed through almost everything the Roman Empire did. You've probably heard the expression, all roads lead to Rome, right? Well, that refers to the fact that the Roman Empire didn't allow people to build roads connecting different territories, right? The only roads across Europe and across North Africa and other places that they controlled, the only roads built were the roads of the Romans, so that they could extract more tribute, extract more slaves, and take it back to Rome. They wouldn't allow different parts of the empire to have roads between them. And you've probably heard the phrase bread and circuses before, right? Well, that refers to the fact that the Romans did everything they could, the Roman leaders, to make their people stupider, right? I'm not exaggerating, right? So we know about the Colosseum shows, right, where they would have these big Colosseums and they'd have people fighting each other to the...
We would like to know as American people why you continue to support sending billions of taxpayer dollars to Nazis in Ukraine to start a nuclear war with Russia. China is not our enemy.
I need you to leave, please, ma'am.
China's not our enemy. Russia's not our enemy.
Walk out, please.
No more money for rich men's wars.
Take your stuff and
No
walk,
more
please.
money for rich men's wars. No more money for rich men's wars. No more money for rich men's wars. No more money for rich men's wars.
Point.
It's a good point, Democrats.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Hennepin County Commissioner Irene Fernandez.
World, and such is the true mission of the people of the United States. And Henry Charles Carey was describing how, at the time that England was emerging as a colonial power, it was holding back economic development. British bankers were using their monopoly to keep countries in poverty. And he talks about underworking the Hindu. That's about the brutal colonization of India. What the American Revolution was really about, right? We know that the 50 states, that's the 50 stars, but the 13 stripes are for the 13 colonies. And the 13 colonies wanted economic development. Whereas the British Empire just wanted them as a temporary trading hub, as a holdout, a trading post in their global sea-based empire. And you could argue that there's a very extreme similarity in what Henry Charles Carey was describing about the English system and the basis of the American Revolution and what was written by Vladimir Lenin when he wrote about the Bolshevik Revolution and when he explained his theory of imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism. And actually, I wanted you guys to go get another flag that I have. I have the Chinese flag. It also has stars on it, no stripes. But the Chinese flag, on the Chinese flag, this star represents the Chinese Communist Party. But these 4 stars, they represent what was called the block of 4 great classes. The workers, the peasants, the urban merchants, and the national capitalists. The block of 4 great classes that Mao built in alliance against imperialism. Classical Marxist theory was it was the workers versus the capitalists. But Lenin came along and he said, actually, capitalism has entered this stage of imperialism, of monopolies, holding countries in poverty. And that the revolution isn't going to come from the Western countries, and it's not going to be the workers versus the bosses. It's going to be nations that have been kept in poverty fighting to break free and establish their economic independence. And that was the Leninist theory of how socialism would come into the world. So thank you very much. And what's also interesting is that now, if you go to China, you go to Russia, standard classical Marxist-Leninist stuff isn't as popular, but there's a rising school of thought called geopolitics. And geopolitics talks about civilizations of the East versus civilizations of the West, and civilizations of the sea versus civilizations of the land. And they talk about how there are empires in history that are sea-based, that build mighty navies and control trade routes. And there are empires and civilizations that are land-based, and they control great land masses. And that they have a fundamental difference in how they orient people. Because if you're simply controlling the trade routes, all you need to do is build up a mighty military. Whereas if you're developing on the land, you have to build roads. And you have to connect different ethnic groups and different nationalities and different religious groups with each other. And that if you compare the civilizations in China's history and the civilizations in Russia's history, if you compare the Persian Empire that existed in ancient Iran with the Roman Empire that was based on the Italian peninsula, a sea-based empire, or with the British Empire that later emerged, their economic relationship was different. And their culture developed in a different way. We associate the East with more collectivist ideas and a more collectivist notion of what it means to be a person, whereas we associate the West with more radical individualism. And that this school of geopolitics, how our relationship with the land affects how we relate to each other. This is being widely studied, right? You know, in the Cold War, they just talked about communism versus capitalism. But now, in the Eastern countries, they're saying it's much deeper than that, and that there are deep issues in civilization and global perspective that have a much deeper root. Now, at the time the Vietnam War was happening, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., this is the holiday in his memory, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., he came out against it in 1967. And he was condemned by the NAACP for coming out against it. They told him not to come out against it. It was hurting the civil rights movement. He should just focus on civil rights.
Estimated that we spend $322,000 for each enemy we kill in Vietnam, while we spend in the so-called war on poverty in America only about $53 for each person classified as poor. The promises of the Great Society have been shot down on the battlefield of Vietnam, making the poor, white and Negro, bear the heaviest burdens both at the front and at home.
And he went to Riverside Church in Harlem in New York City, and he gave a very powerful speech condemning the Vietnam War. And in that speech, he said the following thing: "These are revolutionary times. All over the globe, men are revolting against old systems of exploitation and oppression. And out of the wounds of a frail world, new systems of justice and equality are being born. The shirtless and barefoot people of the land are rising up as never before. People who sat in darkness have seen great light. And we in the West must support these revolutions." That was Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. a year before he was assassinated. And what he was really saying there was that the Vietnam War wasn't about capitalism versus communism. It was about Vietnam, which is a deeply impoverished country historically, fighting in order to industrialize, fighting to take control of its country and build itself up. That they were under the domination of the French, they were under the domination of American and British corporations, and they wanted economic independence so they could build themselves up. That was really what the issue was. And Noah and I, we got to attend the World Youth Festival in Sochi, Russia. And we actually got to meet people from Vietnam, representatives of the mass youth organizations of Vietnam. And right now, Vietnam is experiencing what the World Business Forum has called an economic miracle. They have given their country a high-tech upgrade, internet access all across the country. They have provided education on massive scale. Since the end of the Vietnam War, they've seen their life expectancy go up by 17 years, and it just continues rising. The Vietnamese government has proceeded to raise people up from poverty. And it's not just Vietnam. I mean, you go to another part of the world, part of the reason we're pushing this bridge is because there is an economic expansion happening very, very rapidly. The rise of the BRICS countries. There's whole sections of the globe that we were taught about in school that they just kind of glossed over. It was like they weren't even important. Big sections, big land masses in Russian Far East, Mongolia, Central Asia, all these places that they just didn't used to matter. They're becoming electrified. And there's railway going through them. And there's people rising up from poverty and getting running water and electricity and modern technology. And what is happening in the Far East is very, very exciting. Meanwhile, here in the West, our economy is getting worse and worse and worse. I tell people that they're unpaving roads in the United States while they're paving roads in the most rural, isolated parts of China. They're literally unpaving the roads here in the United States. 27 different states have situations where local municipalities can't afford to maintain paved roads. They pull up the asphalt. We saw the Francis Scott Key Bridge that collapsed. Remember that? That was in this part of the country. More recently, we saw the wildfires raging in Los Angeles. And then we found out part of the reason that the wildfires got so bad is because the local Democratic Party, Samantha Power and Joe Biden and Kamala Harris sent a bunch of the fire protection equipment to Ukraine. And that, I mean, and so rather than having it there to provide and protect people, the fires were raging because they didn't have the proper equipment. Absolutely outrageous. And it seems that our leaders in the United States are not loyal to the United States. They're loyal to an international financial system. They're loyal to defending this British Empire, globalist, imperialist way of doing things. They're loyal to...
On behalf of the Center for Political Innovation, I would like to just give and express our deep admiration for the three defendants and what they put up with, what they struggled, how they endured. I also want to say that the Foreign Agents Registration Act an absurd piece of legislation was the basis of this prosecution. And that piece of legislation needs to be overturned. The Foreign Agents Registration Act is a threat to all Americans who advocate peace. It essentially criminalizes being friendly to other countries, and that piece of legislation needs to be overturned. That law is a threat on all Americans who advocate peace. We were honored as the Center for Political Innovation to raise this case at the United Nations, to raise this case at the World Youth Festival in Russia, and we will continue to raise this case. A full pardon needs to be granted to the Uhuru Three, because Donald Trump saw how that legislation could be weaponized against his own supporters as well. So Donald Trump needs to give a full pardon to the Uhuru Three when he takes office. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Anti-communism hurts all of us. It's not just about being wrong about communism. It is a poison pill that has destroyed so many lives and has made so many people right here in this country miserable. All kinds of awful things in your life are justified with anti-communism. You don't have health care because of anti-communism. Your wages are low because of anti-communism. Roads aren't being paved because of anti-communism. Drug gangs are coming into this country, and you know why? Because starting in the 1980s, the USA started sending weapons to people called the Contras who murdered people. And you know what the justification for sending them those weapons was? Anti-communism.
The other major issue of the hearings, of course, was the diversion of funds to the Nicaraguan Contras. I believed then, and I believe now, in preventing the Soviets from establishing a beachhead in Central America.
And it's based on a pack of complete lies.
While $30 million had been allocated for the weapons, the CIA funneled a portion of that money to the Contras in Nicaragua, the group Reagan supported in their guerrilla fight against the Sandinista government.
What was China like before the communists came in? What is China like now? What was Cuba like before Fidel? What is Cuba like now? What was Libya like before Gaddafi? What was Libya like under Gaddafi? And what is it like now? I mean, it's obvious. They do everything they can to obscure the obvious. Communism has been a largely successful economic system. That doesn't mean human rights weren't violated. That doesn't mean there were serious shortcomings when it came to the production of consumer goods. That doesn't mean that there weren't, crimes, atrocities committed, innocent people put in gulags or murdered. But the standard line, communism just doesn't work, is bullshit. It's complete and utter bullshit. Communists invented space travel. Communists turned the Soviet Union into an industrial superpower. Communists have built the largest telecommunications manufacturer in the world. Communists have built the world's largest hydroelectrical power plants. Communists invented the mobile phone. Communists have done astronomical, amazing things. Communists have lifted hundreds of millions of people out of poverty. These are undisputed facts. And the desperation. Well, there was this famine in like the early 60s in China. There were famines every day before the communists took power. Every year people died of malnutrition. There were all kinds of famines before the communists took power. Oh, yeah, but like Stalin, he killed people. Wow, I can't think of any capitalist government that's ever killed anybody. Oh, well, you didn't have human rights in the socialist countries. Geez, I can't think of any capitalist society that's violated human rights before. It's all just bullshit. Oh, communist countries don't have human rights. Plenty of capitalist countries don't have human rights. Oh, communist countries, there's famines. There were famines every day, and it's the communists who built the agriculture and mechanized agriculture and raised people out of poverty and got rid of that. So that doesn't work. Right? Oh, well, the communists, they jailed and oppressed a bunch of people. Well, the biggest rate of incarceration in the world today is the United States of America. Right? Well, communists, communist economics, they just stifle innovation. Well, it's funny that they invented space travel and mobile phones and satellites and, LED lights and all of that. It's funny they invented all that, it's pretty wild. Anti-communism is just a pack of lies, right? Compare Nicaragua to Honduras, Guatemala, and the surrounding free market countries. Nicaragua, Christianity, socialism, and solidarity, the Sandinistas, people are doing pretty well. Cuba sends literacy volunteers and medical volunteers all over the world. According to Ban Ki-moon and all kinds of sources, they have the best medical school in the world, one of the best medical systems in the world. When Libya was a socialist society under Gaddafi, people from all over Africa were trying to get into Libya to try and get some of the access to the wealth that socialist oil production was creating, the socialist society there. Now that Libya has been bombed into the free market and bombed into capitalism and chaos, people are drowning in the Mediterranean trying to get out of Libya. So it's just a pack of lies, period, right? And you know what infuriates me the most about anti-communism? The arrogance. Right? These anti-communists, they're just like, well, communists want to divide up everything equally, and that wouldn't work because then everyone would be lazy, right? And they think that, like, the millions of people who died fighting for communism in China, the millions of people who died fighting for communism and defending the Soviet Union, waving the hammer and sickle, the millions of people who gave their lives for communism, the millions of people who fought and gave their lives to the mission to create a socialist society, to reach that ultimate goal of communism, were just so stupid that we didn't understand that everyone getting paid the exact same wage doesn't work. It makes me angry. They have this simplistic understanding of communism, and it never occurs to them that the millions and millions of people who fought for the Soviet Union, who rallied to the defense of the Soviet Union, all of them were just so stupid that they didn't realize, right, that all the people who built China into a modern country under the leadership of the Communist Party, studying Mao Zedong thought, Deng Xiaoping theory, all of them were just so stupid that they couldn't understand, everyone can't be equal, then everyone would be lazy. You know, and that's what's the most infuriating thing about anti-communists. They have no desire to know what communists actually believe. They have no desire to understand what communists stand for. They assume that we're all just like, 3-year-olds going, it's no fair. Some people have more money than others. It's no fair. It's no fair. And then, well, you need to understand those people worked for their money, little Johnny. And they think that solves the argument, right? Anti-communist tropes are the most annoying thing. Right? I had a teacher who said communism is if I gave every kid in the class a C. Right? And I mean, it's like that's the level that anti-communism is. It's stupid. Right? It is idiotic. It is insulting. Right? And it's arrogant. It's the height of arrogance. Right? They don't want to know. They don't want to know what communists actually believe because they're afraid of the social consequences for knowing it. That's all it is, right? They have no idea what communists believe. They have no idea why they believe it, and they're scared to actually learn it because they're afraid they might get in trouble. They might get canceled. People might judge them. Communism is a bad thing to be in America, so I better not know about it. I better just memorize a couple dumb cliches about every kid in the class getting a C or whatever. Because if I investigate it and I actually learn it and I actually learn that there might be some truth in it, I might not fit in. I might get judged. I might get persecuted. Well, maybe you should take a $1 bill out of your fucking wallet and look at the founders of this country. Do you think they got persecuted? Do you think they got persecuted? Do you think they risked anything? Why don't you ask yourself about Martin Luther King Day? Who was Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.? Do you think he took any risks for what he believed? Do you think he just went along with what everyone else said because he didn't want to know because he might get in trouble? History is not made by cowards, and intellectual cowardice infuriates me. And most anti-communism is nothing but intellectual cowardice. I mean, I'm not a fascist, but I have read fascist literature. I know why fascists believe what they believe. I am not a libertarian, but I have read libertarian literature. I know what libertarians believe. I am not a liberal, but I know what liberals believe. When I was a small, young teenager, I discovered that the Soviet Union had astronomical economic successes. And when I saw that, I got angry because I had been lied to. Because everything I'd been told about communism, well, it just doesn't work. It was a pack of lies. And those utter lies, they don't just cause people to not believe in communism. I was here in New York City in 2011, and there was a bill that was proposed. I wrote an article about it at the time. It's in my compilation of articles, Capitalism Must Be Destroyed. Mayor Bloomberg overturned, there was a bill requiring all cities, all firms that do contracts with the cities to pay their employees $10 an hour. Pretty basic, right? That if you do business with the city, you got to pay a living wage. Mayor Bloomberg vetoed it. And you know why he vetoed it? Well, the Soviet Union, they tried to, give everyone a living wage, and communism failed. So we can't do that. Yeah, we can't do that. I'm the mayor of New York City, Mayor Bloomberg. We can't pay people a decent wage. Communism, right? Bernie Sanders, every debate Bernie Sanders did, every single one. He'd be up there and say, oh, I think we ought to provide health care. Oh, my God, Pol Pot killed millions, gajillions of people. You want to give people free health care? Anti-communism has led to a situation where our roads are falling apart, where we have private prisons for profit. We have schools for profit and charter schools where our drinking water isn't being properly purified. Our country has been ripped apart to the drumbeat of anti-communism. Anti-communism is the reason that you are stuck in the cycle of low-wage, short-term service sector jobs. You don't have a good-paying industrial job with a union. Anti-communism is the reason that we are spending billions of dollars on this huge military we have to send all over the world, because if not, the communists are going to come and take over. Anti-communism is why they're sending billions of dollars to Ukraine. Well, that Putin, he's a KGB guy. He's trying to rebuild the Soviet Union. Anti-communism hurts you. And it's bullshit.
The strength of socialism wasn't the guillotines. It wasn't the firing squads. It wasn't the persecution. That's not what people remember the strength of socialism being. They just did a poll. 75% of Russians say that the Soviet Union was the best time in their history, but they're not thinking that because of executions. This was from a PBS documentary. They interviewed a woman named Tatiana Fedorova.
Stalin set a task. Build this or build that. And thanks to the fact that people trusted him and this enthusiasm of young people, it was possible. Remember, this was a country where people were illiterate, lived in virtual darkness, wore birch bark shoes. Even now, I think it's like something out of a fairy tale. How was it possible at one of the most difficult times to raise these great construction sites? It was only possible through the unity of the people and the love of the people for their idol.
And the reason Stalin remains wildly popular in Russia, it's not because he executed people, it's because he mobilized them to build that country up from nothing. This was a country... He built some of the world's largest power plants, he wiped out illiteracy, and he built a modern industrial country. He raised millions of people up out of poverty. The strength of socialism was not that it punished people and that it persecuted people, but rather that it enabled people to go out and build and construct. I've said to many people, I'm not a socialist because I want to destroy America. I'm a socialist because I want to save America.
Hey friends, how you doing today? I'm letting you know, the Center for Political Innovation, we are about to do, on July 12th, the biggest event that we have ever done. It will be our national gathering in Chicago on July 12th. And it's going to be really, really special. We are talking with a number of important anti-imperialist voices, a lot of different communities. There's going to be musical performances, dance performances, there's going to be great speeches, and it's going to be a whole day gathering dedicated to anti-imperialism. I am committed, and CPI has always been committed to building an in real life network of people. And we carry out real operations. We were at the inauguration of Trump with our Trump and Kim banner saying only peace can make America great again. We were on the streets of Chicago at the Democratic National Convention with a book exposing what Kamala Harris and who she really is and what she's really about, and it was really, really important. We have 1,000 copies of our book about the Houthis that are being distributed with the poster of the convention on the back to people who would never go looking for this. We are putting door hanger flyers on doors of people, again, that would never go looking for this. We're not performing and trying to make ourselves feel good. We're actually trying to build a network of people that can be anti-imperialists in America. And it's not easy to do. It's very difficult in these times to build a real in-life organization. People have their issues. We live in a very strange time, but we have to do it. And we are committed to continuing this project. This video is basically me telling you we need your support. In order to pull off our convention that includes our 7-day program for our members around the country to come to Chicago, includes our huge convention on July 12th, where we're gonna fill up the Midwest Convention Center, in order to have an effective national
planning, meeting, and gathering in Chicago the day after on July 13th. In order to do what we need to do, we need to fill up that auditorium and we need money. And there's really no way around that. We need you to donate to the Center for Political Innovation. We have set up a GoFundMe, and a lot of people have already contributed. We already raised a couple $1,000, but it's not enough. In order to really pull off our July activities and really have a win for anti-imperialism, we need your support. We need you to go to the GoFundMe right now and donate $5 or $20. We need you to go to the donate button on the CPI website and send us $100 or $50, whatever you can do. If we're gonna do what we need to do in July and build the organization and have the mega anti-imperialist rally that needs to happen on July 12th and solidify the network that we're building to continue to carry out the great operations that we do, we need you to help us out. Every cent that we raise goes into building this group. I'm lucky I have a paycheck with everything that's going on. I'm surviving, and I have consistently put a huge amount of the money that I have, my own resources, my own funds, into CPI because I believe in it, because it needs to happen, because this organization is necessary. I'm looking at what I've got and my own resources and my own bills and all of that, and I'm looking at what's already been paid for, and it's not enough. I mean, it's just not enough. I can't just pay for everything myself. We have membership dues and other things, but we need a special gift. We need a special gift to make July happen. We need you to give us a special contribution so that we can make sure the July events go smoothly, that the housing for the people coming in out of town is covered, that the speakers that are being flown in, their airfare is properly covered. We need you to make a special one-time gift to make this July gathering, this anti-imperialist summit that we are organizing. We need you to help us make it happen and help us make it a success. Small gift, big gift, whatever you can do. We need you to help us with it. But you know what? I'll just say this. If it's a matter of send us a gift or come, we'd rather you come. We'd rather you be there. It's much more important that you be there on July 12th. If you can't afford to give us a gift, but you can afford to come to town, if there's one event that you come to this year, make it July 12th. CPI, Center for Political Innovation, we're doing something that nobody else is doing, and we're doing it right. We're not doing it in a way that we're trying to win the internet. We're not doing it in a way that we're trying to make ourselves feel special or act like we're cool. We're building what needs to be built. We are building the real connections. And if you can understand why what we're doing is so important, if you can understand why anti-imperialism is the future, but we have to break out of the narrow niche circles and internet culture and get to the masses of people with real outreach. If you can understand that, please give us a gift. We're trying to build an actual movement to win new people to anti-imperialism and continue to carry out operations to change the conversation in America so that we have a country where there's a mass movement demanding justice for working families and an end to these wars, that we're saying no to World War III, we're saying no to the emerging low-wage police state. That's what we urgently need. So if you can help us in any way, send us a gift. If you can be there on July 12th, be there. This is the biggest endeavor CPI has ever done, and it's going to lead to even bigger things. We don't back down. We don't go away. If we were going to back down, we would have done it a long time ago. And if we were one of their plants or one of these fake anti-imperialists, they would be making it a lot easier for us. We have been facing a lot of challenges, but we continue to achieve great victories. So we need your support. Please send us a contribution. Please be there on July 12th at the Midwest Convention Center in the Chicago area. It's right near the O'Hare Airport. It's going to be awesome. We need you there. Thank you.
one of those dogged old men who live in the past, telling stories you don't want to know about how it was then. The hunger, the hardship, the hopes and the struggles of so long ago. And we must have looked bored, for like sparks from the cinders, his eyes glowed with anger, his words seemed to burn. He said, I will be heard, for my life is not over. I have something to say, yet you have something to learn. He said, you who have nothing at all to believe in, you whose motto is money comes first, who are you to tell us that our lives have been wasted and all that we fought for has turned into dust? I was only a lad when we read that in Russia the workers, the Soviets, had taken all power, and the man they called Lenin who led them was our inspiration. His triumph was our finest hour, and I'll always remember how fear shook the wealthy like thieves who have just been caught out in their crime. But we who had known only war and the workhouse rejoiced that a new world was born in that time. You can't know what it meant, and the pride that we felt to know working people, people like us, could shake off the shackles, could topple the palaces, remake the world without ruler or boss. It was this kept us going, this dream of a new world, through all those dark years of defeat and despair, when we who were proud to proclaim ourselves communists fought for a world free from hunger and fear. It was down with the means test, no cuts in our wages. We want £3 a week and a 7-hour day, and there wasn't a thing that we got, but we fought for it. Don't you know bosses give nothing away? And the strikes and the marches and battles to beat off the bailiffs and coppers when hope was still young. Hot heads and hot hearts as we tested our power. The workers triumphant, that was our song. For a time he was silent and lost in his memories. Then but more softly his words came again. Perhaps we fought for too much, perhaps the cost was too much. There are things I know now that I couldn't know then. We believed revolution was just round the corner, and we were the vanguard to bring it about. And the other left parties we classed as class traitors, bourgeois social fascists, of that we'd no doubt. And then the times changed, we campaigned for the Popular Front. The old line might never have been, but we led the workers in combating fascism, Mosley in London and Franco in Spain. We believed we were history's chosen, and Soviet Russia our future, our heart and our soul. And the 5-year plan was a vision of plenty to us who lived half of our lives on the dole. We knew of the trials and purges, of course, and were shocked when we heard those old comrades confess. But yes, we defended the first worker state in the face of the slander and lies of the press. And you, who have nothing at all to believe in, you whose motto is money comes first, who are you to tell us that our lives have been wasted and all that we fought for has turned into dust? You may think we were duped, well, we paid for our dreams. Broken lives, broken marriages, jobs lost in jail, some lost heart in the left, some betrayed us for medals. There are always some turncoats whose souls are for sale, but the best of us never surrendered our vision, and we kept the faith through the bleakest defeat. Do you think that was easy? Surrounded by hatred, the sneer of indifference, the hurt of deceit, and our lives were made rich by the cause that we fought for, the friendship, the fellowship, sharing one aim, to transform society, end exploitation, and that day will come yet, though not in my time. Again he was silent, and what could we tell him? That the world now was different, that he'd had his day, that an old man's dreams were not our concern, but still there was something he wanted to say. Now when I look back, I see what we fought against: homelessness, hunger, injustice and war. But what did we fight for? What dream did we strive for? I used to know once, now I'm no longer sure. But you, who have nothing at all to believe in, you whose motto is money comes first, who are you to tell us that our lives have been wasted and all that we fought for has turned into dust? one of those lonely old men who live in the past, telling stories you don't want to know about how it was then. The hunger, the hardship, the hopes and the struggles of so long ago.
Anti-war groups are getting ready to stage protests in Times Square today. Rosa Flores joining me live now from New York. So Rosa, tell us more about the protests unfolding there in New York.
Yeah, well, those protesters are making their way here to Times Square, and I'm actually here with one of the organizers, Caleb from the International Action Center. And I know that you guys are expecting dozens, if not hundreds, of people here. But first of all, explain to us kind of what is your mission? Why are you guys here?
The last thing we need right now is a new war against Syria. Right now, they're cutting food stamps, hospitals are closing, schools are being shut down. I'll tell you this, and I don't tell this to you as an American.
Eu vou contar uma coisa para vocês, e não enquanto americano,
I tell you this as somebody looking at the world economy,
mas como alguém que observa a economia mundial
looking at what these oil bankers have done to the world.
E observa o que os banqueiros do petróleo fizeram com o mundo.
And I've got to give you some advice.
E eu preciso dar um conselho para vocês.
I've got to humbly urge you.
Eu humildemente peço
Don't give up Petrobras.
Que vocês não desistam da Petrobras.
Don't let Rockefeller, Carnegie, DuPont, and Rothschild come into Brazil.
So tell people what BreadTube is, and then tell people how they serve imperialism.
Internet subculture, this internet universe that presents itself as left-wing, that presents itself as socialist or Marxist or anarchist, but is really just a way to rile up young people who associate with progressive causes, anti-racism, workers' rights, and get them supporting the U.S. political establishment against the right wing. And so the more I kind of observe this internet subculture, these people are getting hundreds of thousands, millions of views. They're being promoted by the New Yorker magazine, and they're speaking in the name of Marxism and socialism and leftism. But the essence of what they say is that the United States and U.S. imperialism, they are the good guys against, these authoritarian regimes around the world. They're spreading freedom.
It is really an honor tonight to bring forward our guest of honor, a real hero, someone who deserves to be heard from the heavens. Everyone should hear what this man has to say. Scott Ritter is here. Scott Ritter is here. We are proud that Scott Ritter is here. This is a hero. This is a hero right here. We love you, Scott. We love you. Go ahead and give us some words.
Thank you very much.
Village, people in the United States are suffering. Our water's not being purified. Our railroads are falling apart. Our power grids are falling apart. And yet we pour more and more weapons and money into some stupid confrontation with China. China is not our enemy. 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 Get out of our country. Stop trying to sell war in our country. Stop trying to sell war in our country. We don't want a new war with China. We love America and we don't want a new war with China. China is not our enemy.
I don't believe what's coming out about this chemical weapons attack. I have a lot of questions about it. There are a lot of facts that just aren't adding up. And we've heard about weapons of mass destruction before. There's so many lies to take us into war. We don't need a new war. We need jobs, schools, education, and not a new war against the Syrian people. And these rebels that our government and our tax dollars are paying for, they're not good folks, and they're doing awful things there in Syria, and we should not be supporting these rebels in Syria.
It's pretty clear that they are getting propped up by one wing of the establishment. Now, in the book, I go into the evidence of that.
But then we have further evidence of that thanks to the work of Max Blumenthal and the Gray Zone. We now know that one of these voices, Abigail Thorne, was directly being subsidized by the British government by foundations tied to USAID and to the British royal family and such. So, you know, what I said in the book based on estimates, right, based on some of the people in the background advising them that I heard about, other things, has now been pretty well confirmed. These folks are basically some kind of psyop to get young people that have socialistic or anti-imperialist instincts and get them to serve the empire.
So you're saying, and you're saying there's evidence to back this up, that there are YouTubers in the political lefty space, and a lot of them. You're saying a lot, not just, but a lot of them, and they're called BreadTube, and you're saying that those people are somehow being co-opted by the intelligence communities to push an agenda?
Sure. I mean, I received quite a bit of information about who was advising them. There's an individual who's tied to military psychiatrists who appeared on CNN calling for mass deprogramming of the country after January 6th. And there are other things that point to some kind of covert support, the mainstream media highlighting some of these people and celebrating them. And then their foreign policy stances could come directly from CNN. And then we have that great report that was done by the Gray Zone. And
FBI, Fred Hampton in his bed was being gunned down. In the DPRK, they welcomed a delegation from the Black Panther Party and said, "We love the Black Panthers. They're fighting for national liberation." They loved the Black Panther Party while this government murdered the Black Panthers. So we took inspiration from Kim Il-sung, from Marx, from Lenin, from all the people struggling against imperialism. Basic things. People have the right to a job. They have the right to education. But this system spends money on war, on murder, on killing. And
U.S. out! U.S. out! U.S. out! U.S. out! U.S. out! U.S. out! U.S. out!
Red Dawn is a lying war propaganda film.
This is a lying war propaganda film.
Korea wants peace.
Korea wants peace.
I spent 13 days on a ship chartered by the Red Crescent Society of the Islamic Republic of Iran. The ship was called the Iran Shahid, and it was loaded with over 2,500 tons of humanitarian aid for the people of Yemen. The boat had nothing on it but medical supplies, flour, canned food, and water. All of them were volunteers from the Red Crescent Society of the Islamic Republic of Iran, and they wanted to get to Yemen, a war-torn country on the Arabian Peninsula, and help the people in need. We departed from Bandar Abbas, a port city in southern Iran. The day we were scheduled to arrive, they bombed the port of Hodeidah 8 times in a single day. 8 times to prevent us from delivering medical aid. And we were unable to complete our mission. We were forced to go to Djibouti. And blocking humanitarian aid is a crime against humanity. It is illegal to block humanitarian aid. And we were completely open to having the ship inspected.
We are proud to have guests from that organization here today to show that we are not afraid, we are not intimidated, and that we offer nothing but unequivocal full support and solidarity to them while they're under attack. Please stand up, comrades. Come on the stage, please.
Fist up! Fist up! Fist up! Fist up! Fist up!
Though Martin Luther King Jr. was shot down and killed for his brave, dedicated work, after his death, he has been reduced to a harmless, patriotic icon. School children throughout the United States are now taught that MLK is proof that the United States is, quote, the greatest nation in the world. I say you're not a revolutionary unless you recognize that black people constitute a nation, and that as a nation they have the right to self-determination, to choose separation or integration for themselves. But the United States is far bigger than that. In the heartland of the United States, what Sarah Palin demagogically called the real America, there are millions of young people who are very unhappy. The U.S. economy has been wrecked by deindustrialization. Steel mills, auto plants, and other good-paying industrial jobs have been eliminated. First County was being smashed. They were lining up all of the communards and executing them one by one and then dumping their bodies into shallow graves. Among the communards, there were some of them that had the idea to do this as they were being shot. So they'd stand there and put their fists like this. And then their body would be dumped into shallow graves.
And then rigorous mortima would take effect. And those who had shot them looked on in horror as the fists came up out of the ground. That's what the fist stands for. That's the origin of that salute. I say now is the time not to fight to make America great again. Now is the time to fight for American rebirth. American rebirth! American rebirth! American rebirth! American rebirth! American rebirth!
Russia was with us in the fight against the Nazis in World War II. At the moments when America shows its true colors and is standing up for justice and truth, you'll notice that we're standing with Russia.
We need a program that says equal rights for immigrant workers. We need a program that says end police brutality. We need a program that says stop the cuts in food stamps. We need a program that says hands off our schools and universities. We need a program that includes health care for all, jobs for all, education for all.
They're about to arrest! They're about to arrest! The people in the Bank of America! The people in the Bank of America! What are we gonna do about it? What are we gonna do about it?
Shame! 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 Shame!
It's not about Democrat versus Republican. It's not about a liberal program or a conservative program. It's about the banker program versus the people's program. That's what's going on.
I want to present to you the International Solidarity and Truth Award. This is the Center for Political Innovations Award that we are giving to Tara Reade for actions in defense of international truth and solidarity in the pursuit of peace and justice. This is
Russia is not our enemy. Russia is not our enemy.
Hoy ya en Estados Unidos hubo la primera marcha, la primera movilización en Nueva York. Allá se movilizaron los movimientos sociales.
Speaking on behalf of the Center for Political Innovation, I was sent here on behalf of Caleb Maupin.
One point must also be made on behalf of the board of directors, and this is that Caleb Maupin is our ideological leader. CPI is a result of Caleb Maupin's vision for building an organization, and we recognize his unique approach to building 21st century socialism.
Last year, in a particularly cold winter, we saw the power grid here in Texas collapse, leaving all kinds of working families out in the cold. We love America, but Wall Street does not love America.
China, peace with Russia, peace with 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 China. Peace with Russia, peace with China.
I would say that there's a lot of Americans right now who are saying, we're tired of this shit. There's a lot of Americans right now who are looking at years of student debt just for going to college, and they're saying, we're tired of this shit. And there's a lot of working class Americans
who are looking at their communities with crumbling roads and crumbling infrastructure and empty foreclosed homes, and they're saying, we're tired of this shit. There's a lot of Americans who are looking at this prison-for-profit system and this opioid epidemic created by doctors being pushed to overprescribe dangerous medications. They're saying, we're tired of this shit. They're seeing their relatives come home from wars overseas, scarred with trauma for the rest of their life. They're saying, we're tired of this shit. And then, when they hear our politicians come forward and instead of offering us real solutions, offering us more of their political pornography, they're saying, we are tired of this shit. We're tired of it. Are we not tired of it? New York City was an interesting place to adjust to, but I got a good word of advice. A good word of advice from somebody who'd lived in New York City a long time. And they said, you know, if you ever go to New York City, be really, really, really careful, especially if you go down by Wall Street. Be really, really careful if you're walking down by Wall Street. You know, look over your head, be careful where you step, because those motherfuckers are going to be jumping any day now. Thanks, folks. The death, or they'd have, you know, lions or wild animals eating people. What was the purpose of that? Well, the purpose was to try and make Romans stupid, sadistic, cruel people who could then go out and do all the awful, horrible things that were necessary to make the empire continue to function, right? And you can see this all throughout Roman society. There was just a constant effort to try and promote the most barbaric and primitive aspects of people in order that they could be good soldiers who could carry out the atrocious deeds that were necessary to make the Roman Empire function. One practice that was very widespread in ancient Rome was infanticide, right? When a baby was born, there was a ceremony, right? It would be taken from its mother, and then there would be a ceremony where the master of the house would decide whether to accept or to reject the baby. And if the master of the house rejected the baby, they would take it and just throw it in the forest or throw it into a river, right? And this was done in some cases. Maybe the baby was deformed, maybe the master just didn't have enough money, maybe the master wanted a boy and it was a girl. For whatever, they would just throw these babies. You know, think about what kind of person could do something like this, right? What kind of person could take an infant newborn baby and just throw it away? Well, if you can picture the kind of person that would do something like that, that's the kind of person the Roman Empire worked very, very hard to cultivate. They wanted that kind of person, someone who could be that heartless and sadistic and cruel. And actually, this practice of infanticide played a very key role in one of the founding myths of the Roman Empire. So the legend that they believed was that it was started by two twin brothers, Romulus and Remus. That these twin brothers were born and that their father had rejected them and left them to die by a river. But then from the forest came a female wolf, a she-wolf, right? Came and nursed them, so they were able to live, right? And they were raised by wolves, wild predators, right? And it was because they were raised by wolves, because they learned to be like these carnivorous animals, that they became strong enough that they could go out and build an empire. And that's how the Romans saw their relationship with the world, right? The rest of humanity were the sheep, and they were the wolves. Might makes right. I think that a lot of the Ayn Rand libertarian types would fit in very, very well in the Roman Empire. Not all Romans could necessarily buy into this mindset. And that's an interesting thing. You know, not all Romans were necessarily capable. There were some Romans that were smart enough to just not be okay with this way of thinking that was so widely promoted by the empire. Karl Kautsky tells us that among the Romans, there were basically two schools of thought. Among the Romans, you had hedonists and Stoics. And your typical Roman was a hedonist, right? A hedonist is one who thinks that pleasure is the highest good, right? That living for pleasure is the highest good. Your typical Roman went to gladiatorial shows and bet. Your typical Roman, you know, went to wild parties, drunken sex orgies, all kinds of stuff. Overeating was considered to be a really pleasurable thing to do. People would just stuff their face full of food. And it was very common for people to then make themselves vomit after stuffing themselves full of food so they could then eat even more food, right? Now, some people say incorrectly that the Romans had a room called a vomitory. Well, actually, the vomitory was a hallway. That's like a mistranslation. But the practice was very widespread. In fact, Emperor Claudius had a servant with a big, long feather.
And what the servant would do is after Claudius had stuffed his face full of food, the servant would come and stick the feather down his throat so he could then vomit up all the food and go and eat some more. And that's really gross. It's really disgusting. But in addition to that, you have to remember that at this time, most of humanity was malnourished. So to engage in that kind of behavior is just, it's beyond you how people could act that way, right? But like I said, not all Romans necessarily bought into it. You had those hedonists, but then you also had Stoics, right? Stoicism was very popular. You had a lot of Romans who felt like something was wrong. Something was just wrong with the society that they lived in. There was just something that was not right about it. So, they tended to follow what they called the cults, right? The Romans had their gods, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, that were their standard gods. But they were always importing new gods from Egypt and from Persia and from different parts of the world, right? These new gods that they would bring in. They would follow philosophers, like Seneca was probably the most famous of the Stoic philosophers. And he urged people to live a simple life and be frugal. And people used to laugh at these Stoic philosophers because a lot of them were huge hypocrites. They'd be going around the world saying, live a simple life, don't have great wealth, while charging people lots and lots of money to listen to them and becoming very, very wealthy and going as far as demanding that people who didn't pay to come to their lectures be dragged away and arrested. The hypocrisy was rather extreme. It's a subject of a lot of Roman comedies, is making fun of these Stoic philosophers. But, the Stoic philosophers, the Stoicists, they often engaged in bizarre rituals when they were worshiping these gods that were imported. They would flog themselves, whip themselves. For example, another thing that they would do is, unlike the hedonists that were gluttonous and overeating, they would do the opposite. They would starve themselves, they wouldn't eat. In addition to that, they took hallucinogenic drugs. That was very, very popular among the Stoic philosophers. And neither the hedonist school of thought nor the Stoic school of thought was capable of saving Rome. Because if you think about it, both hedonism and Stoicism, both of them are self-destructive philosophies. One is making yourself just like a primitive animal, right? Trying to basically just chase after pleasure like a dog. The other philosophy is really about self-destruction and the hope of finding some enlightenment and the hope of getting to some higher truth, torturing yourself, whipping yourself, trying to live a life of poverty. Neither of those viewpoints could have actually saved the Roman Empire. But every so often there is, kind of a source of irony in history, because the Roman Empire was completely reactionary, right? It was trying to hold back the wheels of history. But it was in ancient Rome, that the greatest class in all of history emerged. Because it was in Rome that you had the first proletarians, the first workers, right? So you had a lot of slaves in Rome, you had a lot of wealthy landowners, but a proletarian was different than a slave, right? The proletarian was a Roman citizen. They were not the property of somebody else, but they also did not own it.
Hi.
We need a whole new America for working families, jobs, healthcare, and education, not crimes and bombing and destruction. That's what we were out here to say. Free Palestine. Stop the attacks on the Palestinian people. End the destruction of Gaza. Free Palestine. Free Palestine. Good times, huh?
You see that guy all mad about tankies? Tankies.
Tankies.
Did he say Mildred?
That's what he said, yeah.
Oh my God, that's thought slime.
What he's talking about. Where this is real life, it's not his favorite internet show.
He was whispering. No one else was caring. They were all just
Yeah, they're all just like, yeah, okay. I'm not.
He very much wanted to be the main character. He wanted that to be his moment that he got
I said
added
hi
into the
to him.
MCU.
I go, hi.
We're all out here talking about Gaza and
Yeah.
talking about internet stuff. So it's going to be a great event.
Again, he wanted his entry into the Vouch CU or whatever.
All right.
Cinematic universe.
The destruction of Gaza, the murder of children being carried out by Israel right now is something we oppose. It is bad for the Palestinians. It is bad for the people of the world. It's also bad for America. We envision a whole new society beyond the rule of families, people before profits. That's what we are out here to talk about here in Portland, Oregon. Free Palestine, free Palestine. Hands off the Palestinian people. Jobs, schools, healthcare for America, not more money for Israeli crimes against the people. We are here as the real patriots, the people who really love America, to say that American funding of Israeli...
The actual definition of capitalism is a system where production is organized for profit, where the centers of economic power are privately owned, and they operate in order to maximize the return on the investment of those who own them. Production organized for profit. That's what capitalism is. And capitalism, the economic system of capitalism, has gone through 4 stages. And we're in the 4th stage of capitalism. And we're going to talk about what those 4 stages are. The first stage of capitalism is what's called primitive accumulation. Primitive accumulation. And that, it's important to talk about primitive accumulation because what we're told is that the richest of the rich, right? The billionaires, the monopolists, the people that run the world, well, they're there because they worked really, really hard, right? They just worked so much harder than everybody else. Well, primitive accumulation, the origins of capitalism, reveals that capitalism began with mass theft. And that theft started in Europe. Anyone ever watch Robin Hood? What is Robin Hood? What's his origin? Why is he an outlaw, right? He killed the king's deer, right? That's enclosure, right? Privatization, kicking the peasants off the land, turning them into renters who have to pay rents. And, King Henry VIII, he was the last king of England named Henry. And there's never been another king of England named Henry after King Henry VIII. And it wasn't because of his 6 wives. It was because of the fact that he was quite brutal in the privatization. And that he made it a crime to be homeless. And there were, tens of thousands of people who were hung for being vagabonds, being homeless. And as they kicked the peasants off the land, all kinds of people were being executed. I have ancestors from Ireland and Scotland. And in Scotland, there was the Jacobite uprising that happened. The Scottish, feudal system, Roman Catholic, fought against the English system that was moving towards capitalism. After the Jacobite uprising, there was genocide in Scotland, and they cleared the Scottish Highlands and privatized the land. And Glasgow, that's where Adam Smith, the economist, he was based in Glasgow. And as the capitalist system started expanding into Scotland, as they cleared out feudalism, and that obviously, then we know that there was also the seizing of different parts of the world. Africa, South America, and the Americas, right? And Asia, big chunks of Asia. They started colonizing the world. And the colonialism brought a huge amount of wealth into Europe. And it was the wealth of colonialism and the exploitation of the African people, the seizure of new territories, mass theft, and murder and genocide that laid the basis for modern capitalism. So when people say, socialism is theft, it's like capitalism began with the greatest mass theft in history. And also when people give you a body count, well, communism killed a gajillion, million people, it's like you do realize that capitalism just to begin had to kill millions of people in the transatlantic slave trade, millions of Native Americans, millions of people in various colonized places, millions of people even in the homelands, clearing the commons, etc. That's what laid the basis for the modern Western system, right? That it is based on colonialism. And that's what makes a really big difference between, the new economy that's rising in the world today and the Western system, is that Russia and China, they got to be wealthy countries without primitive accumulation. China was able to lift itself up without going all over the world and killing millions of people and impoverishing them in order bringing the wealth back to China in order to make China wealthy. Russia was able to build itself up without going all over the world and killing millions of people and impoverishing them in order to make Russia a strong country. And there's a fundamental difference between the new superpowers and the new economy that's arising in the world and the Western system centered around Wall Street and London, which is that the Western system is based on colonialism, and that's an important thing. And you want to get spiritual about this. When I was in Iran, I learned that in Shia Islam they have a particular interpretation. In Islam they talk about haram. It means sin, right? That if you sin, right? If you do something, but they argue that sin corrupts things. Haram corrupts things, right? That if you steal food and you eat it, it might make you sick, right? If you buy a house and the loan that you get to buy your house doesn't follow the Islamic law, that house might be dangerous, it might catch on fire. The idea is that if something is acquired in an impure way, it is corrupted. And in the legal system, they talk about fruit of a poison tree. That's a legal term. That if the police search your house without a warrant, what they find is inadmissible because it was acquired in an impure way. And that there's a corruption. And when we talk about what's going on in America right now, when we talk about the spiritual problem that we're seeing all over the country of people not knowing who they are and the suicide rate and drug addiction, we can't separate it from primitive accumulation. We can't separate it from the fact that there is a spiritual curse hanging over America. And I would argue that wokeism, right? Wokeism is all about changing the words. Wokeism is all about call-out culture. I would argue that that's some kind of weird attempt. They think that if they say the magic words, they can make the curse go away, right? If we just say systemic racism, if we just use the right pronouns, we can make this curse go away. Well, you can't make the curse go away with words. The economic foundations have to be changed.
So we went out to Minneapolis to do just kind of a routine, small workshop that we do in a number of cities. We've done them before, where we get together, have some classes, get to know different members, different friends. Anyhow, we get out there and we see all these crazy signs posted up all over the neighborhood.
Let's not alert the membership as of yet, right? Because they want a reaction. If they see they're getting a reaction, that'll embolden them, right? We'll just be extra careful with security at the door. But honestly, I don't think we should not do the event. No, I think we should do it. I guess we'll just proceed with our meeting as usual. Okay, so the first thing is that the break time is the most important, right? The break time when we're actually talking to people is the most important time, right? Actually, when I'm speaking and all that, it's not that important. What's important is when we're talking with the people.
On Saturday morning, our main concern was the lack of heat. The Airbnb had not turned the heat on, and it was record low temperatures. It was a very, very cold night, so we're inside the house, and we're figuring we can't really start the workshop until the heat comes on. So then we see them outside.
Burger King! Burger King! Burger King! Burger King! Burger King!
It is 8:30 in the morning.
And it's like 20 below zero.
We're gonna wake up the whole neighborhood.
Yeah.
Everyone's neighborhood's gonna hate them.
The house across the street looks abandoned or dilapidated. I don't think they're worried about fascism. They're worried about putting food on the table.
We're worried about getting the heat turned on.
Yes.
It's a little cold here. The heat hasn't been turned on in our Airbnb.
And these guys start preemptively gloating that nobody is showing up.
So we expected you turning the attendees away. This is amazing. It seems like no one is coming. Wow.
Not knowing that we literally don't have heat and we're not gonna start the thing without heat. It was actually like a solid hour after they left before we got the heat, and then we had people start coming. Well, actually, I take that back. There was one gentleman they did get to try to intimidate out of attending, a disabled gentleman, which, that's cool.
They shouted at him, "Don't go in there, they'll rape you."
He attended, though. He was not scared of them.
Gabby.
I've seen you. I've seen you.
Can we see what they gave you?
Hello.
Can we see what they gave you?
Morning, this is a cult. Press TV. Oh, wow. It's Dugan.
Press TV.
Oh, man. Linda LaRouche. And your name's on here, too.
Really?
Yeah.
What? Famous.
Right? You're a failed political candidate and dedicated follower of Caleb Maupin's. We're inside and, laughing about it. The whole thing just looked completely insane. At 8:30 in the morning, in record cold temperatures, you have 15 kids out there wearing COVID masks with signs about spanking and fascism and cults. I mean, the whole thing just had to look completely insane.
What are they saying?
Maupin runs the CPI. He's a weird little guy.
One of the chants that they had, which I absolutely loved, was Caleb owns CPI. He's a weird little guy.
Caleb runs the CPI. He's a weird little guy.
They're calling you weird, dancing around with signs that no one understands.
Now, I thought that was very funny.
And by the way, don't you find some of their stuff to just be plain weird?
At one point, Peter Coffin walked out among the protesters. I immediately thought of the scene in The Wizard of Oz where Dorothy wakes up and she's walking among the munchkins.
Come out, wherever you are.
Because they were all like really short in comparison to him. And it made me think that the guy on the bullhorn or one of the people that had thought of that chant, they must have been called a weird little guy at some point in their life.
You're so out of touch. You think CPUSA would be a viable force to put together a picket like this? It's amazing.
They were on the bullhorn talking about communist inside baseball.
Colt, I mean, you started in the RCP, so it's used to Colt.
Gospels were a joke even to Trots.
No, we're trying to show you we care enough to tell you guys what's going on here. We want you guys to get out of the cult. We're trying to show you we care enough. No, we're trying to show you we care enough to tell you guys what's going on here. We want you guys to get out of the cult.
We are gonna have some fun with them, but we don't want to be too mean to them because there's a lot of people in this organization around the country, and I'm not gonna violate anyone's private business, but more than a handful of people that have joined CPI that have told me why they joined CPI. And they said, Caleb, you know, I was in these communist circles, I was in my 20s, and I was using drugs. I rock bottomed. You know, I screwed up, I did something wrong, and, you know, I had to go into recovery. And I realized that if I was gonna get over my addiction, I couldn't keep thinking in the pessimistic, dark, hopeless way that seems to accompany communist politics in America. I had to be optimistic. And I suddenly started hearing you, and you were the only communist I could stand to listen to anymore. You were the only one that was putting out a hopeful, optimistic message that wasn't tearing people down, that wasn't preaching resentment. I believe there were people out there that are in that same category. Do you know what I honestly believe deep in my soul? I believe that there were people out there today that will eventually join CPI. Let me just put it this way. You can never say that the Center for Political Innovation or myself or Peter, you can never say that we're irrelevant. The fact that we had a small meetup was so important to some people that they woke up on Saturday morning, went out in freezing cold temperatures, and made a huge ruckus to tell everyone just how upset they were about the fact that we exist and we continue to do our work. You know, we were ready to defend ourselves, but they weren't a threat to us at all. They were kind of embarrassing, and they were kind of clowns. And I'm embarrassed for whatever organization let this happen, was involved in making it happen. And I'm also embarrassed for the people that did this protest because you were out there making fools out of yourselves while we were inside talking about the serious issues and how to change the future of our country, how to fight against imperialism, globalism, how to fight for working families. So yeah, certainly an interesting trip to Minneapolis. I'm glad we were there, and yeah, we're gonna do a lot more workshops, let me put it that way.
Atlanticism and the international financial system that concentrates wealth in great cities like Wall Street, New York, like the London Stock Exchange. And not only does it suck the life out of the countries under its domination, but it's sucking the life out of the heartland of America. And we're getting poorer and poorer, and an internationalist elite is getting richer and richer and richer. And at this point, we have to ask ourselves, what kind of country will we want to be? When World War I broke out all over Europe, there was a woman living in Germany who was very, very opposed to World War I. She was eventually thrown in prison for her anti-war activism. Her name was Rosa Luxemburg. And Rosa Luxemburg, she wrote a pamphlet that she had to put out under a fake name because she didn't want to be arrested. And in that pamphlet, she said something very eerie. This was 1914, when World War I had just started. She said, "This world war is a regression into barbarism. The triumph of imperialism leads to the annihilation of civilization. At first, this happens sporadically for the duration of a modern war. But then, when the period of unlimited wars begins, think about unlimited wars. When the period of unlimited wars begins, it progresses towards its inevitable consequences. The triumph of imperialism and the collapse of all civilization, as in ancient Rome. Depopulation, desolation, degeneration, a great cemetery." She was saying that if the trends that began at the time of World War I were allowed to continue, the West itself would come apart, and Western civilization and Western society would deteriorate. And she compared it to the Roman Empire. As this war-based society became more and more individualistic and more committed to this global international financial system, eventually it just collapsed from within and deteriorated. And I think if we want to understand the role that we have to play as anti-imperialists
and anti-globalists and people who want to see a new America where working families come first and speaking out against imperialism, I would like us to look at something very, very old, a very, very old text. Some of you might be wondering what this painting is. Well, this is a painting from 1844, and this is from Horace Vernet, the American painter, and it's his depiction of the Hebrew prophet Jeremiah from the Old Testament of the Bible. This is Jeremiah, the weeping prophet. And this is his depiction of this Hebrew prophet, Jeremiah. And if you read the book of Jeremiah, Jeremiah was born in the year 650 BC in the kingdom of Judea. And at that time, the kingdom of Judea was experiencing a lot of injustice, I guess you could say. At the time, the gap between the rich and poor in the kingdom of Judea was rising very significantly. And the rich people were becoming more and more ruthless. They were finding loopholes in the Hebrew law through which they could utilize poor people as slave laborers to build their great mansions. They also, according to the Hebrew law, they had provisions to care for widows and orphans, but those were being ignored, and widows and orphans were being left destitute and hungry. And at the same time, the rich were also engaging in human sacrifices, and they were burning infant babies, and they were engaging in all kinds of rituals and such. And Jeremiah was not from the priesthood. He was just an ordinary person, and he spoke up against the rich and powerful in the kingdom of Judea. And I want to point out something about that, because it's very, very easy to speak up against people who have no power. It's very, very easy to condemn people who have no power. And I hear that when you turn on CNN. You know, they'll sit there, some Hollywood celebrity. I'm so morally opposed to these people who vote for Donald Trump. These people in Texas and Alabama, they're bad people. I condemn them. I morally oppose them. It's just so wrong. And they sit there, and then the cameras go down, and they're like, all right, time to go party with P. Diddy. Time to get on Jeffrey Epstein's airplane. It's ridiculous. It's so easy to grandstand against people who have no power. But if you start calling out the rich, and you start calling the powerful, that's when the consequences begin. And Jeremiah did that. And in fact, one of the people who was the most opposed to Jeremiah was the priesthood. Why? Because he was calling out the priesthood. He was saying that the priesthood, they were complicit in the crimes of the rich. They were complicit. They were enabling the rich to get away with what they were doing. And so he called out the priesthood, and he built a movement. And all kinds of people in the kingdom of Judea started gathering outside the temples to listen to Jeremiah's preaching, to put on sackcloth. And the message was, we've got to change our ways. We've got to repent. If not, we're going to lose our country. And he said that if they could change, and if they could start caring for the widows and orphans, and if they could, start having a society that was not tricking people into cheap labor, and if they could actually go back to their principles, they could save their country. He said, for if you thoroughly amend your ways and your doings, if you thoroughly execute judgment between a man and his neighbor, if you oppress not the stranger, the fatherless, the widow, and you shed not innocent blood in this place, and neither walk after other gods to your hurt, then I will cause you to dwell in this place, in this land that I gave your fathers forever and ever. That if you can turn things around, we can stay here. But if not, we're going to lose our country. And Jeremiah was building this movement of people in the kingdom of Judea, calling out the rich and powerful, and he got a great boost in social media terms. There was somebody who really liked what Jeremiah had to say, and that was the king, Josiah. The king Josiah was seeing that they had enemies and that there were other countries that could attack them, and that the way the rich were behaving and conducting themselves was tearing apart the social fabric they would need to resist a foreign invader. So King Josiah, who was himself from the rich and powerful class, decided he was going to boost Jeremiah. So he began promoting Jeremiah and encouraging people to listen to Jeremiah's speeches and promoting him. And Jeremiah was able to thrive and build this mass movement because he was trying to hold the country together. But then the king died. And after the king died, the new king who came in was somebody who was in with the rich and their human sacrifices and their parties and didn't want to hear what Jeremiah had to say. And so this new king did not protect Jeremiah from the priesthood.
And the priesthood moved in to very ruthlessly begin to persecute Jeremiah. Jeremiah was publicly flogged, and he was placed into a pillory in front of the temple. And his family abandoned him and denounced him. And the priests even forbid him from ever getting married because they wanted to just stick it to him, right? Imagine such an awful thing to do to somebody, to deny them the right to get married. And if you read the book of Jeremiah, chapter 20, he's crying out to God as he's in the pillory, as he's being humiliated, as he's being persecuted. He's crying out to God and saying, I wish I didn't have to say this. I wish I didn't have to speak the truth. And he says, I wish that I could just have held it in and not said these things that would get me in so much trouble. He says, then I said, I will not mention him nor speak any more his name. But his word was in mine heart as a burning fire shut up within my bones. And I was wearying of forbearing, and I could not stay. He couldn't hold in the truth. He knew what was going on. He knew how unjust it was, and he just couldn't hold back. He had to keep speaking despite all the persecution he was facing, despite losing his family, despite being put in a pillory, despite not being allowed to marry. He had to keep speaking up. And he's saying to God, why can't you just let me not say it? Why are you not letting me just hold back? That's Jeremiah. And what happened? Well, after Jeremiah was subjected to all this persecution and was isolated, was made into a social pariah, what happened? Well, Babylon invaded the kingdom of Judea, and the Israelites were subjected to 70 years of enslavement. And everybody knew that Jeremiah was right. And the whole reason we have the book of Jeremiah is because somebody, it's funny, this painting is inaccurate. Jeremiah was illiterate, so there's no way he could have been writing. This is an inaccurate painting. Back then, most people couldn't read or write. But Jeremiah, at that point, everyone realized he was right, and he fled to Egypt, and a scribe named Baruch transcribed his very poetic sermons so they can be preserved. And for the 70 years that the Israelites were held in captivity, they were all saying, Jeremiah was right. If only we had listened to Jeremiah. He was right. He was warning us that if we didn't turn around, we were going to be destroyed. We were going to lose our country. But we didn't listen. And look what happened. Now, it's kind of a sad story. But the reason it's important is because Jeremiah became kind of the archetype, right? Fast forward 600 years to when John the Baptist was going around, the voice crying out in the wilderness, wearing camel skin and eating locusts. Well, everybody knew he was modeling himself on Jeremiah. Jeremiah was the archetype that all the Hebrew scholars studied. And later, we've all heard that one of the famous deeds of Jesus Christ is driving the money changers out of the temple. Well, what did Jesus Christ say as he was driving the money changers out of the temple? He says, you have converted my Father's house into a den of thieves. Well, he was quoting Jeremiah. And to the people that were listening to him in the temple, the scribes, the Pharisees, that word ringed well because Jeremiah had said those very same words in that very same place. So Jesus was quoting Jeremiah. But what does this all have to do with America, right? We're thousands of years in the future. Well, I think that's quite a lot to say.
At the end, I did start to get passionate. I told some stories from my own past and how I got involved in it and what this movement and socialism has really meant in my life, how grateful I am for the older communists who mentored me. I've made a lot of sacrifices to be where I am, but I've also gotten a lot of help and mentorship over the years, and I want to acknowledge that.
Really one of the most interesting nights of my life, which is when I was invited to speak at the hall where Malcolm X was assassinated in Harlem. There was a political prisoners benefit. And it was a political prisoners benefit. There were supporters of people from the Move 9 who were still locked up at that point. There were supporters of Mumia Abu-Jamal and Jamil Al-Amin. And I walked into this auditorium and they had like a light where at the spot where Malcolm X had died, and I was on a panel and I was like the one white guy there. People were joking about the flyer and they're like, one of these speakers is a little bit different than all the other ones. But, I was the only white guy there, and I looked out on that audience. I spoke for like 3 minutes. It was a very short presentation. But when I looked out on that crowd of several hundred people in there, I thought, I'm speaking to a group of veterans.
I looked out on that crowd because these were black liberation fighters. These were Black Panthers. These were, Black Liberation Army former members. These were black nationalists and others, and in walkers. And when people were speaking, they were shaking and having flashbacks, and there were a lot of tears in their eyes. And I thought, this is like a veterans gathering. This is like speaking at the VFW, right? And I mean, there's rooms like this in Ireland, in Northern Ireland. There's rooms like this in South Africa. There's rooms like this in People's Korea, and this is a group of people who have made great sacrifices, and they're there to support their comrades who are still locked up, and they're in this for real, and they've seen it. And I looked out on that crowd, and I thought, again, these are people who understand how serious it is, and this is how important all of this can be.
Communism will save America. China has created a system that's raising up its poorest people, its peasants, raised out of poverty. They're creating a system that gets to the base of the economy and recreates it so that the working class can rise. Unlike in this country, where homeless people sleep a block from the White House.
After the summit, we protested against the Museum of the Victims of Communism, which is nothing but spreading pro-imperialist lies, demonizing the history of the Soviet Union and China.
So trying to fight something that literally caused circumstantial change. Well, instead of fighting against people around the world, we should be fighting against those bankers who set up that situation. We should be building a coalition of people with different perspectives where we don't stand up against big banks and corporations. That's what I think.
You're looking at Country Joe and the Fish. Little known fact, there was a band that played at Woodstock called Country Joe and the Fish Band. And the reason they have that name, according to every source that I can check, is because their parents were members of the Communist Party USA, and they picked the name for some pretty interesting reasons. Now, this guy was Country Joe because he was from Georgia, from the countryside. He grew up in a small village. He was the son of a bootmaker. And this guy was the Fish because one of his most well-known quotations, before he even started his organization, he just walked 300 miles through the countryside, talking to every person he could meet, asking them about the conditions of their life, engaging with them. He says, "How should we judge whether or not a youth is a revolutionary? How can we tell? Well, there can only be one criteria, namely, whether or not he's willing to integrate himself with the broad masses of the workers and the peasants, and he does so in practice. The masses are the water, and the revolutionaries are the fish. Country Joe and the Fish."
The next stop is Vietnam.
We are educating, we're agitating, we're demonstrating, and we're normal people. That's the best part. Pretty normal.
Let's fix our government right here at home to provide for working people before we go 7,000 miles away to waste young, precious lives over something as dumb as anti-communism.
Afterwards, a few of us went to New York City to protest against Tsai Ing-wen, the Taiwan president.
All the polls show the American people don't want a new war. The American people are sick and tired of our money being wasted on bombs and weapons and destruction, provoking a war with China, provoking a war with Russia, while our trains are derailing, people in the United States are suffering.
Tsai Ing-wen came to the United States to beg for more weapons and to demonize China. And the Center for Political Innovation, we were in the streets of New York City confronting the Taiwan president and her effort to spread war.
China is not our enemy. China is not our enemy. China is not our enemy. Get out of our country. Stop trying to sell war in our country. Stop trying to sell war in our country. We don't want a new war with China. We love America and we don't want a new war with China. China is not our enemy. Stop trying to sell war. Get out of our country. Stop trying to sell war.
You know, what we did with Tsai Ing-wen, that went viral in Chinese media. Over 1 million shares. I was interviewed about it by Global Times. The Global Times, one of the main publications in China, made a point of highlighting the Center for Political Innovation, finding out about our work and why we do what we do. That was really, really great.
I'm a patriotic American. I love my country and I don't want World War III.
After all is said and done, Summit for Hypocrisy was a great success, and we can see that success. Look at all of the leftoids tailing us. They were calling us fringe, they were calling us cringe, and then a week later they all shut up, and then they started copying our organizing tactics. And I'm glad that they do. We know
what the problem is. We are offering solutions.
In my eyes, CPI represents faith in humanity and the belief that there is an optimistic future to fight for, that your neighbor and the people around you aren't just stupid and in your way, but actually the hope for the future is in building relationships.
To produce engineers and technicians for the new society, training was expanded. And the communists said women should have equality with men, with equal pay. Ella Shishya was one of a new generation of women.
Когда Ленин сказал, стране нужна электрификация, а коммунизм это советская...
When Lenin said that communism is Soviet power plus electrification, I decided that I should become an electrical engineer, that was my holy duty. And I didn't want to just draw up plans, I wanted to build an electric power station. That was my mission, and I achieved it.
Она давала мне...
The revolution gave me the right to feel equal to any man. It gave me the right to work, to study what I wanted to study.
Она давала мне право трудиться, учиться так, как я хочу.
Fyodorova was held up as an example to others.
We live so well. Our hearts are so joyful. In no other country are there such happy young people as us. We're the happiest young people. And on behalf of all young people, I want to thank our party and our dear comrade Stalin for this joy that we have. Stalin set a task. Build this or build that. And thanks to the fact that people trusted him and this enthusiasm of young people, it was possible. Remember, this was a country where people were illiterate, lived in virtual darkness, wore birch bark shoes. Even now, I think it's like something out of a fairy tale. How was it possible at one of the most difficult times to raise these great construction sites? It was only possible through the unity of the people and the love of the people for their idol. Because for us, Stalin was an idol.
Teams of young activists were sent to the country.
We went from house to house in search of illiterate people. We made a note of their names. We then found suitable rooms to hold classes in.
Learning to write would open new doors for those trapped at the bottom of society. One woman who couldn't attend classes because of her child at home was helped by Anastasia Denisova.
Я сказала, что вот тебе учебник, вот будешь заниматься. I said, here's a textbook for you. I'll come to you so you can learn to read at home. I remember vividly that when the baby cried, she carried on writing with one hand while she rocked him with the other. She was so keen to study. I'll always remember her striving for knowledge and enlightenment. It was immense.
For Valentina Mikova and Mikhail Arkhipov, these were the most fulfilling days of their lives.
На строительстве домен был один экскаватор. И то плохой.
There was one excavator at the blast furnace building site, and it wasn't always reliable. So we dug all the foundations by hand.
Понимаете, копошатся люди.
The trench would be teeming with people. One takes the earth, throws it to the level above. The second person throws it to the third to the fourth, up to 5 or 6 levels. That was how we got the earth out of the trench. Then it was taken away in wheelbarrows.
Вывозится из этого котлована на тачке.
CPI, 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 CPI. Dare to struggle, dare to win, dare to struggle, dare to win. Out of the movement, to the masses. 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 Free Assange, free Assange. Free Assange! Free Assange! Hey, go Brandon! Let's go Brandon! Let's go Brandon! Let's go Brandon! Slava Donbasu! 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 Dare to struggle! Dare to win! Dare to struggle! Dare to win! Dare to struggle! Dare to win! Dare to struggle! Dare to win!
All of you good workers, good news to you. I'll tell of how the good old you has come in here to dwell. Which side are you on? 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 My daddy was a miner, and I'm a miner's son, and I'll stick with the Union till every battle's won. Which side are you on? 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 I hear in Harlan County there are no neutrals there. You'll either be a Union man or a thug for J.H. Clare. Which side are you on? 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 So workers, can you stand it? Oh, tell me if you can. Will you be allowed to scare or will you be human? Which side are you on? 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 Woo!
So now everyone should have a packet like this, right? So we're gonna do something very, very, very important right now. Very, very important. So in this packet, you should have, probably on this side, an envelope like this. Folks have an envelope like this. All right. So what you're gonna do now is you're going to take your phone. Right? You're going to take out your phone, you're going to turn it off, right? Or put it on silent or airplane mode or whatever, and you're going to put it in this. You talk to people who lived in socialist countries. This is where it gets interesting. If you ask them what they remember about the socialist countries that they liked, they'll tell you very strange things that sound a little bit weird. They'll tell you things like, quote, we were happy all the time. Now, what does that mean? We were happy all the time. That can't be true. People must have lost relatives. People must have... But the state in the socialist countries cultivated happiness, right? The state worked very, very hard to try and keep people in an upbeat mood all the time. Right, the state and this became even a thing that socialism was attacked for, right? You know, they talk about some government bureaucrat saying the state orders you to be happy, the state orders you to be happy, but this was a reality, right? You listen to those Mao songs that people like, socialism is good, or without the Communist Party, there would be no new China. And they have this very upbeat, happy tone. The state was constantly working to make people happy, and it was constantly mobilizing people to get stuff done, to go out and build, to go out and construct, right? One thing I will say that I remember, and I'm very critical, I'm very frustrated with the communist groups I was in. But one thing that I thought was very, very good, I went to the memorial for a comrade who died. I'm not even going to say his name. But I remember that there was an individual who was in one of these parties that I was with for many years, and he died. And he was, like 80 years old at the time that he died. And he was an older man, and he was Jewish, and he lived in New York City, and he was a communist. And he wore every day a baseball cap, with Palestine on his hat. Every day, everywhere he went. He had an apartment in Manhattan, and he walked around, and he went to protests, and he volunteered, and he was retired. Everywhere he went, he wore a baseball cap with Palestine on it. And we know that in New York City, you're not going to get much love for wearing a Palestine baseball cap everywhere you go. It's not going to win you, a lot of friends and respect. But every time you saw this man, this older man, short, every time you saw him, he lit up. And he was constantly telling you, I just met someone the other day, 26 years old, and he told me that I was so cool for wearing this Palestine baseball cap, and he gave me thumbs up. You wouldn't believe it. You wouldn't believe it. Every time you saw him, I just gave the communist newspaper to somebody in Lower Manhattan, and he loved it, and he was going to get a subscription for his whole family. Every time you saw him, he was glowing with positivism. He would tell you positive things. Positive things. Moscow Does Not Believe in Tears movie. I haven't seen it. He would tell you positive things. And we know that when he was walking around Manhattan as an older Jewish American wearing a Palestine baseball cap, we know people went up to him and said, you terrorist, you self-hating Jew, how dare you. But he never told us about that. Never did he ever tell us about that. Never. Never once did he ever tell us about that. You know that when he tried to give people the communist newspaper, people said to him, get that commie stuff away from me, you filthy, rotten communist. But he never told us about it. Never told us about it. Every time we saw him, every time we saw this older man, so upbeat, so charming, just a happy fellow. And he was constantly telling you, oh, I just gave the newspaper to this people. And he was giving you positive energy, right? And that was what made him such a special person. He gave you energy to keep going on the socialist project and keep getting things done because he was putting out positivism. Really. It's really beautiful. And again, right, part of what made socialist culture, right, so powerful was that these people in these socialist and communist groups would encourage each other. And they were constantly full of positivism, and they were constantly pushing each other to do better and to do more and to get things going. It was really beautiful. And that was when these groups were at their strength, right? Not where they're at now, as they're isolated and whatnot. But when these groups were at their strengths, they eluded this kind of positive energy. And they would all be together, and they'd be working to carry out some goal. And it would be like the 5-year plans, right? That's what people, you talk to these older people who lived under Stalin and all that, they tell you about the 5-year plans. Crazy story here, right? I'm going way back. I'm going back to when I was younger, right? When I was a kid, right? My family, we're in this little small town area, but there was a program where you would host, you'd take out to dinner once a week a foreign student from a local college. So when I was 10 or 11 years old, we hosted, that meant we took them out to dinner once a week, a foreign student from Bulgaria. And I was 10 or 11, and he was 22. He'd been in the military in Bulgaria already. We talked to him, and we would ask him about his country and all of that. And I remember this foreign student we hosted from Bulgaria. We asked about communism. And of course, he was anti-communist. Yeah, it was awful, repressive, totalitarian regime, whatnot. I was 10. I didn't really know much. But I said something like, well, did anyone support the communists at the beginning? And I remember this 22-year-old Bulgarian student said, yes, yes, yes. And then he proceeded to tell me that his grandfather was one of the most loyal communists until the day he died. And I said, why? And he said, well, because after World War II, Bulgaria had no roads. And my grandfather was a young man, and the communists organized all these young people to go and build roads all over the country. And he said that his grandfather and all the young men from Bulgaria had gone out and paved roads all over the country. And they felt great about it. And they were doing something great and working for the country. And that every time he'd seen his grandfather, when this, decades later, his grandfather would go on about how great it was when Georgy Dimitrov and the Communist Party mobilized them all to go and build roads. They were working together, this collective effort. We are going to work together and build something new and engage in progress and build something and work hard and create something together, and it's going to be amazing. That was like this glowing memory. That was the strength of the Soviet Union. That was the strength of China. That's the strength of Bolivarian socialism. It's this ability to get people in groups together and to get them thinking positively and get them working together for a joint goal, to get them aiming at the future, to get them having a positive attitude, right? Right? It's a kind of happiness. It's a kind of happiness that one doesn't get simply from making money. It's a kind of happiness one doesn't get from having sex and playing video games. It's a special kind of happiness, this feeling, I'm in a group of people, we have a goal we are working hard at, and we are going to work hard at it, we're going to sacrifice together, we're going to hold each other up, we're going to support each other. It's a kind of happiness that people experience in this society. People volunteer together. People in church groups feel it, but it's a special kind of happiness. And that special kind of happiness, that collectivism, that belief that we're all in this together, we're working hard, that is the special collective mindset, right? That really, really made what you could call really existing socialism or real socialism very powerful and continues to manifest itself even in 21st century socialism. And again, I'm talking psychologically here, I'm talking subjectively here. And forgive me, I'm not sticking to the classical Marxist narrative. I'm not talking about economic, numbers or dictatorship of the proletariat. I'm talking about how people feel, right? And I'm telling you that people felt that way when Roosevelt sent them out to build hospitals and schools, with the Works Progress Administration. People felt that way in the effort to defeat slavery. Abraham Lincoln pulled these feelings out of people. Strong, powerful, good leaders have the ability to pull this kind of feeling out of people. This selfless positivism, this joint effort. It's very, very beautiful. I'm talking about mindsets. I'm talking about psychology here. This isn't classical Marxist analysis, but I'm telling you that city builders, right? That's why I wrote this book, City Builders and Vandals in Our Age. The city building tendency has the ability to get people to experience a very special kind of happiness. The happiness, the love that comes from building and constructing and being part of a group and working very, very, very hard. That's what I'm trying to get at. Space Communist says, much love, brother, and thank you. I mean, I'm doing the best I can here, right? But this kind of mentality, this is what we're trying to do, right? This is very much what the Socialist Project is about. And I hope that I've addressed it.
In a few days, Joe Biden is going to have a democracy summit. And his democracy summit is about spreading war propaganda and lies. Trying to build the case for war against China, trying to build the case for war against Russia, trying to build the case for war against Cuba and Democratic People's Korea and all the socialist countries. They have backed brutal regimes and dictators all over the world. They've backed death squads and murderous counter-revolutionary terrorists. They have backed extremists all over the planet, and they justify it with propaganda about victims of communism.
Hey friends, how you doing today? I'm letting you know, the Center for Political Innovation, we are about to do, on July 12th, the biggest event that we have ever done. It will be our national gathering in Chicago on July 12th. and it's going to be really, really special. We are talking with a number of important anti-imperialist voices, a lot of different communities. There's going to be musical performances, dance performances, there's going to be great speeches, and it's going to be a whole day gathering dedicated to anti-imperialism. I am committed, and CPI has always been committed to building an in real life network of people. And we carry out real operations. We were at the inauguration of Trump with our Trump and Kim banner saying only peace can make America great again. We were on the streets of Chicago at the Democratic National Convention with a book exposing what Kamala Harris and who she really is and what she's really about, and it was really, really important. We have 1,000 copies of our book about the Houthis that are being distributed with the poster of the convention on the back to people who would never go looking for this. We are putting door hanger flyers on doors of people, again, that would never go looking for this. We're not performing and trying to make ourselves feel good. We're actually trying to build a network of people that can be anti-imperialists in America. And it's not easy to do. It's very difficult in these times to build a real in-life organization. People have their issues. We live in a very strange time, but we have to do it. And we are committed to continuing this project. This video is basically me telling you we need your support. In order to pull off our convention that includes our 7-day program for our members around the country to come to Chicago, includes our huge convention on July 12th, where we're gonna fill up the Midwest Convention Center, in order to have an effective national planning meeting and gathering in Chicago the day after on July 13th. In order to do what we need to do, we need to fill up that auditorium and we need money. And there's really no way around that. We need you to donate to the Center for Political Innovation. We have set up a GoFundMe, and a lot of people have already contributed. We already raised a couple $1,000, but it's not enough. In order to really pull off our July activities and really have a win for anti-imperialism, we need your support. We need you to go to the GoFundMe right now and donate $5 or $20. We need you to go to the donate button on the CPI website and send us $100 or $50, whatever you can do. If we're gonna do what we need to do in July and build the organization and have the mega anti-imperialist rally that needs to happen on July 12th and solidify the network that we're building to continue to carry out the great operations that we do, we need you to help us out. Every cent that we raise goes into building this group. I'm lucky I have a paycheck with everything that's going on. I'm surviving, and I have consistently put a huge amount of the money that I have, my own resources, my own funds, into CPI because I believe in it, because it needs to happen, because this organization is necessary. I'm looking at what I've got and my own resources and my own bills and all of that, and I'm looking at what's already been paid for, and it's not enough. I mean, it's just not enough. I can't just pay for everything myself. We have membership dues and other things, but we need a special gift. We need a special gift to make July happen. We need you to give us a special contribution so that we can make sure the July events go smoothly, that the housing for the people coming in out of town is covered, that the speakers that are being flown in, their airfare is properly covered. We need you to make a special one-time gift to make this July gathering, this anti-imperialist summit that we are organizing. We need you to help us make it happen and help us make it a success. Small gift, big gift, whatever you can do. We need you to help us with it. But you know what? I'll just say this. If it's a matter of send us a gift or come, we'd rather you come. We'd rather you be there. It's much more important that you be there on July 12th. If you can't afford to give us a gift, but you can afford to come to town, if there's one event that you come to this year, make it July 12th. CPI, Center for Political Innovation, we're doing something that nobody else is doing, and we're doing it right. We're not doing it in a way that we're trying to win the internet. We're not doing it in a way that we're trying to make ourselves feel special or act like we're cool. We're building what needs to be built. We are building the real connections. And if you can understand why what we're doing is so important, if you can understand why anti-imperialism is the future, but we have to break out of the narrow niche circles and internet culture and get to the masses of people with real outreach. If you can understand that, please give us a gift. We're trying to build an actual movement to win new people to anti-imperialism and continue to carry out operations to change the conversation in America so that we have a country where there's a mass movement demanding justice for working families and an end to these wars, that we're saying no to World War III, we're saying no to the emerging low-wage police state. That's what we urgently need. So if you can help us in any way, send us a gift. If you can be there on July 12th, be there. This is the biggest endeavor CPI has ever done, and it's going to lead to even bigger things. We don't back down. We don't go away. If we were going to back down, we would have done it a long time ago. And if we were one of their plants or one of these fake anti-imperialists, they would be making it a lot easier for us. We have been facing a lot of challenges, but we continue to achieve great victories. So we need your support. Please send us a contribution. Please be there on July 12th at the Midwest Convention Center in the Chicago area. It's right near the O'Hare Airport. It's going to be awesome. We need you there. Thank you.
How did this stop? This was a great moment. June 30th, 2019. The leader of People's Korea and the leader of the United States shook hands. They met, the first president ever to visit the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. We had Donald Trump trying to make peace with a country that is still technically at war with the United States. Donald Trump was trying to open the door to peaceful reunification of the Korean Peninsula. There would be hope to bring the troops home from South Korea. There would be hope that there could be denuclearization, that North Korea wouldn't feel threatened anymore, that there could be no more bombs and weapons, and the people of Korea could reunify. And Donald Trump going to People's Korea was sabotaged. It was sabotaged by John Bolton and the neocons, the same forces that got us into Ukraine, the same forces that are escalating and pushing buttons against China and Taiwan on the Taiwan Strait, the same forces that want World War III sabotaged the peace process on the Korean Peninsula. We're here to say, finish what Trump started. We want peaceful reunification of the Korean Peninsula. We want U.S. leaders and the leaders of People's Korea to sit down. We would like to see trade between the United States and People's Korea. We would like to see those railroads in South Korea that have been built. We'd like to see them in action and see the Korean people trading with each other. We don't want war. We don't want money wasted on international confrontations. And we also don't want a police state. And at the same time that the big bankers who control Joe Biden, the Silicon Valley monopolists and fascists, the same forces that control Joe Biden, are waging a war not just around the world, but against the American people. They are driving our country into poverty. Our trains are derailing. People are breathing in deadly chemicals. The water is not properly purified. Jobs are falling apart. Schools are falling apart. It's a nightmare. They have waged a war against us. And instead of rebuilding America, they're trying to move toward a low-wage police state. That's what they're doing here in the United States. They're trying to move toward a low-wage police state. We saw what happened, what's been revealed about January 6th. That was a setup. We saw that those people were led to do what they did for propaganda purposes. We call for an amnesty. We don't endorse what the people did, but they were enabled to do it and set up to do it by the American government. The FBI, the Secret Service, other agencies enabled what happened on January 6th to happen. Those folks were entrapped. And we say that Until they're going to be honest with the public about what really happened on January 6th, there needs to be an amnesty for those who've been arrested. And the same goes for the Uhuru movement. A group of black revolutionaries, black activists, had guns pointed in their faces, drones flown into their homes. They were terrorized and accused of being Russian agents. Why? Because they were organizing for the rights of black people, organizing for the rights in their community, providing services that were not available in their community. They're waging a war against us. At the same time, they're waging a war against China, Russia, Iran, Venezuela, Cuba, and any country that dares break out of their financial system. And it is our responsibility to oppose it and to join arm in arm with the people of the world against imperialism.
About our time. But why do we have the Second Amendment in the United States? Why do we have the right to bear arms? We have the right to bear arms because our country was started by English religious dissenters. In England in 1649, there was a war between the Parliament and the King. And the King aligned himself with the Church of England. And so the Parliament, which represented the emerging capitalist system overthrowing feudalism, aligned itself with the Puritans and the Roundheads and the Muggletonians and the Ranters and the Quakers and all kinds of radical street preachers who didn't go along with the Church of England. And they rallied and they protested and they built an army and they defeated the King of England and they cut his head off in 1649. They cut the head of the King of England off. Oliver Cromwell led the English Civil War in which the King of England was beheaded. The English Civil War was quite wild. There was one of these religious dissenters was the Diggers. And they seized control of St. George's Hill and they created an agricultural socialist commune in England. Very temporarily, and it was just a radical uprising. At the time, information technology had really changed because this thing called the printing press, and there were thousands of pamphlets being distributed all over England as people were reading the Bible for themselves and reading pamphlets about politics and arguing about who should have the right to vote. It was an upsurge of democracy that these radical preachers, these English religious dissenters were part of. So after all of that was over, and after Oliver Cromwell died, they wanted to kind of cool things down in England. So what did they do? They brought the son of the king who had been beheaded, they brought him back, Charles II. He was fled to France, they brought him back and they put him on the throne. One of the first laws that Charles II made was that no religious dissenter could own a gun. No religious dissenter may own a gun. Why? He didn't want to get his head cut off, just like his father. Well, at that point, a lot of the English dissenters said, now they're taking away our guns. And that's because they don't want us to be able to defend ourselves when what comes next. And they started packing up and fleeing to the New World, to the United States. And when the American Revolution happened, we had the Constitution. Well, you'll notice that the first time the Constitution was proposed, the 13 colonies didn't accept it. They wouldn't ratify the Constitution unless it had 10 amendments to it, changes. And the First Amendment was, Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion, meaning there will not be a church imposed on you, no Church of England imposed on you. You have the right to be religious in your own way, and you will never have a state religion imposed on you. Or restricting free exercise thereof, meaning we will never repress your right to practice your religion as you choose. And then the Second Amendment was, you'll never take our guns away, and you'll never render us defenseless. Yeah. We fast forward to the time we're living in now, and we think about the moment that we're in now, where it seems like the question of the American Revolution, and a question that has hung over U.S. society, is once again back. Are we going to be an imperialist country, or are we going to be a country where working families come first? Are we going to embrace the English system, or are we going to embrace the American system? Or are we going to be a civilization of the sea, or a civilization of the land? Because the rich and powerful, they look at the United States and they don't see a country full of vast resources and population. They see overpopulation. Too many people. We need to drive down the population, reduce consumption. And they don't look at the population as having potential and having the ability to innovate and invent new things. They see us as an obnoxious horde that needs to be managed. And there is a real divide. Donald Trump gave a speech before he came back to office during his time during the Biden administration. He gave a speech where he talked about the quantum leap. And he talked about building cities all across the American heartland.
We should hold a contest to charter up to 10 new cities and award them to the best proposals for development. In other words, we'll actually build new cities in our country again. These freedom cities will reopen the frontier, reignite American imagination, and give hundreds of thousands of young people and other people, all hardworking families, a new shot at home ownership and, in fact, the American dream.
And he also talked about increasing, paying out a bonus to every family in America that would have children.
And lowering the cost to build a single-family home. And they will be beautiful homes. And I will ask Congress to support baby bonuses for young parents to help launch a new baby boom.
This is very, very interesting because at the same time, the World Economic Forum and the Club of Rome and all of the rich and powerful are talking about overpopulation, reducing the population. There are two distinct alternative views before the world right now. And so what we need is for Donald Trump to be King Josiah. We need Donald Trump to see that it's time to have a mass movement to oppose imperialism. Because he's got to see that the country is coming apart. He's got to see that we're headed in a bad direction. We need Donald Trump to boost anti-imperialism for his own reasons. That's what we need him to do. We need him to do everything he can to boost the kind of mass movement. Because if Donald Trump is actually serious, if he's actually serious about opposing the FBI, opposing the deep state in their wars, he's going to realize that the only hope he has is to have millions and millions of Americans who will have his back when he does it. There's no way he can do it without a mass movement. And so he's going to need people like us to build that mass movement. The best hope for him is to realize that as soon as he possibly can. We need Donald Trump to boost an anti-imperialist movement to help him stand up to the FBI. You know, I've said before that if a parent was not feeding their child, was not providing them with proper clothing in the wintertime or something like that, they would be arrested. And they wouldn't be arrested for what they did, they'd be arrested for what they did not do. Criminal neglect. Well, the government of the United States, if you look at the wildfires in California, you look at the crumbling infrastructure, children drinking lead in their water, the power grids collapsing, the government of the United States is guilty of criminal neglect. Absolutely guilty of criminal neglect. And we've put forward a 4-point economic plan that you can look at on our website. Public control of banking, public control of natural resources, a mass mobilization to rebuild the country, an economic bill of rights. If you implemented those 4 things, you could transition the United States toward being a healthy, prosperous society. But again, there is an economic question that is here, which is central to the Malthusian worldview of the ultra-rich, is this idea of what they call non-productive consumers, or to put it more globally, useless eaters, more graphically. This idea that human beings are just a leech on society, etc. Well, the reason that we're innovationists is because we celebrate human creativity. Ants have been making their ant farms the same way for thousands of years. Beavers have been making their beaver dams the same way for thousands of years. But in just 5,000-6,000 years, human beings have gone from hunter-gatherers in the woods to space travel, iPhones, and artificial intelligence. And it is human creativity and our ability to reinvent our relationship with nature that defines what it means to be a human being. Human property. The word proletarian actually comes from the Latin word meaning one who has children, because the only property that a proletarian had was their children, their offspring. The proletarians were people in Rome who sold their labor power in order to survive, right? They rented themselves out to a boss. And for the most part, proletarians were better off than slaves, but not always, right? For example, a slave is a piece of property that belongs to the master, right? So he's going to feed it, he's going to take care of it. But a proletarian, right? If a proletarian is not able to find work, they would starve on the street. And in Rome, they had huge problems with homelessness and homeless children, and it was a huge epidemic. And the population of proletarians in Rome continued to rise. The way Karl Marx described the proletariat, he described it as a class of laborers who live only so long as they find work, and who find work only so long as their labor increases capital. These laborers, who must sell themselves piecemeal,
are a commodity, like every other article of commerce, and consequently exposed to all the vicissitudes of competition and to all the fluctuations of the market. He's talking about the proletariat, right? The proletariat, the first proletarians existed in ancient Rome. The proletariat started to become the majority at the time of the Industrial Revolution. And today, the overwhelming majority of the human race are workers, are proletarians. And this book by the well-respected historian Michael Parenti, he actually talks about how the Roman historians, like Cicero and others, just had utter contempt for the proletariat. They hated the proletariat, right? The proletariat was just, they saw them as just a vile mass of people that they just had utter hatred for. One of the saddest things is that often you would see proletarians and slaves used against each other, right? So when Spartacus led his heroic slave revolt in the 1st century BC, who was used to crush it? Well, it was the proletarians, right? The Romans said, hey, you may not own any property, but at least you're not a dirty, rotten slave, right? Go out and fight for the empire. Go out and fight for the republic. And they were used to crush the slave revolts. But there were other instances where it went the other way, when the proletarians were rioting, demanding food, or when the proletarians would go on strike. Often the slaves were then used to put down the revolts of the proletarians. So the proletarians and the slaves were constantly being played against each other and used against each other. Imagine what could have happened if the slaves and the proletarians had been able to work together, you know, but that's not what happened. That's not how history went. Now, another thing that people often are confused about is, you know, Rome was a republic. The Roman Empire was a republic for the first 5 centuries, right? For the first 5 centuries of its existence, Rome had elected leaders, it had a hereditary senate. And why was that? Why was Rome a republic? Because a republic is a much more efficient way of running an empire, right? If all of the power in Rome had been concentrated in the hands of one single king, people wouldn't have been as motivated to go out and wage wars and plunder other peoples. But if you have the Roman Forum, where people get to get up and express their view, if you have a Senate where they're taking votes and passing resolutions, if you have, you know, some elected figures, that gives people a feeling that they're part of the process, that they had some skin in the game, as they say, right? They themselves would gain something from it, right? By having a kind of consensus among the wealthy landowners in Rome, this prevented there from being constant civil wars between one ruling family and another. Every wealthy ruling family was represented to some degree or other, right? That was the idea. But this book by Dr. Michael Parenti, it's called, you know, The Assassination of Julius Caesar and a People's History of Ancient Rome. And this book talks about how, even more than the proletarians, the people that the Roman leaders hated the most were what you could call populares. And those were politicians who rallied the proletarians and fought on their behalf against the rich and powerful. And the probably most famous and most important populare was Gaius Julius Caesar, a military leader. If you read about Julius Caesar, according to Michael Parenti, everything that we know about him is wrong. But, you know, most of what people know about Julius Caesar is based on a Shakespeare play. But, you know, everything we know about Julius Caesar, we've just got completely wrong. According to Parenti, he argues that Julius Caesar was fighting on behalf of the proletarians and the working class against the rich and powerful. And he goes over some of Julius Caesar's key reforms, right? For example, Julius Caesar cracked down on the lending of money. And he made it illegal for someone who lent somebody money to then confiscate their property if they couldn't pay it back. He also enacted luxury taxes so that, you know, these rich Romans that were having their wild parties, they would have to pay taxes on any luxury imports they would bring in, and that would go into the public treasury. And what did they then do with the money? Well, Julius Caesar started a program of hiring the unemployed proletarians and sending them to places like Athens and different cities, Alexandria, and having them rebuild these cities in the hopes that these cities throughout the empire could become, you know, trading hubs and economically prosperous. So a lot of these, you know, construction proletarians were going out and doing that. And in addition to that, you know, it's widely believed, you know, many people allege that Julius Caesar burned the Great Library of Alexandria in Egypt. But Michael Parenti, he argues and documents in this book that that's not true. He says it's the opposite. He says Julius Caesar was so impressed with the Great Library at Alexandria, was so impressed with it that he actually created a network of libraries, public libraries in Rome. And you have to remember that was very important because that gave ordinary people, all Roman citizens, access to the public records and to written laws, right? So as the proletariat,
The working class was organizing itself. That gave them the ability to go and have access to information that they could use in political battles and legal struggles and such. The other important thing is that, Julius Caesar actually freed a number of slaves. For example, at the time, one of the most valuable slaves you could have was a doctor, right? There were a lot of people who'd been trained in medical stuff in Greece or whatever, so if you were a wealthy Roman, you would buy a doctor, and he would be your doctor in case you got sick. Well, Julius Caesar freed all doctors, so that all doctors had Roman citizenship. He also granted Roman citizenship to all the teachers, and he was constantly freeing different slaves, bringing people into society. Another thing that Julius Caesar did was he actually legalized the Jewish religion and monotheism. There were a lot of proletarians in Rome who were Jews from Palestine. Skilled craftsmen had come to Rome, were working. And Julius Caesar, he changed the laws, because if you were a believer in monotheism, if you said there's only one God, that was illegal, because you were then denying the gods of the Roman Empire, right? Mars, Saturn, right? If you said there's only one God, like the Jewish religion says, then you were denying that. That was violation of their laws. Well, he changed that. He legalized Judaism. And it's interesting because, the Christian religion began as a religion among Jews in Rome. So think about how much differently history might have gone if Julius Caesar had not done that. If he had done all of the things I just mentioned, that wouldn't have been enough.
This does not represent what the American people want. All the polls show that the American people don't want a new war. The American people are sick and tired of our money being wasted on bombs and weapons and destruction, provoking a war with China, provoking a war with Russia, while our trains are derailing, people in the United States are suffering, our water's not being purified, our railroads are falling apart, our power grids are falling apart, and yet we pour more and more weapons and money into some stupid confrontation with China. China is not our enemy. Wall Street bankers are our enemy. No more provocations against China. China is not our enemy. 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 Get out of our country. Stop trying to sell war in our country. Stop trying to sell war in our country. We don't want a new war with China. We love America and we don't want a new war with China. China is not our enemy. Stop trying to sell war. Get out of our country. Stop trying to sell war. China is not our enemy. I'm a patriotic American. I love my country and I don't want World War III.
She said, I'm a Christian and a Marxist. And I thought, no. You can only be a Christian and a Marxist if you, well, there's a couple of ways. One is that you just want to be all things that are good at once, regardless of their internal contradictions. And so that would be one reason. And another reason would be that you don't know anything about Christianity or Marxism.
He seems to think that the idea that anyone could possibly be both a Marxist and a Christian is just idiotic. You'd have to be an idiot, an utter fool, to possibly think there could be any common ground between the teachings of Jesus Christ and the teachings of Karl Marx. Now, what's ironic about this is this reveals how utterly ignorant Jordan Peterson is about world affairs. Nicaragua currently has a government led by the Sandinistas. The official slogan of the government is Christianity, socialism, and solidarity. In Venezuela, the president who led the country on the road toward socialism, Hugo Chavez, and his successor, Nicolas Maduro, are both Roman Catholics who frequently quote the Bible in their speeches. Evo Morales, the socialist leader of Bolivia, met with the Pope and presented the Pope an object that was a hammer and sickle on a cross. The leader of the Russian Communist Party, the second largest political party in Russia, Gennady Zyuganov, is himself a Russian Orthodox Christian. And in Russia, you will find many Russian Orthodox churches that have images of Stalin. The Russian Orthodox Church frequently says positive things about the Soviet Union. Furthermore, in his autobiography, Fidel Castro wrote, "If people call me Christian, not from the standpoint of religion, but from the standpoint of social vision, I declare that I am a Christian." So all of these people around the world, the Russian Orthodox Christians who vote for the Communist Party, the socialists of Nicaragua, the socialists of Venezuela, the socialists of Bolivia, Oscar Romero, the great priest in El Salvador who was murdered, all of these people are just fools and idiots, according to Jordan Peterson.
And there's the idea that, that Marx had, that religion was the opiate of the masses, which doesn't exactly sound like. I've always thought religion was the opiate of the masses, but communism, Marxism was the methamphetamine.
No one disputes that Karl Marx was an atheist, but Peterson is not reading you the entire quotation from Karl Marx. If one reads what Marx actually said, he says, "Religion is the heart of a heartless world and the soul of soulless conditions. Indeed, it is the opiate of the people." So he's deliberately misrepresenting a quote because he has no idea what he's talking about.
Criticism of religion disillusions man so that he will think, act, and fashion his reality like a man who has discarded his illusions and regained his senses, so that he will move around himself as his own true sun. S-U-N. Yeah, well, that's Marxism in a nutshell, all right. I mean, that's the fundamental definition of pathological narcissism. So that he will move around himself as his own true sun, right. Religion is only the illusory sun which revolves around man as long as he does not revolve around himself. That's the sort of poem that would be written by someone who revolved around himself as his own true sun.
And here he is, yet again, not understanding the words he is arguing against. It's very clear in that passage that he just quoted, Karl Marx is not referring to an individual person when he says man. He's referring to human beings overall, human beings as a collective entity. There was actually a painting painted by the very famous Marxist Diego Rivera called Man, the Creator of the Universe. It seems here he's not ranting against Marx. Rather, he's ranting against Ayn Rand and Anton LaVey and Milton Friedman and the various adherents of free market capitalism who believe in selfishness and individualism. Well, I think Peterson should examine his own beliefs and whether or not they are truly in line with the Christian teaching. He should read Genesis chapter 1, verse 27, where it says that man is created in the image of God. He should furthermore read the book of Matthew and read about how Christ said the last shall be first and the first shall be last. He should read the book of Acts and learn how the disciples of Christ held all things in common, and many were in awe of the wonders and signs they performed, making sure that none were without and distributing according to need. Peterson seems very committed to defending the capitalist system and the idea that we should have an economy centered around profits. However, many places in the Bible it makes clear that the job of the worker is to produce for those in need, and that it is labor that creates all wealth. Many places in the Bible it also condemns the practice of lending money at interest. So I think Peterson is just wrong here, and those of us who are really truly interested in Jesus' message and in Marxism should do further investigation into the possibility that these two beliefs can certainly overlap.
I'm going to explain what needs to be explained, what used to be considered Marxism 101, about why it is that our Western capitalist economy is crashing and burning. And in order to do that, I'm going to have to do some math. And I hate math. Do you know why I hate math? Because I grew up in America. I went to public school in the United States of America, so I am going to, at risk of embarrassing myself, because math was never my best subject, I'm going to do some mathematics here on the board for you to explain the problem.
I very much enjoyed Caleb's speech.
So if you are creating a product, right, if you're a factory owner, you're making a product, you are going to need the material through which that product is made, the manufacturing materials. So that'll be A.
The simple equation you put forward to explain the crisis of overproduction and the falling rate of profit.
And you're probably going to need to transport the product to where it's sold. That's B.
It broke down where your money goes.
You're also going to have to pay your labor costs. Labor costs are represented by C.
Explanations of those concepts that people are able to understand.
Then when consumers purchase the product, they're going to pay a final price. And that final price is D. However, there's a problem with that.
I like the fact that he framed it that way to make it very clear.
Which is that the capitalist can't change how much A costs. He can't change how much B costs.
So the profit of the capitalist can only be extracted from the value put into it by the worker. And this is the basis of Marxism, the understanding of surplus value.
I've never seen it explained so simply anywhere. I've never been able to explain it that simply.
So C, the labor value, is divided. You have C1, which is what the worker actually gets paid. And then you have C2, which is the profit that the capitalist makes. And it all adds up to D, which is the final cost of the product. Now, the way people in the United States who talk about Marxism generally talk about this is they say, well, this is unfair. They say the worker is not getting paid the full value of his labor. But they're missing one of the most important points, which is not just that it's unfair and then people argue, well, what about the employer? He put up the money, doesn't he deserve to be? That's all a distraction. Because the important thing to understand is this. C1 is always going to be less than D. The wages paid out to the worker are never enough to buy back the product that he produces. There is always more products created than there are wages paid out to the worker. And this is the built-in problem of capitalism, the problem of overproduction. And it is always there in the capitalist economy. It never goes away. And they have invented all kinds of crazy mechanisms to try and deal with the problem of overproduction. Part of the reason that the US government has purchased billions and billions of dollars worth of cheese only to bury it in a cave in Springfield, Missouri, is to deal with this problem. It is an ongoing present problem, and it's a problem acknowledged by most capitalist economists. John Maynard Keynes said the problem was underconsumption rather than overproduction, but he was pointing to the same problem. The military-industrial complex in the United States is an effort to deal with this problem, to keep spending going. There's all kinds of mechanisms that they've invented to try and resolve this problem, but it gets worse. What is the capitalist always trying to do? He wants to maximize the amount of profit he makes. And one of the main ways they do that is with what's called labor-saving technology. Get rid of workers and replace workers with machines. As they eliminate workers from the process of production, as there's fewer and fewer workers involved, as machines take the place of workers, the role of C in production decreases. There's a little bit of a problem with that. As C goes down, C2 also goes down, right? As C decreases, C2 also decreases. And as the role of the worker in production is reduced, the rate of profit that the capitalist makes goes down. And this is called the tendency of the falling rate of profit. Only human labor creates value. And this is something that Adam Smith acknowledged. This is something some of the popes even acknowledge. Human labor creates all value. And so when you reduce the role of human labor in production, the amount of value created decreases, and the ability of the capitalist to extract surplus value also decreases. So this causes the capitalist to have to churn out even more products because he's making less and less of a profit on the overall product. He's making less and less of a percentage, so he has to churn them out. So this problem of the worker never being able to buy back what he produces and more products being created than are necessary, this problem becomes exacerbated. And this points to what is understood to be the deeply irrational nature of the capitalist system.
Communism will save America.
War crimes is unacceptable. Jobs, schools, and healthcare. Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
I mean,
how much support we're getting?
You have tons of support. It's awesome.
This is great. We are here to stand up for America. Jobs, schools, and health care for Americans, not bombs and weapons for Israel to kill Palestinians. We're the Center for Political Innovation. We have a message of true patriotism, true love for the American people, opposing war and destruction, and believing in humanity, love for our brothers and sisters, against the hateful ideology of Zionism, or brotherhood, solidarity of all people. Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
Get your Palestine right here. Free Palestine.
I got to be one. That's right. All the tea.
I mean, a lot of people receptive to this.
Slow down, guys. Slow down. Free Palestine! Money for jobs and schools in America, not Israeli crimes against the Palestinian people. We are out here with a message of hope, optimism, and true patriotism against the crimes of the Zionist occupiers.
Actually, this is one of the better places of doing this because literally it's the left coast.
Yeah. No, as it turns out, people don't hate us here. That's pretty much the opposite of what I expected based on our track record.
Well, you know, it's important to remember that the people in Portland are your people.
Careful with the American flag.
Now, I don't know about you, but when I was a kid, the big movie was Jurassic Park. It was selling box office records, directed by Steven Spielberg. Everyone thought Jurassic Park was the best movie ever. And the writer, the author of Jurassic Park, Michael Crichton, was a best-selling science fiction writer. And then you'll recall that in 2005, 3 years before he died, Michael Crichton came out swinging as what people like to call a climate denier. And he wrote a book called State of Fear about a conspiracy of left-wing scientists to convince people to believe in global warming. He gave speeches before the American Enterprise Institute that were shown on C-SPAN and elsewhere. Why did Michael Crichton dedicate himself to the cause of climate denial? The standard response that you're going to get from those folks, they're going to say, well, he was paid off. That's a bit of a simplistic answer, because he was already a millionaire many, many times over. He was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, so to speak. He was from a very, very wealthy background. If you look at the life of Michael Crichton, you can understand the United States, and you can understand the division in the ruling class right now. But I want to read you a quote from the movie Jurassic Park.
Listen, if there's one thing the history of evolution has taught us, it's that life will not be contained. Life breaks free, it expands to new territories, and it crashes through barriers painfully, maybe even dangerously, but, well, there it is. There it is.
Well, in this message of life found a way, what we are finding is an expression of what many people would call the American spirit. And that seems to be why it touched a nerve. And what's amusing about all of this is that these themes also seem to be a very big part of conservatism. Leftist politics around the time of Jimmy Carter became associated with pessimism. Jimmy Carter was a big promoter of the concept of overpopulation. There are too many people in the world. I mean, almost everyone in his administration had come out of something called the Trilateral Commission, which was a think tank set up by the Rockefellers. And the Trilateral Commission was talking about overpopulation and the need to control the people and the danger of democracy. You know, the Carter presidency was very much a Rockefeller, Eastern establishment, synthetic left presidency. Well, Reagan, you know, his rise as a political figure was about repudiating that and appealing to these sentiments that I'm describing. This go west, young man, achieve something, achieve your dreams, work hard, you know, life will not be contained, life breaks free, it expands to new territories, crashes through barriers painfully, even dangerously. This is the divide, really, between the liberals among the bourgeois bourgeoisie, the ultra-rich, and the majority of the ruling class, the rich, right? Do you aspire to build more and grow more and have more? Or do you want to slow things down so that you can stay at the top? The ultra-rich, the Rockefellers, the Carnegies, the DuPonts, they are already at the top. So they want to slow things down. They don't want any competitors. They want to manage things. They want to socially engineer and control so that they can stay and ensure that they stay at the top of the pyramid. Meanwhile, the majority of the ruling class resents that and feels like they're being contained and held back. They don't want to be controlled. This is the divide that has defined American politics for the past 100 years. The fight between the rich and the ultra-rich, the entrepreneurial bourgeoisie or the managerial bourgeoisie. This is the divide between the pessimistic outlook of the ultra-rich who want to control humanity, fear humanity as a dangerous horde that could potentially get out of control, want to slow down growth and hold everything back so that they can stay at the top of the pyramid, and the optimistic view of the majority of the American bourgeoisie that want to get rich or die trying, get more money, work hard, work relentlessly, get to the top. This is the divide. Michael Crichton very much represented the sentiments of the lower levels of American capital. His whole life tells that story. He was all about working hard, all about getting ahead, all about life finds a way, it overcomes barriers, the relentlessness of the human spirit, the idea we're just going to fight to get ahead. The pessimism that dominates a lot of those raising the climate alarm was a big threat to him. Because let's face it, the majority of voices promoting climate change have a pessimistic worldview. They say human beings have gone too far, we're using too many resources, we're reproducing. Growth is bad. Economic growth is bad. We need to stop growing. We need to stop moving ahead as a species. We need to slow down. It is a pessimistic worldview. There's actually a book published by the Club of Rome, The Limits to Growth. Right? Some of these documentaries that have come out recently about climate change actually attack the concept of growth. They go as far as saying growth is bad. We've got to go backward. That is the worldview of the ultra-rich. And it is their think tanks and their foundations and their institutions and their intelligence agencies that have come to dominate what is called left-wing politics. That is inherently opposite of Marxism. Marxism says there is no limit to growth. Marxism says that with the banks, factories, and industries organized rationally and no longer controlled for profit, there is no limit to human creativity and growth. That we can continue to grow and grow and grow. That's what Marxism says. Marxism says that not only can we have it better than we have it today, but with rational control of the means of production, by eliminating the anarchy of profits in command, that humanity can grow and grow and grow, and that so much abundance can be created, so much prosperity can be created, so much peace can be created, so much comfort can exist, that eventually the need for any coercion at all can go away. The state as an institution will wither away. That is the vision of Marxism. Is that with rational planning of the economy, without the greed of the capitalist in command, without the capitalist exploiting the worker, but with all of society owning and controlling the wealth together, with the major centers of economic power, the banks, the big factories, the big box stores, the airlines, the means of communication, the means of transportation, with the major centers of economic power, the oil wells and the coal mines, with all these things being consciously, rationally planned and owned by all of society and organized to work in the interests of all of society, growth will be unlimited, and that humanity can get to astounding heights, and that all of us can be far, far wealthier and far, far more comfortable than the richest billionaire in our time. Marxism is an optimistic ideology. It is an ideology that says human creativity and human brilliance is unrestrained. Read Frederick Engels and his
writings about the role of labor in the transition from ape to man. Human beings have gone from hunter-gatherers in caves to Mesopotamia and Greece and Rome, to medieval Europe, to the Industrial Revolution, all the way up to space travel and iPhones and YouTube. Human beings are creative creatures that are capable of achieving real, astounding miracles. And human beings are creatures that long to grow and expand. The nature of humanity is growth. Check out Anna Louise Strong, amazing, amazing American journalist from Seattle. She said the American mentality, what she calls the motor-mindedness of the American spirit, that pioneer, go work hard and build things spirit that Anna Louise Strong identified with America. She says that during the Great Depression, that American spirit had been lost. They felt that the state didn't care about them. They felt that the government didn't care about them, that they were on their own. They were hopeless and frustrated during the 1930s. But it was the Soviet Union that was the new America. The Soviet Union was where that optimism was found, where people believed that tomorrow could be better than today. And the smartest engineers and scientists and writers were all going to the Soviet Union and marveling about it. And that the Soviet Union, with its 5-year economic plans, with its big construction projects, with its campaigns to wipe out illiteracy, building new schools and hospitals all over the country, what Stalin was doing in the Soviet Union, the economic achievements of the 1930s, where one of the poorest countries in the world, Russia at the time, one of the poorest countries in the world, became a superpower and industrialized itself with the biggest hydroelectrical power plants in the world. The best music was coming out from Shostakovich, the best ballet performers in the world, the best films with Sergei Eisenstein. Everything that the Soviet Union was achieving in the 1930s, people in the 1930s, they said that the Soviet Union is the new America. Where is the go get 'em, go out and achieve your dreams mentality found today? In China. Absolutely. China is building high-speed railway all across the planet. It's raising impoverished countries around the world up, building electricity there, power plants. China very much has that same idea. You could say now that China is the new America, because it's China that is talking about the Chinese dream, is talking about the mass line, socialism with Chinese characteristics, One Belt, One Road initiative, the shared community and vision of all mankind. All of this stuff, all of the stuff that people used to associate with America, that work hard vision, that belief that we're going to build a better country, tomorrow's going to be better than today, people now associate it with China. The right wing in the United States has wrapped up their optimism with ruthless, rugged individualism, with chauvinism, national chauvinism, bigotry, anti-communism, climate denial. Their optimism is simply an expression of the will of the lower levels of capital to make profits and a hostility toward anything that might get in the way of the ultra-rich and their desire to make profits. To be conservative in the United States in our time means that you are a worshiper of capitalism. That's all it means. Meanwhile, there's the American left wing. And as Marxism has faded away, the so-called left wing of American politics has been infected with pessimism, this dark view, and this contempt for humankind. Populism is the greatest evil, according to the American liberal, because populism means that the rabble are getting together. The inferior, uneducated masses are coming together and organizing for their rights and demanding things and protesting. They're not smart enough to do that. No, we need smart intellectuals to manage them and control them. Give them phones to dazzle them all the time. Give them drugs to take and control their minds. Just let the broad masses of people, this vulgar mob that threatens the intellectual, let them be carefully controlled. Let them gradually die off. Manage them, control them, educate them so that they're not racist, sexist, homophobic, and uneducated. That is the liberal view. So what do?
as an American Marxist? What do? The answer is you get to the masses. You get to the masses with two things. The first thing, which is American rebirth. And if you're going to get ahead as a country, we need to be reborn. I've said many times before, and I will say it again, that if something is conceived in an impure way, it is corrupted. If the way something is established is impure, the product is impure. In legal terms, they talk about fruit of a poison tree. Capitalism, from its inception, has been a genocidal system. The United States was established in the process of primitive accumulation, in the process of capitalists seizing control of the world for themselves and crushing all kinds of lives. If the United States is going to get better, it's going to require a political, economic, and spiritual refoundation. And this is my concept of the American rebirth, that the USA must be reconceived in a spirit of brotherhood and kindness and compassion and shared destiny. The other thing that needs to be made clear is that if you really want that human spirit of growth to return, if you really want that optimism that keeps people going to return, if you want that motor-mindedness, that American mentality, that work hard and get ahead, that achieve your dreams, that entrepreneurial mentality, if you want to get that, socialism is the way. It's socialism that turned both Russia and China into superpowers. It's socialism that made Cuba, a small island in the Caribbean, known all over the world for its healthcare system. It's socialism that raised millions from poverty and continues to do so around the world. And that socialism, if it's going to be successful, it's going to capture the imagination of the American people. Socialism is not about crushing people's creativity. Socialism is about unleashing people's creativity and lifting it from the restraints of the profit system. Socialism is about allowing human brilliance to go further than ever before. Socialism is about getting beyond the chaos of the market, the system where people are homeless because there are too many houses, where people are hungry because there's too much food. Socialism is about allowing us to come together as a species and rebuild not just one country, but the whole planet in a rational way. But socialism is also not pessimistic. It's not dark. Socialism is the human species asserting itself and asserting that no, we're not going to go extinct. No, we're not going to stop growing. Socialism is an ideology that understands that life will not be contained. Life breaks free, expands to new territories, crashes through barriers painfully, and maybe even dangerously. But there were two particular reforms that he proposed. And those reforms are ultimately what caused the senators and the wealthy people to do him in. The first thing that Julius Caesar did was he talked about the fact that all the land in Rome, and land was the source of wealth, right? Land was the mines, land was the crops and the growing of food, that the land was concentrated in the hands of a few people. And he basically saw this was bad for the empire. So he began a program of land redistribution and distributing land to proletarians and poorer Romans, giving them a chance at land. The other thing that Julius Caesar did is he openly spoke about granting Roman citizenship to peoples throughout the empire. He argued that people in the Italian peninsula and people in Gaul and people in North Africa, that they ought to have some skin in the game also, right? They ought to be able to be citizens so that they felt like they had something to gain from the Roman Empire. So he was talking about granting Roman citizenship throughout the Roman Empire. Well, Julius Caesar was killed. He was killed, and the people who killed him were probably the most powerful and wealthy people in Roman society. So people know about the Shakespeare play, a lot of which is Shakespeare's own mind that he made up, but there's a few things that are accurate. So we know that on the Ides of March, March 15th, 44 BC, Julius Caesar woke up and he was planning to go visit the Senate. And his wife apparently had a dream that night that something bad was going to happen to him and urged him not to go to the Senate. And Julius Caesar said he had no interest in her womanish superstitions, and he went anyway. right? And he didn't take any bodyguards with him. And he actually famously said that to be constantly guarded is the worst thing because it means that you're constantly afraid. And he went to the Senate, and then the richest people in Rome, the landowners, took turns stabbing him in the back and stabbing him over and over and over again. And he was killed. And that was the death of Julius Caesar. And in response to the death of Julius Caesar, the proletarians of Rome rose up and they burned the property of the rich and they rioted. The senators that killed Julius Caesar, they claimed they were defending democracy. It had to be done. Caesar was just too powerful. But the death of Julius Caesar really marks the end of the Roman Republic. For 5 centuries, they had had a Roman Republic, but that was the end of it, right? Afterwards, there was a civil war, and ultimately you got Octavian becoming Caesar Augustus, the emperor, and from then forward, you got an emperor. And that was on 2 occasions. Julius Caesar had been offered to be the king or the emperor. He was in the Roman Forum on 2 different occasions, and these wealthy senators had had a crown. And they had walked toward him with this crown and tried to place the crown on his head. And both times, Julius Caesar had pushed the crown away. And then the crowd of workers and farmers and proletarians burst into applause and cheered for him because Julius Caesar didn't want to be king, right? 2 times he pushed the crown away. And that was really why Caesar was so dangerous to the rich and powerful Romans. He was far more powerful than anyone with a crown on their head ever could be, because his power came from the mobilization of people and the involvement of people in the political process, right? Now, I don't want folks to get me wrong here. I'm not saying that Julius Caesar was a socialist or a communist. He certainly wasn't that. Now, we do know that there were a few of these Stoic philosophers that actually kind of envisioned some kind of utopian society or something. Julius Caesar was not one of them, right? He freed a lot of slaves, but he also owned quite a few slaves. But Julius Caesar was a progressive. He understood that the Roman Empire's relationship with world history was leading it in a backward direction, would ultimately lead to its fall, and he was trying to change it. He was a progressive. And Julius Caesar was what you could call a Bonapartist, right? He was from the wealthy landowning classes of Rome. He was from the wealthy landowning classes. However, he made a strategic alliance with the proletariat in order to gain political power. You know, if you read the Shakespeare play, right, and Parenti is just, he's very, very hard on the Shakespeare play for just misrepresenting everything. But if you read the Shakespeare play, you have to remember Shakespeare's writing hundreds of years later. Shakespeare never went to Italy, never met Julius Caesar, had no idea what was going on. But the Shakespeare play is worth reading because Shakespeare is using the death of Julius Caesar, a historic event, in order to comment on the human condition. It's like King Lear or Macbeth. And what's interesting about it is he's basically commenting on the human relationship with power and authority. The way society is at this time, we need to have laws. We need to have a state. We need to have a government. But at the same time, we all hate the government. We all hate oppression. We hate authority. We all hate power, right? This is a contradictory aspect of the human experience. Or you can talk about a child, right? A child cannot survive without its parents. It depends on its parents. But at the same time, every child on some level hates its parents, right? The parents are authoritarian and making rules and controlling them, right? It's a contradictory aspect of the human experience. All the Roman leaders on some level realized that Rome needed a leader like Julius Caesar, right? They needed somebody who would come in there and change things around to make it sustainable. However, in order to do that, they would have to give up their own profits in the short term. And what I think is interesting is that Marxism, the theory of Marxism has this understanding, that you can put forward a vision, this ideal goal of a world that is so full of material abundance and so full of products and so full of advanced technology that the need for any kind of state can just kind of fade away, right? That coercion and repression can go away, right? That we can advance civilization to the point that people can just kind of do what they feel like doing and take what they want or take what they need, right? From each according to his own ability to each according to his needs, right? Hey friends, how you doing today? I'm letting you know, the Center for Political Innovation, we are about to do, on July 12th, the biggest event that we have ever done. It will be our national gathering in Chicago on July 12th. And it's going to be really, really special. We are talking with a number of important anti-imperialist voices, a lot of different communities. There's going to be musical performances, dance performances, there's going to be great speeches, and it's going to be a whole day gathering. dedicated to anti-imperialism. I am committed, and CPI has always been committed to building an in real life network of people. And we carry out real operations. We were at the inauguration of Trump with our Trump and Kim banner saying only peace can make America great again. We were on the streets of Chicago at the Democratic National Convention with a book exposing what Kamala Harris and who she really is and what she's really about, and it was really, really important. We have 1,000 copies of our book about the Houthis that are being distributed with the poster of the convention on the back to people who would never go looking for this. We are putting door hanger flyers on doors of people, again, that would never go looking for this. We're not performing and trying to make ourselves feel good. We're actually trying to build a network of people that can be anti-imperialists in America. And it's not easy to do. It's very difficult in these times to build a real in-life organization. People have their issues. We live in a very strange time, but we have to do it. And we are committed to continuing this project. This video is basically me telling you we need your support. In order to pull off our convention that includes our 7-day program for our members around the country to come to Chicago, includes our huge convention on July 12th, where we're gonna fill up the Midwest Convention Center, in order to have an effective national planning meeting and gathering in Chicago the day after on July 13th. In order to do what we need to do, we need to fill up that auditorium and we need money. And there's really no way around that. We need you to donate to the Center for Political Innovation. We have set up a GoFundMe, and a lot of people have already contributed. We already raised a couple $1,000, but it's not enough. In order to really pull off our July activities and really have a win for anti-imperialism, we need your support. We need you to go to the GoFundMe right now and donate $5 or $20. We need you to go to the donate button on the CPI website and send us $100 or $50, whatever you can do. If we're gonna do what we need to do in July and build the organization and have the mega anti-imperialist rally that needs to happen on July 12th and solidify the network that we're building to continue to carry out the great operations that we do, we need you to help us out. Every cent that we raise goes into building this group. I'm lucky I have a paycheck with everything that's going on. I'm surviving, and I have consistently put a huge amount of the money that I have, my own resources, my own funds, into CPI because I believe in it, because it needs to happen, because this organization is necessary. I'm looking at what I've got and my own resources and my own bills and all of that, and I'm looking at what's already been paid for, and it's not enough. I mean, it's just not enough. I can't just pay for everything myself. We have membership dues and other things, but we need a special gift. We need a special gift to make July happen. We need you to give us a special contribution so that we can make sure the July events go smoothly, that the housing for the people coming in out of town is covered, that the speakers that are being flown in, their airfare is properly covered. We need you to make a special one-time gift to make this July gathering, this anti-imperialist summit that we are organizing. We need you to help us make it happen and help us make it a success. Small gift, big gift, whatever you can do. We need you to help us with it. But you know what? I'll just say this. If it's a matter of send us a gift or come, we'd rather you come. We'd rather you be there. It's much more important that you be there on July 12th. If you can't afford to give us a gift, but you can afford to come to town, if there's one event that you come to this year, make it July 12th. CPI, Center for Political Innovation, we're doing something that nobody else is doing, and we're doing it right. We're not doing it in a way that we're trying to win the internet. We're not doing it in a way that we're trying to make ourselves feel special or act like we're cool. We're building what needs to be built. We are building the real connections. And if you can understand why what we're doing is so important, if you can understand why anti-imperialism is the future, but we have to break out of the narrow niche circles and internet culture and get to the masses of people with real outreach, if you can understand that, please give us a gift. We're trying to build an actual movement to win new people to anti-imperialism and continue to carry out operations to change the conversation in America so that we have a country where there's a mass movement demanding justice for working families and an end to these wars, that we're saying no to World War III, we're saying no to the emerging low-wage police state, That's what we urgently need. So if you can help us in any way, send us a gift. If you can be there on July 12th, be there. This is the biggest endeavor CPI has ever done, and it's going to lead to even bigger things. We don't back down. We don't go away. If we were going to back down, we would have done it a long time ago. And if we were one of their plants or one of these fake anti-imperialists, they would be making it a lot easier for us. We have been facing a lot of challenges, but we continue to achieve great victories. So we need your support. Please send us a contribution. Please be there on July 12th at the Midwest Convention Center in the Chicago area. It's right near the O'Hare Airport. It's going to be awesome. We need you there. Thank you.
Innovation is beautiful and it should be celebrated. Yes. We have a piece of godlike creativity, a gift within us. That's beautiful. Henry Charles Carey, he also said in that pamphlet that I referenced, he said, to raise the value of labor throughout the world, we need only to raise the value of our own. To raise the value of land throughout the world, it is needed only that we adopt measures that shall raise the value of our own. To improve the political condition of man throughout the world, it is needed that we ourselves should remain at peace, avoid taxation for the maintenance of fleets and armies, and become rich and prosperous. To raise the condition of woman throughout the world, it is required us only that we pursue a course that enables men to remain at home and marry, that they may surround themselves with happy children and grandchildren. To substitute true Christianity for the detestable system known as Malthusianism, it is needed that we prove to the world that it is the population that makes food come from rich soils, and that food tends to increase more rapidly than population, thus vindicating the policy of God to man. Perfect obedience to the greatest of all commands, do unto others as you would have others do unto you. This is the object and the results of the mission of the United States. Now that was Henry Charles Carey, and that's a patriotism and a view of what it means to be an American that I can get behind. I look at this painting that hangs in the state capitol of Kansas. This is the mural, and that's John Brown. And John Brown was executed for treason. He was actually the first person in American history to ever get the death penalty for treason, because he tried to lead an uprising against slavery. He was so opposed to slavery that he tried to seize Harper's Ferry and distribute guns to slaves and lead an uprising against slavery. He was given the death penalty. When they asked him why it was that he did so much to oppose slavery, he cited what I just read, the Golden Rule. He said, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. And if I was held in slavery, I would want someone to fight for my freedom. So that is what I must do. And you look at John Brown, and you look at him there waving his Bible and his rifle in one hand. That's our heritage as Americans. And they can't rob that from us. And my objection to a lot of the wokeism is it points to all the evil things in American history, all the racism, all the horrible wars, all these things, and it makes it sound like that's the only side of the story. They're forgetting about Eugene Debs. They're forgetting about Dr. Martin Luther King. They're forgetting about all the brave people who built mass movements and organized to fight against the evil things. And we have just as much right to that history, just as much right to call that American history as the evil thing. Not going to let them take that from us. And I want to end by saying this. You know, Donald Trump's rallies, I love the soundtrack.
He plays YMCA, and he plays the Rolling Stones. You can't always get what you want, you get what you need. And he plays that, and his rallies are very optimistic. He gets very fired up, and he criticizes, and he talks about bad conditions, but he's always celebrating and partying. And I've said, you know, you really don't help anybody by telling them how bad things are. You really don't help anybody by making them feel hopeless and making them feel like the world is going to hell. The world's not going to hell. The world is going to God. And you help people by showing them the good time that is coming. And good times are coming if we can get people to think. People must learn to think. And that is what we were trying to do. That's why we cobbled all this together and spent all this money to get ourselves to Washington, D.C., to hand out pamphlets and put this poster out here. We're trying to get people to think. People need to wake up and think because our country is in a bad shape. But if we can learn to think, the sky's the limit. And the world can get beautiful and even better. So we got to just keep doing our jobs. And it's hard, and it's not easy, and sometimes it's really cold outside, you know, and sometimes this happens or that happens, but you have to just keep being optimistic and just keep looking forward, even if you feel sometimes like a voice crying out in the wilderness. Thank you very much.
This is
Dare to win!
Dare to struggle!
Dare to win!
We pledge that we shall remember this unity.
We pledge that we shall remember this unity.
Forged at the end of the Second World War.
Forged at the end of the Second World War.
Not only today, not end of this week, this year, but always.
Not only today, not only this week, this year, but always.
Until we have built the world we have dreamed of and fought for.
Until we have built the world we have dreamed of and fought for.
We pledge ourselves to build the unity of the people of the world.
We pledge ourselves to build the unity of the people of the world.
All races, all colors, all nationalities, all beliefs.
All races, all colors, all nationalities, all beliefs.
To eliminate all traces of fascism from the earth.
To eliminate all traces of fascism from the earth.
To build a deep and sincere international friendship among the peoples of the world.
To build a deep and sincere international friendship among the peoples of the world.
To keep a just, lasting peace.
To keep a just, lasting peace.
To eliminate want, frustration, and enforced idleness.
To eliminate want, frustration, and enforced idleness.
We have to come to confirm the unity of all people.
We have come to confirm the unity of all people.
To salute our comrades who have died.
To salute our comrades who have died.
And pledge our word that skillful hands, keen brains, and bold enthusiasm.
And spread our word that skillful hands, keen brains, and bold enthusiasm.
Shall never more be wasted in war.
Shall never more be wasted in war. Dare to struggle, dare to win. Dare to struggle, dare to win.
Dare to struggle, dare to win. Dare to struggle, dare to win. Thank you.
Are you still tired? Or are you awake now?
Thanks for coming, everybody.
Did the volume go down? Is there a volume knob on it? On.
LED. Check.
No,
Check.
that doesn't sound good.
All right, I'll just.
Yeah.
Can you do one hand or?
Yeah, I got it. I'll put it on my.
All right, we're having an event this weekend. Money for Jobs and Schools for America, Not Weapons for Israel. We're the Center for Political Innovation. We think the USA could be reborn
with a new society where people come first, not the profits of a wealthy few. Check out the Center for Political Innovation. It's going to be a great conference happening this weekend in Oregon City. It's going to be awesome. We're putting up flyers everywhere. We are for jobs and schools and healthcare for Americans, not money for Israel, not weapons. We want to end the wars and rebuild America. That's what we're talking about. So, Center for Political Innovation, we're here. Join us this weekend. We got a conference coming up. It's going to be great. So we just want to let people know about it. It's going to be good. Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
Free Palestine!
Yes! Free Palestine. It's going to be good. Conference happening this weekend. Oregon City. Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Absolutely. Free Palestine. Join us at our conference this weekend. It's going to be awesome. Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Come to our conference. It's going to be great. Come to our conference. It's going to be awesome. Free Palestine. All right. Good times. Good times.
Cold air is good for the lungs.
Good? Okay, so if we go there, are we like in the campus now? Very good. And classes tomorrow. So good.
Come listen, young comrades, our history will tell of the glorious struggle to build CPCNL. Oh, it is the story of how our class continues to fight battle after battle to smash the old and build the new. And we won another battle, see the enemy fall. But don't it seem paltry and don't it seem small? Still the enemy besets us and blocks our advance. But the times cry out, here's the rose now dance. In the early 60s, against increasing exploitation, the people rose up to change the situation. Despite revisionist betrayal of this massive upsurge, a new quality in small quantity from the movement emerged. And we won another battle, see the enemy fall. But don't it seem paltry and don't it seem small? Still the enemy besets us and blocks our advance. But the times cry out, here's the rose now dance. They said don't turn off the people by making a scene, or you'll isolate the left from the mainstream. But we boldly shouted, down with imperialism, down with the lackeys, down with revisionism. And we won another battle, see the enemy fall. But don't it seem paltry and don't it seem small? Still the enemy besets us and blocks our advance. But the times cry out, here's the rose now dance. There were still lots of questions, but we never shied, for we had Marxism, Leninism, an invincible guide. The trend of unity of Marxist-Leninists irresistibly spread, and defending Marxism, we marched ahead. And we won another battle, see the enemy fall. But don't it seem paltry and don't it seem small? Still the enemy besets us and blocks our advance. But the times cry out, here's the rose now dance. Labor leaders, house Marxists and petty bourgeois clans, they all did their best to upset our plans. But they could not stop us, nor could the state attacks, nor the jailing of comrades who dared to fight back. And we won another battle, see the enemy fall. But don't it seem paltry and don't it seem small? Still the enemy besets us and blocks our advance. But the times cry out, here's the rose now dance. Driven into a frenzy, the state agent provocateurs into our ranks, they need to stop us for sure. But their hope for easy victory was just a pipe dream, as we smashed the opportunists and exposed their schemes. And we won another battle, see the enemy fall. But don't it seem paltry and don't it seem small? Still the enemy besets us and blocks our advance. But the times cry out, here's the rose now dance. The so-called Marxist-Leninist and a dogma that's pure, but all they could show us was a gross caricature. Safeguard our independence, the opportunists did say, but the working class sent it back, make the rich pay. And we won another battle, see the enemy fall. But don't it seem paltry and don't it seem small? Still the enemy besets us and blocks our advance. But the times cry out, here's the rose now dance. They unfurled their yellow banner called Mao Zedong thought, and gleefully shouted that we had been caught. Whenever loyal to Marxism we stood our ground, but the venom of our party brought Mao Zedong thought down. And we won another battle, see the enemy fall. But don't it seem paltry and don't it seem small? Still the enemy besets us and blocks our advance. But the times cry out, here's the rose now dance. The road has been long, but learn from our class, the proletarian revolution is a practical task. Here is our banner and here is our task, defend the Marxist-Leninist party as the vanguard of the class. And we won another battle, see the enemy fall. But don't it seem paltry and don't it seem small? Still the enemy besets us and blocks our advance. But the times cry out, here's the rose now dance.
So as Congress makes up its mind on whether to take military action against Syria, anti-war groups are getting ready to stage protests in Times Square today. Rosa Flores joining me live now from New York. So Rosa, tell us more about the protests unfolding there in New York.
Yeah, well, those protesters are making their way here to Times Square, and I'm actually here with one of the organizers, Caleb from the International Action Center. And I know that you guys are expecting dozens, if not hundreds, of people here. But first of all, explain to us kind of what is your mission? Why are you guys here?
The last thing we need right now is a new war against Syria. Right now, they're cutting food stamps, hospitals are closing, schools are being shut down. There's a budget crisis in this country. We do not need more money for a new war against Syria. Every one of the cruise missiles they would send would cost over $1 million. That could be teachers that could be hired. That could be hospitals that could be opening. But instead, it's blowing up and killing people in another country, and that's not right.
Now, let me ask you about the support that you're getting, because from what I understand, lots of organizations are coming out of the woodwork and asking to be involved. Tell us a little bit about the involvement of other organizations that perhaps would not be, in this case, participating in something like this.
Well, 89% of the U.S. public is opposed to this war. People in this country overwhelmingly oppose an attack on Syria. But that won't mean anything unless people do something about it. If people aren't in the streets and organizing and demonstrating and making clear to the government that they will not let this war pass, that won't mean anything, because we've seen so many times the government not listen to the people and go to war. I don't believe what's coming out about this chemical weapons attack. I have a lot of questions about it. There are a lot of facts that just aren't adding up. And we've heard about weapons of mass destruction before. There's so many lies to take us into war. We don't need a new war. We need jobs, schools, education, and not a new war against the Syrian people. And these rebels that our government and our tax dollars are paying for, they're not good folks, and they're doing awful things there in Syria, and we should not be supporting these rebels in Syria.
Right now in this city, hospitals are closing, schools are closing, all kinds of resources that people in this city use to survive are being shut down. Well, what are they talking about doing? They're talking about a new war against Syria. How much money is every single one of these missiles going to cost? At least $1 million. That could be teachers, that could be nurses, that could be doctors. But instead, it's going to a war. Do we want that? No. And now, you know, there have already been 100,000 people killed in this war in Syria. And they've been killed because our tax dollars are going to fund the Syrian rebels. A lot of these Syrian rebels aren't even from Syria. They're from places like Qatar, places like Jordan, places like Libya, and they've been shipped in. Syria was a peaceful country, and now there's a civil war going on. And the United Nations has reported that these rebels in Syria, funded by our tax dollars, are recruiting children as young as 11 and 12, and they're recruiting them and using them to kill people in Syria. Chemical weapons have been used by the Syrian rebels. They've used them. Carla Del Ponte from the United Nations has confirmed that. They're using sarin gas, and they're killing innocent people in Syria with our tax dollars. Yes. And the reason that they're talking about striking Syria right now, the reason they're talking about striking is because those rebels are losing. Why are they losing? They're losing because the people of Syria don't support them. They don't support foreign importing insurgents trying to tear up their country. And that is why Obama wants to send the missiles to do what the rebels can't do, because they don't have support on the ground. We want the people of Syria to run Syria. We want money for jobs and schools and education, not a new war. I'm with FIST, Fight Imperialism, stand together, and you can check us out. Thank you.
On the street face to face anymore, not very often. But if you are studying in a university, there will be a Trotskyite-led Marxist society for studying Marxism and, you know, propagating Marxism, whatever. And really, I think this role, is a particularly insidious and important one as far as, insidious as far as our movement is concerned, and important as far as the state is concerned, because, of course, radical intellectuals and radical students have always played a really important role in successful revolutions. And I don't think it's an accident that when the Trotskyite movement is shrinking in on itself, where it gravitates to is the universities, to catch the revolutionary-minded young people and make sure they don't end up in the arms of the real revolutionaries. So I'm going to hand over to Caleb for your last thoughts, and then Harpal.
Well, I guess I'll say this. I just want to quickly mention that, among Trotskyite groups, you can divide them into three. There are three categories at this point among Trotskyite groups that you'll see. The first is what you call neo-Trotskyites or third camp Trotskyites. And these are people, it's mainly an academic, campus-based, trend. And their critique of all the socialist and communist governments around the world is they're not democratic enough. They think the Soviet Union was state capitalist. It was an evil state capitalist regime. And, they are obsessed with, spreading, quote unquote, human rights around the world. And they're involved in NGO liberal activism. And they tend to be based on the campuses. They tend to really focus on the LGBT movement and things like that. That's called neo-Trotskyism. The second current that you get is what you might call mainline Trotskyism. And in Britain, these are the folks that joined the Labour Party. In the United States, we have a group called Socialist Alternative, that was big in supporting Bernie Sanders. And they'll claim to kind of support Cuba or kind of support socialist countries, but they don't really support them. They'll say, well, they're socialist in foundation, but they want to overthrow the Stalinist bureaucracy. And they're obsessed with labor unions, and they want to build labor unions. They'll talk about economics. They're on the wrong side internationally, but they're very interested in labor unions and economic struggles. And then you have a third category of people that they call orthodox Trotskyists. And these are Trotskyists that I jokingly say, these are Trotskyists that are just nuts. These are Trotskyists who will say things like World War II is still happening because Trotsky said World War II can only end with global revolution. So it clearly must be happening still because Trotsky said, there's some of them that believe in UFOs and space aliens. There's some of them that want to legalize pedophilia and will go to great lengths arguing about why child rape should be legalized because of something that Trotsky said or Lenin said. But to the credit of some of these weird, orthodox Trotskyists, some of them will actually take stances that are against U.S. imperialism because they're nuts. They're so hyper sectarian and crazy. Some of them do support Russia and Ukraine. Some of them will defend the DPRK a little bit or something like that. But they're a very obscure, even more obscure wing of things. But those are the three camps of Trotskyism that you'll see. You'll see they divide into those three categories. But what brings them all together? And I think this is what I would like to end my contribution today with. What is the essence of Trotskyism? It's that when Lenin developed his theories, he said that the main danger to humanity is imperialism. Capitalism has become imperialism, a global system of monopoly capitalism that is holding back development and impoverishing people all over the world. And the duty of revolutionaries is to oppose imperialism. And Trotskyism, all of its different manifestations and interpretations, is always an attempt to say, no, it's not about fighting the imperialists. It's about fighting for pure workers' democracy. It's about fighting the Stalinist bureaucracy. It's about, it's about this, it's about that. It's never a fight against the imperialists, right? Trotskyism is a way that you can claim to be a Marxist or a socialist or a revolutionary, but not focus on fighting the imperialists. Fight some other battle, but not against imperialism. That is the essence of what Trotskyism is.
Beautiful. Thank you, Caleb. And of course, that explains why Trotskyism is so anti-Leninist, right? Propel.
All right. Every single day, $18 million of our tax money goes to fund the criminals in that building over there and in occupied Palestine, the Israeli regime. Every single day, $18 million. And I have a copy of today's issue of the Wall Street Journal, and it says here that 1 in 4 bridges in the United States are not secure. It says here that urban highway congestion costs over $100 billion annually. The United States is crumbling. People are unemployed. They are closing hospitals and they are closing schools, but yet they have more and more money for the murderers in Tel Aviv. That's unacceptable. As the U.S. becomes more and more of a police state, and the civil liberties the U.S. government is always bragging about get stripped and stripped away, you can't help but admit that the U.S. is starting to look more and more like Israel. The cops who choked Eric Garner to death, the New York City Police Department is trained in Israel. The same corporation that manufactured the rubber bullets that were fired against protesters in Ferguson, Missouri, manufactures the bullets that were fired on protesters in Palestine. The struggle against Zionism, the struggle against the Israeli criminals is not just a struggle in one part of the world, it's a global struggle. It's a struggle against the bankers in London and the bankers on Wall Street who are destroying the world, and it's a struggle against global capitalism. Thank you very much. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free.
That some people came here knowing not a single word in Russian, and now they know many. One young person from Kamchatka is sitting in back rows. He's probably unaware of what has been talked about. Please introduce yourself.
I'm the leader of the United States delegation. I'm representing the Center for Political Innovation. And I would like to just thank you from the bottom of my heart for that dynamic interview you gave to Tucker Carlson, in which you showed many, many young Americans a different kind of leadership, because our politicians and our leaders in the United States, they speak in sound bites, they speak in terms of scandal and gossip, but you presented a long-term vision, a scientific view of statecraft, and by getting through to young Americans, you made a difference. Many people who would never have listened to anything you had to say or heard another perspective heard you because of that interview. Now, getting to my question, things between our two countries are not good at this point. You know, before we left, we had to have a press conference at the United Nations. We are concerned about being prosecuted. There are 3 Americans that have already been charged and are facing prosecution, possibly 15 years in prison, simply because they attended a conference like this in Russia, the Uhuru movement, they're called. And we are concerned because I know that I speak for the majority of the American people when I say that we do not want our tax money dumped into this conflict in Ukraine any longer. We do not want our country to continue to deteriorate internally while our leaders waste money on prolonging this war. I'm frightened by what the Biden administration is doing, not just in Ukraine, but also on Taiwan and on the Korean Peninsula. And I really do see gatherings like this as a potential road to peace. And what I have seen at this festival has blown my mind. The amount of young volunteers that you have here, people who have stepped up, who love their country and want to just come forward and put together dynamic events like this. What kind of role can events like this and young diplomacy activities like this play in helping set the stage for maybe changing the dangerous direction our leaders in the United States are taking things against the majority of the wishes of the majority of the people of our country? Thank you.
The United States of America is a huge and unique country. In its own way, over 300 years, in just 300 years, which is a small period of time compared to our history, but thanks to the talents of the Americans, it became a superpower, which is an obvious fact. We know outstanding American politicians, we know outstanding American business people, cultural activists, which is an obvious fact. We used to be allies during 2 world wars as we fought Nazism and fascism. What happened recently? After the war, after the alliance, the United States and the Soviet Union started dividing the world, and they did so successfully. And based on this balance of powers, they created international relations and created the modern system of international law. Then the Soviet Union ceased to exist for a number of reasons. I will not go into detail, but they were mainly internal reasons. There is one superpower remaining, represented by your country. The way your elites use this monopoly to global domination is dubious. In my opinion, the United States failed to bear this burden of responsibility that they happen to bear. They created monopoly, strengthened it. I don't mean the American people, I mean the ruling elites. While strengthening their monopoly, they soon faced a situation where the overwhelming majority of countries disliked it. And so, step by step, it became obvious to everyone that there is resistance to the forming global order. Many, including your allies, they are keeping their silence here. They are afraid of speaking up because they're dependent on major economies, on mass media. There are a lot of dependencies, but believe me, I know what I'm talking about. Even allies dislike it too. And so they faced failures and disturbances. The ruling elites of the United States, after achieving the monopoly of power, decided that the previous system of international relations that was built on the outcomes of World War II is no longer satisfying for them because the balance of power evolved, and hence they decided to change the international legal order. And when it became clear that not everyone is okay with this, by this I mean Iraqi developments, they happened without UN Security Council sanctions. The same applies to Syria, Yugoslavia, former Yugoslavia. Without going into detail about root causes, there were no decisions or resolutions of UN Security Council. The United States did let this genie get out of the bottle. If they did so, why can't other countries protect their national interests in the same way? As for Yugoslavia, my counterpart told me on multiple occasions, yes, we did so without UN Security Council resolution, but there was a waging 8-year war, bloodshed, something must be done. When Russia, however, decided to protect their people in the Donbass, which faced a war with elderly, with children being killed, why cannot Russia do the same while protecting their own people, not some thousands of kilometers away from their national borders, instead on the border of their own country, and people were waiting for us to help without going into detail. My point is to understand that the world cannot be controlled from one pole, and which is detrimental to that pole itself, as it undermines the foundation. And in the interview given to your compatriot, Mr. Carlson, I said that dollar is being undermined as they forbid to use dollar for settlements. They seek quick results. Instead of gaining one, they only undermine their national currency. They attain an opposite result, and this is true for many areas. In my opinion, this is a wrong policy. But the youth, returning to your question, can do many things without interfering in domestic processes, without describing or giving descriptions of the behavior of presidential candidates. It is just a part of the national culture, but youths can contribute in building state-to-state relations. What would be the procedure? They can just speak up domestically, within law, within their constitution. It is the only way, the only option. In no way do we call upon any activities of disobedience, but it is a possibility to speak up in their own country. And I think this is a way to go. In my opinion, this is going to pave the way for non-state forms of contact in order to create conditions for improving relations on state-to-state level too. Thank you very much for your question.
Start having various wars around the world, the Vietnam War, the Korean War, etc. But it gets to the point where the economic problems created by technology gets to the point that war becomes constant. They have to constantly be having wars, because that's the only way they can keep their system going. War becomes constant. And one aspect of globalism imperialism is that they were able to have stability in the homeland because they bought off a section of the working class. We know about in the 1950s, the white picket fence and Leave It to Beaver and the comfortable life that a lot of white working class people had. Well, that's gone, right? The comfortable middle class that exists within the imperialist centers is now being liquidated and being gotten rid of. And we're entering a period where war is becoming constant. In order to maintain the system, they have to constantly be at war. And the imperialist homelands, the United States, Britain, France, Germany, these countries are deteriorating from within. Because in order to maintain this global international system, just to keep things flowing, they have to be committed to wars around the world. They have to be maintaining this global system, and they can't maintain the homeland. And so things are becoming more and more unstable here at home. and that we're entering a period where really the only way they can continue to make profits is with destruction. It's a period of destructive accumulation, and this is what Rosa Luxemburg predicted. World War I was the beginning of a process that would lead to a situation of constant, endless war and destructive accumulation. And she compared it to the fall of the Roman Empire. And that's kind of what happened to Rome, is that Rome spread itself all out over the globe, and pretty soon it got to the point that the whole thing fell apart because they were trying to maintain a system and they couldn't maintain peace at home. And we're going to talk more about the Roman Empire after lunch, but I guess I'll just make this point. Was the fall of the Roman Empire a good thing? No, right? Obviously the Roman Empire was bad. It was a horrendous empire, slavery, and all kinds of awful things, but what replaced it wasn't better. The human life expectancy decreased by years as a result of the fall of the Roman Empire. The human height went down by inches because of the fall of the Roman Empire. There was a huge amount of instability that followed, and what replaced this brutal, horrific empire in Rome was instability and chaos on a new level that led to all of civilization suffering. And that's what kind of separates CPI from a lot of leftists out there. There's a lot of leftists say, well, this country's racist, and this country's evil, burn it down, tear it down. It's like, well, what's going to come next? They're more interested in the vengeance and the, and getting their feelings out there, but they're not saying what actually comes next. And we have people that look at our 4-point plan, and they say, why are you always trying to save the country? Why are you always trying to save the system? Because I live here. Because, as bad as things might be in the United States, I really like that these lights work. The electricity. I really like when I go to the water and I turn it on, and it comes out. And if you're living in a society that's collapsing, that doesn't happen. Anyone who's ever been through a war or a huge amount of economic chaos, it's not a good thing. We don't want America to collapse. We want America to be reborn. We know that this economic order that the United States is at the center of isn't working. And we know that the United States has to change in order to survive. But we are motivated by love of our community, love of our country, and opposition to what this system is doing to it. And that's a fundamental difference that we have. Leftism is very much tainted by this kind of vengeful, angry aesthetic, whereas we are looking at the economic realities of the situation, and we're saying we have to change things. And that there are divisions within our ruling elite now that are creating the opening for a movement that could actually change things. So, I've obviously got plenty more to say, but that's kind of the basics of where we're at in terms of the global and economic situation. We're hoping to fill out the crowd. Great. But, well, we're here. This is a great rally, isn't it? It is, in fact. Yeah. Well, we're here because we want peace. And that the big banks and corporations that have been trying to push us into a new war with China and a new war with Russia, they are also trying to destroy this country. They're setting up a police state here at home, mass incarceration, our roads are crumbling, our schools are falling apart, living standards are dropping. Our enemy is on Wall Street, our enemy is in London, our enemy is in Washington, D.C., in the Pentagon, our enemy is not in Russia, it's not in China, it's not in Cuba, it's not in Venezuela, it's not in Iran, our enemy is right here at home. It's time for the working people of this country to realize who their real friends and who their real enemies are. We need to fight for peace, jobs, democracy, and equality. That's what I'm here to say today. What about you?
What I'm here to say today is...
That's the Marxist goal of the higher stage of communism, a society with so much material abundance that people can be free and that there's no need for a state and no need for coercion. But Marxists argued that in order for us to get toward that higher stage of communism, the proletariat, the working class, has to rise up and seize control of the economy, of the major centers of economic power, the banks, factories, and industries, and seize control of them and operate the economy rationally, not according to the chaos of the market, and that's how this ultimate goal can be reached. Now, I wanted to just make one final point about the fall of the Roman Empire, because when you ask people about why Rome fell, most people will give you an answer that involves barbarian invasions, right? Barbarian invasions. People say, well, Rome fell because of barbarian invasions. Well, what was that? At the time the Roman Empire was in decline, you had Germanic tribes mainly, Vandals, Ostrogoths, Visigoths, that were pushing back and repelling the Roman Empire. And Rome, even though it was a military society, became less and less capable of actually fighting them. It got to be so dysfunctional that even though Rome was a military society, it was incapable of having its own army. It got to the point that in the final years of the Roman Empire, there were Germanic tribes they hired and paid to fight other Germanic tribes that were opposing them. They were incapable of even getting their own army together. But if you look at the fall of the Roman Empire, and you look at this clash between these barbarian tribes and the Roman Empire, you can see this is a clash of two different civilizations with two different values, right?
So your typical Roman was a hedonist. They lived for pleasure, their wild parties, and they also loved all the militarism and plundering and aggression that enabled a small group of people to live that luxurious lifestyle. The god that was worshipped by Romans was, one of the favored gods was Bacchus, ripped off from the Greek Dionysus, right? It was the god of pleasure and celebration. Bacchus was the beloved god of the Romans, but who was the god of these Germanic tribes that were fighting against the Romans? The god was Odin. And Odin is a very, very different god with very, very different values being put forward by these Germanic tribes. So Odin, he's the god of the Norsemen and of the Germanic tribes. He's got a long white beard, according to the legend. He comes around once a year to restore life to the earth around Yuletide or the winter solstice. And Odin is all about grit and sacrifice and struggle, right? Odin has a heaven called Valhalla, but you can only get into this heaven if you've died in battle. So as the old Norsemen were dying in their beds of sickness, they would take a knife and slice themselves open in the hopes that when they reached the halls of Valhalla, Odin would think that they had died on the battlefield and then would allow them into Valhalla. It was believed that Valhalla was always warm because it was lit by the eternal fire, and that was the source of Odin's strength, this eternal fire. When he came to the earth once a year, it was to restore the life and bring some of that eternal fire and start the process that spring could come again, right? And I feel like as much as very few people in this world are worshiping Odin these days, I understand some of the neo-Nazis out there still worship Odin, right? Some of them. But other than that, no one really believes in Odin. But I feel like Odinism is very well alive today. Right? So every year, they start the war on Christmas, right? Fox News starts telling us that, oh my gosh, there's some school somewhere where they have winter break instead of Christmas break. Or, oh my gosh, there's some public building that is not having a Christmas tree, right? It's a war on Christmas. Oh my God, once a year. And on top of that, what do they repeat during this war on Christmas? They say, oh my gosh, the USA is a Christian nation. The USA is a Christian nation. Well, it's funny. It's funny because I think in a lot of ways you could argue that the USA is a rather Odinist nation, right? We know that US culture is deeply influenced by Germans, right, and Germanic stuff, right? What's the most popular American food? Stereotypical. You got hamburgers, that's from Hamburg, Germany. You got hot dogs. What's a hot dog? It's a Frankfurter, right? The most common last name in the United States is Miller, also Mueller, right? I mean, there's a huge Germanic influence on US society. And I think a lot of the values that people associate with the United States, especially a lot of the things that those of us who believe in socialism oppose, are very Odinist, right? So U.S. society, what is it? It's pull yourself up by your bootstraps, right? Give it some good old-fashioned elbow grease, right? This idea that you can do anything if you just go out and work hard enough, right? And that you shouldn't feel compassion for people that are destitute or without what they need because they just haven't worked hard enough, right? Because anyone can do anything if they just go out and work hard enough. And don't pay attention to other people. It's all about individualism. A man's house is his castle, right? That's very Odinist, right? And it's interesting. And a lot of the criticism that gets thrown at socialists and leftists is very Odinist, I would say, right? So they say, well, that America and capitalism is all about the American dream. It's all about people coming from a new land and making great sacrifices and working really hard, and that's capitalism. And what are these socialists? They're a bunch of lazy weaklings who just want everything handed to them, right? They're just a bunch of weak, pathetic people, and they don't understand what America's all about, and they ought to move to some other country, but the American way is working really hard and struggle and grit, right? That's what we hear from the right wing constantly. But think about it. I'd say that it's completely off because I want everyone in their minds to picture Fidel Castro. Was Fidel Castro a weakling or a snowflake? No. What about Hugo Chavez, right? Picture Hugo Chavez, right? Just a pathetic, weakling, whining snowflake. Does anyone here know what Stalin literally means? Right? And I think if you look over the history of socialism around the world, you can see a lot of that struggle and grit and sacrifice. Talk about the 5-year plans, right? So in 1928, the Soviet Union announced to the world that they were going to have a 5-year economic plan, and they showed it to all kinds of advisors and different people. And the world said, this is impossible. No country can ever do this. No country could possibly carry out this 5-year plan. So the Soviet leaders came back and they said, well, what we're going to do is we're going to carry out this 5-year plan in 4 years. And they painted that slogan everywhere, 5-year plan in 4 years.
And they did it. One of my favorite writers is Anna Louise Strong, and she's a journalist. She was from Seattle, and she lived in the Soviet Union, and she saw it with her own eyes. A country that was deeply impoverished became a global superpower. They built the world's largest hydroelectric power plant at the time, the Dnieper Dam, right? They built the world's largest steel industry, right? They brought running water and electricity to the entire country. An entire country was basically illuminated. There was all this planning, right? Or you can talk, I mean, it wasn't just the Soviet Union, right? You can talk about what China has done. China used to be the sick man of Asia, one of the poorest countries in the world. Today, China is producing half the steel in the world. They've got the world's largest hydroelectric power plant, the Three Gorges Dam. They have the world's biggest telecommunications manufacturer. They have raised 700 million people out of poverty. Huge, huge achievements have been carried out. But you can go beyond Russia and China, right? Talk to Egyptians, right? What is the pride and joy of Egypt? It's the Aswan Dam, this huge hydroelectrical facility constructed by Abdel Nasser, the Arab socialist leader, in coordination with the Soviet Union. It's just a huge, huge achievement of infrastructure, bringing electricity to Egypt. Or why is the name Fidel Castro known all over the world? Why do people know about Fidel Castro? It's because he took a deeply impoverished island and built it up and developed it and built a healthcare system that is just the wonder, the model that people all over the world aspire to. Has anyone ever heard the phrase gung-ho? Gung-ho? Well, where does that come from? Well, that comes from the fact that during the Second World War, the U.S. military, the U.S. Marine Corps was so impressed with the military tactics that Mao was using to fight the Japanese invaders, that they actually started adopting some of the tactics. And what does gung-ho mean, right? It means all together, all for one, joint effort, right? So tell me, the first person in space, was his name Joe Bob, Steve Smith, Bill Allen Richard, what was his name? Oh yeah, Yuri Gagarin, right? It was a Russian, right? Socialism doesn't invent anything, Caleb. Really? Well, who are the first people in outer space then? And you don't have to take my word for it, right? Read Time magazine, what Time magazine was saying back in the 1930s. Read what was being said by Albert Einstein, the most well-respected physicist. You can read what was being written in the journals of the young Nelson Mandela. Read what he has to say. At the time that the Soviet Union was developing and emerging, you had the Communist Party of the United States that was a massive organization. And it was telling people, look, we've lost that American dream. We've lost that American spirit, that entrepreneurialism, that motor-mindedness. We've lost it. But if you go to the Soviet Union, they said the Soviet Union is the new America, and communism is 20th century Americanism. That's one of the slogans that they actually used. Socialism is all about grit and struggle and sacrifice, but it's about building up your community, building up your world, but doing it in a way that doesn't come at the expense of somebody else. You know, people say socialists want everyone to be poor. No, I would say it's the opposite. Socialists want everybody to be rich. They just don't want anyone to get rich by exploiting somebody else or by hurting and making somebody else poor. That's the idea. You know, and I want to say that socialism has actually played that role in my own life. You know, I remember when I was 15 years old, there was a day, and I'll remember it, it was very much one of the best days of my life. I didn't know it at the time. But I remember I was 15 years old, and I went to a Marxist bookstore, right? And I was there, and it was so exciting. I lived in this tiny little town in Ohio. I'd never met a Marxist, but I finally got to visit a Marxist bookstore. So I'm at this Marxist bookstore. Remember, one of these old, 1960s baby boomer radicals takes a stack of newspapers, right? He says, all right, we're going to go out and sell the paper. And I thought, oh boy, what? Like, no, we're going to go out and sell the paper. And I'm thinking, like, so you want me to walk up to people I don't know, try to convince them of communist ideas, and convince them so much that they'll pay actual cash money for a communist publication? Is this a joke? Like, no, we're going to do this, right? So I walk out there, and I'm just like, oh my goodness, right? Believe it or not, I was rather shy at one point in my life. And, I'm walking out there, and it's, all right, go walk up to that guy, try to sell him a paper. Oh my God, no, just go ahead. I'm walking up to, hi, I've got a newspaper here about communism. You want to buy the, but then I did it again. And then I did it again. And I did it again, and I realized that I was pretty good at selling newspapers, right? That communism kind of lit my own internal fire or eternal fire within me, right? And that's very, very beautiful, I feel like.
You know, one thing that they'll always tell you, right? It's one of these witticisms we hear is people say, don't be a fanatic, right? Don't be a fanatic. We don't need fanatics, right? We need people that are moderate in all things. Fanaticism is something you should avoid. Well, imagine that right now you had just had a heart attack and you're being rushed to the hospital, right? So you're in that ambulance, you're on your way to the hospital. Tell me, is anybody in that situation going to say, now, be sure that the doctor you take me to is a moderate guy. Now, don't give me somebody who's got straight A's in medical school and make sure he's a moderate guy who likes to drink beer and just chill. I mean, we don't want an extreme doctor who's just obsessed with things. We want a chill, moderate guy. Oh no. If you're on the way to the hospital and your life is in danger, you want to be treated by a fanatical doctor, right? Right? And I would say that the crisis that we're in here in the United States requires fanatical solutions. So, if you've taken anything from what I have to say here tonight, take the following, right? That no society that exists in opposition to historical progress can continue to function, that it'll eventually fall apart. And that authority and leadership are part of the human experience, and that contradiction kind of defines us as human beings. And that the day you stop being a fanatic is the day that you spiritually die, right? That's what I have to say tonight. I'm very excited about Students and Youth for a New America. I know there's a lot of great people here tonight, and there's going to be lots more watching this on the internet. Something exciting is going to happen, because the only way we can get out of the crisis that we're in is for young people to start engaging in community service and feeding other Americans, caring for other Americans, while pointing toward the way out of this disastrous system of capitalism. There is no other way. Thank you.
Africa is not a mistake to be fixed. Africa is not a failed continent. Africa is the womb of the world, the cradle of civilization, the keeper of tomorrow's hope.
We know that Ibrahim Traore is the future of the African continent, that he represents the African wing of the global anti-imperialist movement.
We see that he's providing health care for his people, he's putting people first, he cares about the infrastructure, he's creating systems so that people can thrive instead of being in poverty like we have here in this country.
So we are here telling people, hands off Africa. The colonialists need to mind their business.
Why is he a dictator in the mind of the American media? Well, because he cares about the people of Burkina Faso.
Let me tell you what Ibrahim Traore is doing. He has got agricultural projects. Burkina Faso is having a farming boom right now because of this great African leader. He has just made a law that any woman who has a child, her medical bills are completely eliminated. It's free to go to the doctor and have a child in Burkina Faso, in this African country, because mothers and maternal care is so important.
You speak of democracy, yet uphold a global structure where the powerful few veto the dreams of the many. We will no longer whisper in rooms where we deserve to speak with full voice.
He's not a criminal, he's just being there for his people.
And if we could just follow his example.
The forces that are trying to overthrow Ibrahim Traore are the same forces that keep Americans poor. We want a prosperous America, not one that is so focused on maintaining the global economic system that our own citizens live in poverty.
He admires Gaddafi, he admires Patrice Lumumba, he admires all the great African leaders of the past, and we're here to say that American working people should look to Ibrahim Traore as the kind of leadership we need. A builder, a constructor, someone who lifts people out of poverty, someone who stands with the new economy rising in the world of the BRICS with Russia and China.
Donald Trump, look at this man. Try to be like him. Don't be like Zelensky. Don't be a worm. Be a president like Ibrahim Traore.
New economy emerging in the world, and it's based on real wealth. What China's doing with the Belt and Road Initiative, what Russia is doing with the Eurasian Economic Union, what is happening in Latin America with Bolivarianism, with the Axis of Resistance. There's a whole new economy. And this fake Wall Street derivative rip-off usury economy of Wall Street in London that economy is the past, then the only future America is going to have is joining this new economy.
Imagine what we could have in this world just by doing what he's doing for his people.
What we need to do is get the United States to link up with this new economy in the global south and in the east, right? They lifted 1 billion people out of poverty in 20 years, right? We could be part of that. Instead, Donald Trump, on orders from Benjamin Netanyahu and the international banks, is trying to destroy that new system. No, we don't need to destroy it. We need to join it.
We are a spiritual people. Before your cathedrals, our ancestors sang to the sky. Before your missionaries, we knew the language of the rivers and the laws of the sacred forest. Christianity came, Islam came, and we received them not as slaves but as seekers. But now we ask, will the church and the mosque stand with us, truly with us, when all people are displaced by greed, masked as globalization? Will your pulpits echo our cries or only repeat the songs of the powerful? Faith, too, must be decolonized. It must walk with the poor, not the privileged.
Well, we're having a really important event coming up on July 12th at the Midwest Convention Center in North Lake near the O'Hare Airport. We're going to have speakers talking about the Houthis and the Yemeni movement. We're going to have speakers talking about the Palestinians. We're going to have speakers talking about Africa and what's going on there. We're going to have speakers talking about the peaceful reunification of the Korean Peninsula. We're going to have music. We're going to have traditional dancers from the former Soviet Union. It's just going to be really amazing in so many ways.
Anti-imperialist speakers, cultural performers, dancers, music. It's going to be really special. 500 like-minded people.
If you can't make it, send us a donation to cover all the costs. It certainly costs a lot to rent out this big venue and get everyone there.
And to the youth of Africa, to the young boy selling oranges by the roadside, to the girl who walks 10 kilometers to attend school, to the child whose only toy is a stone but who dreams of stars. You are the reason we fight. Do not believe the lie that your continent is cursed. You are the blessing. Do not envy foreign passports. Be proud of your name, your land, your roots. The world may not applaud you now, but the future will speak your name in honor.
So we need to be paying attention to him. We need to be supporting him, and we need to be in unity around the principles that he's advocating for as a leader.
And he is standing up to AFRICOM, standing up to NATO, saying, U.S. out, we want to develop Africa for African people, not for the bankers on Wall Street who are not only keeping the people of Africa poor, but keeping people in this very city poor. Why are there so many homeless people in America? Why is our infrastructure falling apart?
It's time that we hired the China Railway Company to build high-speed trains throughout the Midwest, connect Chicago to Washington, D.C. and to Los Angeles with high-speed railway. That's what we're talking about. We're saying it's time that we start having an education system that makes our kids smarter. We have social media apps that train our young people to be more confident and more physically fit. We need a government that invests in people, not a derivative rip-off government that makes profit from prison and war and death and destruction. We need a government of action that will fight for working families. And in Burkina Faso, this impoverished African country, they have such a government right now. They've got a builder, a man who believes that human beings are the source of real wealth in the world. And he is investing in his people, and they are raising up the population, raising up the life expectancy, raising up the living standards, raising up education, raising up health care, raising up access to a decent life. That's the kind of government we need here, a government of action that fights for working families. And they're keeping you poor in this country as well. It's an absolute disgrace. We need leadership like Ibrahim Traore. We need programs that will allow people to raise children. We need people to have jobs and education in schools. We don't need to be starting war after war, bombing people in the Middle East, bombing people in Africa, funding terrorists in the Horn of Africa, and then banning people from coming here. It's absolutely ridiculous.
But it's going to be like nothing you've ever seen. That auditorium is going to be packed. It holds 500. We think we can fill it. It's going to be a great event. So I hope you join us July 12th.
Long live Ibrahim Traore!
Long live Ibrahim Traore! Long live Ibrahim Traore! Long live Ibrahim Traore! It was actually really hectic trying to get the sign together.
He's not taking orders from anybody.
As you can see, it's kind of jerry-rigged up. We kind of didn't have the right stuff. We had to go back and forth to Home Depot 3 or 4 times, but it took us 2 hours to set up the banner, but the reaction's been pretty nice, right?
They want you to believe there's too many people in the world. Bullshit. We need more people because human beings, human labor power is the source of all wealth. We need a government that invests in people. provides people with jobs, provides people with health care, provides people with education, and builds and constructs. Don't invest in bombs, don't invest in prisons, invest in people, human beings, and our creativity. We are the source, and we need a pro-people government. And that's what Ibrahim Traore is on the African continent. And that's why he's teaming up with China to build power plants. And that's why he's enabled thousands of Africans to become farmers and have their own orchards and have their own fields. Behind him, we have got whole fields of wealth. That's what he's about.
I do not come to declare war, I come to declare will. So we will not kneel to fear. We will not kneel to foreign banks. We will not kneel to outdated empires masquerading as friends. Africa is not asking for a seat at your table. We are building our own, a table where no child eats last, where no nation is silenced because it lacks nuclear arms, where justice is not filtered through the lens of race or history, but shared as breath is shared. This is our vision and this is our vow. Let the world hear it today and always. Africa will not kneel.
We need a government like Ibrahim Traore in America. That's what we need, a government of action that will fight for working families. So join us in Chicago, July 12th. Working families first, defeat the deep state for a new world of peace and innovation.
The most revolutionary thing to do, as Ibrahim Traore is showing us, is to build. Not destroy, but build. We need to build our way out of this global crisis. We can't bomb our way out of it, right? They're trying, but the more they try, the more trouble they get their system into. They need to join the new system that is already being built. And that's the message of our conference.
Dare to struggle!
Dare to win!
Dare to struggle!
Dare to win!
Dare to struggle!
Dare to win!